Afadhali mzee ambaye ni mtulivu, ambaye hana haja ya kujaza mifuko yake, ambaye atachunga masilahi ya watu yake, badala ya mdomo tamtamu 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 tamtamu. Lakini akiingia ni wale wa kufanya moja yako, nusu ya mwananchi, mbili yako na tano yangu, na mnawajua nyinyi mnao.
Kutafuta uongozi kwa kutumia dini au kutumia kabila unagawa watu. Kazi ya uongozi ni kujenga watu wawe kitu kimoja.
Sisi vile si wote ambao wanataka ugomvi kwa sababu ya ugomvi.
Niwaambia nyinyi ni wajinga mkimpata Ruto. Mkadhani tunawadanganya.
Jeti ya Ruto. Hii maisha ya Ruto ni stress na ni stress.
Mungu, wewe umetukosea.
Sasa
good evening, ladies. It should be good morning, those of you who are in East Africa. Good evening, good morning from wherever you are. I salute you. I thank God for you, and of course, anticipate a great time with you in this great show. This is Sound Candid Talk, open forum political discussion show, the show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. Apologies again, we are come late like yesterday, and like I noted, we are not in our usual studios, and so setup and everything else is taking long to get things done. Today we had a busy day celebrating my younger bro who was graduating at Aga Khan University, and so we had a whole day there, and came home late, and so we are working hard to see to it that we don't miss out on bringing this show regardless of the circumstances we find ourselves in. I trust you are able to get me from wherever you are. Please confirm from where you are following us from, and then of course, as we mark the register of who is present and who is not present. Otherwise, I really want to salute each one of you for your faithful support and faithful followership. Please, let's be here and do what we must do, and that is help Kenya recover, and then of course, return it to the rule of law, and then to the security of the masses. It appears that Kenya Kwanza is keen on doing everything they want to do and not what the masses are interested in the same. And that to me spells doom for that kind of an administration, because there is nothing for us without us. Well, let's keep going. Tonight we'll be looking at UDA celebrates Raila's AU chair candidacy. There was a presser today, Malala and team, Osoro and every other person that can speak in UDA, and all of them were excited in pushing and confirming that the Raila move to the AU is the best thing that had ever happened to this country and ever happened to UDA. And that is why I'm asking on the big question, on the poll question, do you believe UDA is mistaken to think that Raila Odinga is their only stumbling block, because according to them and looking at their faces, their body language, they are so much excited because whatever that has been causing them nightmares is no longer available. And that is, to me, speaks volumes on how they can be mistaken to think that the Kenyans are not happy because of Raila Odinga. The Kenyans are not supporting UDA and Kenya Kwanza because of Raila Odinga, and Raila Odinga missing on the political scene. They seem to think that they have gotten rid of all their problems. But in my opinion, I think otherwise. Karibu kwa show. And then, of course, Uhuru Kenyatta. Uhuru Kenyatta was at the send-off of the former police boss, Mwangi King'ori, and made a very strange appearance. He came in early, addressed, and left just before the Kenya Kwanza Administration Brigade came in and did their thing. What do you make of that? Why keep off the politics but demonstrate a political move even in that funeral by refusing to meet this the Tugege's movement, if I could use this statement. Hapo kuna kitu na ningependa tukifafanue katika mjadala wetu usiku wa leo. Asante sana. And then, of course, Waiguru has ordered all the bars in Kirinyaga to close after 17 lives were lost to illicit brew. Are you in support of the same, ama kuna vile wewe unaona mambo haya? Karibu sana, nashukuru kila mmoja, naomba tumakinike. Esther Stoll, karibu kwa show. Nancy Badenke, karibu kwa show. Charles Green, karibu kwa show. Nasema hope today people will hold their emotions together. Last time was hot in here that some of us had to take off. Take it easy. It is all right. Tuni Muhamuda, our permanent secretary, thank you so much. Samahani, leo tena tumekuja kuchelewa lakini tumefika. Paul K. Bano, karibu kwa show. Asante sana kufika leo. Shaima Hussein, welcome to the show. Olele TV, welcome to the show. Christine Mukami, karibu kwa show. Asante sana kwa kuwa hapa. Naamini kwamba tutakuwa na wakati mzuri pamoja. Tatu Juma, nasema we'll miss Baba. Baba is here. It's just Addis Ababa here across the border. Atakuwa hapa. Let's not, think as if he has gone. Na angeenda New York. Atuoli si yuko tu hapa. Atuoli yako na ofisi Geneva. Atuoli yuko na ofisi juu wapi. Lakini is ever here. So let's not, appear as if Baba is gone too far where we can't reach him. And this is not the first time he's engaged with AU. He was the envoy for infrastructure for, I think, 3 years or so, but he was always here. So I think those who think he has left are the ones who are mistaken. Okay, PJ, karibu kwa show. Asante sana kwa kuwa hapa. Trufosa Lai, karibu kwa show. Easy Abe, karibu kwa show. Asante sana kwa kuwa hapa. Boss Lady, welcome to the show. Thank you so much for making it to be part of the conversation. Please, let's be on the forefront to invite somebody, remind somebody that tuko hapa na tuko tayari kuzungumza masuala haya kwa wazi, ili kusikue na yote ambaye atakosa kuelewa kipi kinachoendelea. Ni wajibu wa kila mmoja wetu kuelewesha Wakenya, ili kusikue na yote ambaye atadanganywa na wale ambao wamejitolea kuwa wadanganyifu, hata kwa masuala ambayo yako wazi katika macho ya kila mmoja anayetumia akili kidogo tu kwa kuanza kwa kina. Asante sana. Naomba tafadhali tumakinike. Karibisha mtu, hiyo namba ya watazamaji ifike 100 ili tukiingia katika mdahalo huu basi watu wengi tu wapate ufahamu ambao wanaohitaji kutokana na kuchambua siasa kwa uwazi. Najua wengi wanachambua siasa kwa malengo fulani, wengine kwa nia fulani, lakini hapa sisi tunatafuta ukweli, Tungependa kila Mkenya aufahamu huo ukweli, na kama vile Yesu alivyosema, ukifahamu kweli kweli, ukweli unakuweka huru. So hiyo kura tuanze kupiga kwa fujo. Wewe unafikiria Kenya Kwanza wako sawa kufikiria kwamba Raila Odinga ndio shida yao peke yake, akishaondoka basi, au wamepata nafasi ya kufanya vile wanavyotaka? Je, Wakenya hawana sababu ya kumkataa Ruto? Hawana sababu ya kukana serikali ya Kenya Kwanza? Ni Raila tu anayewachochea, kwa sababu hiyo ndio dhana ambayo Kenya Kwanza wamebeba, na wanafikiria basi kama Raila hayuko, Wakenya hawataandamana ama Wakenya hawatafanya fujo. Are they mistaken or they are right? Let's talk. Thank you so much. Olele TV anasema Bernard, uko sure baba atachaguliwa na AU ama anachezwa? Olele TV, kuwa na imani. Mimi sioni wa kupinga baba kwa AU kwa masuala haya. Labda si naweza kuwa nimekosea, lakini tunaweza tu kurejelea zile kura zilikuwa za Moi ambako mtu amepingwa. Unajua Moi alichaguliwa mara kama 3 hivi bila kupingwa. So sioni wa kupinga baba kwa masuala haya, unless otherwise is I think he has an international stamina, except there will be some of course interference by the panic of those who wouldn't want progress of Africa. But I think with this diplomacy, especially for Obasanjo, and then the excitement in East Africa, and of course Baba has the support of West Africa. South Africa is not in question on their stand with Baba. I see even if he has a challenger, he will still have a landslide win in this one, except Kamago ausike. Lakini kwa hili kwangu mimi, yani maoni yangu, I can be wrong, but from what I see, he has nobody to oppose him on this one. And probably will have some, if there will be opponents, they will drop off before even the final, the voting starts, if everything plays the way it is playing. What I see and what is happening around, Baba's respect on the continent of Africa is unmatchable in my understanding. And so yeyote ambaye atasimama kinyume naye atakuwa na kibarua kigumu atakuwa na kibarua kigumu, kwa sababu it's not just lobbying, but will you be able to chart the way forward for African Union? And then right now the Africa continent is not sitting pretty. The coups and those countries that are revolting against the West are multiplying with every passing day, and then they are becoming bolder and bolder. And so with that, and then Baba's usual conspicuous pursuit of justice, social justice and all that, I think he will have a walk over on this one. But I could be wrong, unless you prove to me otherwise. Sioni Baba akisweti hapa. Kura za hapa zinakuanga kazi ngumu kuliko ya hiyo kwangu mimi, vile ninavyoona mambo haya. Asanteni sana, naomba tafadhali tumakinike. Sijawapa link ya kuingia studio. Haya, ndio hii. Naomba tumia hii link, ingia studio, useme yako mawili matatu tunapoanza mazungumzo yetu. David Nyeri anasema Raila will be like Joseph, sold to Egypt, but later he became the powerful person. Haya, basi una video huo, nashukuru. Naomba tusonge mbele. Olele TV, I think that will be, even the West has problems, okay? The West has problems. I'm told even the Congress has is resisting the issue of the Kenyan police going to Haiti. Now, the West is having its own challenges with also the whatever what is called the Ukraine war, the Russia-Ukraine war, and now the Israel-Hamas issues. All of that, the West is stuck, is right into the middle of that. And so, and then of course, the walking out of Burkina Faso and wherever Niger and all that. So, kuna kitu ambacho is not sitting pretty with the West in their relation with Africa. And so they are reviewing on how they will keep Africa, because without Africa, the West is gone, is dead. They are going to be poorer than the poorest of Africa countries. And so what I see here, they will not have that aggression in pushing their agenda, especially at the AU level, because if they don't win the support of AU, Africa can walk out in mass. And when that happens, the collapse of the West is inevitable. So they must tread carefully. I'm not saying in any way that they will act out of fear, but I think they are afraid of Africa. And they also have no choice but to give room to Africa. If they don't, Africa can violently walk away. And when Africa violently walks away, you know that the West cannot survive. So I don't think they will have that aggressive resistance or interference into the AU Raila Odinga candidature. And then, of course, they would also have advantage of Raila Odinga candidature. Would you imagine if the Burkina Faso president is the one vying for the Burkina Faso, vying for the AU seat? Will France and the rest of the West sit pretty? They have an advantage of Raila being aged and experienced on that seat, because he will even go slow. But kama vijana ndio wangekuwa ndio wanachukua hicho kiti, basi tungeona Afrika iko huru in 10 years time, mpende msipende. Kwa hivyo I think their concentration in trying to save their presence in West Africa and the rest of Africa must be top gear wise application than the aggression and military approach. So any disturbing of Africa carelessly will not go down well. And where we have reached as a continent and as a people, there is that aspect of restlessness, just like it was just before our independence. It's like we have come all full circle from the independence. Now, 60 years after independence, majority of the African continent countries have come to that place. And so after 60 years, there is a new generation that has come in. And this new generation has no regard for what the independent generation had in terms of their relation with the West. And so the West needs to remarry or resell itself to this new generation if they will secure their stay. And so as things sit, I don't think the West think they can colonize and bend this new generation like they did our founding fathers. And so except kuna ile hali ya maombi ya Daudi kufanya kazi, Mungu badilisha hekima ya mtu anaitwa Ahithofela ikawe ujinga. Itakuwa ujinga wao kutotumia fursa nzuri kama hii ya kuweka mtu ambaye ana uzoefu na mtu ambaye ana uwezo wa kusikiliza na kutafuta njia ambayo inaweza kutatua matatizo kwa amani. And then they put in there one person that will rock the continent and rock the world to get his way. Asante sana, I've spoken too much. Well, tumia hiyo link, ingia studio tukaseme masuala haya. Naamini kwamba tunapata mambo haya kwa njia ambayo iko safi. Okay, thank you so much. Okay. Oh, let's keep going. Let's keep going. Olele TV anasema 6 people died in Congo wars and Africa Union is silent. Not 6. Hey, watu wengi tu. And unajua mtu akiwa kuna ile inaitwa exit strategy. If he's on his way out, he will want to exit silently and leave the other issues to the next office bearer. And so I don't think he will do much. That's one of the things that we viewed as a letdown to Africa and a letdown to African Union leadership. 1 million people just died in 100 days in Rwanda under our nose. I mean, it's unbelievable. And then when you talk about 6 people dying in Congo war, and you want the chair of African Union to notice that, I will just remind you that we have just buried 17 people in Kirinyaga over illicit brew. And William Ruto is yet to say anything about it. So, wacha niachie hapo nisiseme mengi sana. Oh, unasema 6 million. 6 million, 6 people. Which is which? 6 million people have died in Congo war. Sasa Olele TV, tafadhali peana statistics ambazo zinaeleweka. Usitupatie statistics za 6 million, 6 people and all that. All in all, thank you. Thank you for participating. Please, let's be on the forefront of doing what we must do. Naomba tafadhali tunachukua break kidogo, alafu tukirejea tutakuwa tunaendelea. Lakini tumia hiyo link, ingia studio tukajadili masuala haya kwa kina.
Tuko na njaa. Oi Gachagua. Oi Samoei na Ruto tuko na njaa. Nikizani marafiki yanyu. Tuliwachagua usiku wa manane. Nisikia ni kutoka Romuruti. Romuruti kwa na njaa. Hakuna kitu iliyo kwa hapa Romuruti. Gachagua. Ruto. Gachagua. Ruto. Nikizani sisi. Hivi uko nimebeba. Amelala njaa siku 3. Mimi nimelala njaa. Hakuna kitu ya kupeupwa. Hakuna kitu bila kura. Gachagua. Nisikizani kwa huruma. Gachagua. Ruto yetu. Sikizani huruma yetu. Gachagua. Ruto. Ruto. Ruto.
Watch, share, like, subscribe. Are you looking for video live streaming services? You want your church services to be on air? You do not know where to market your goods and services? At Sound Candy Talk, we deliver the best live stream services for your events, product and service launches, conferences, weddings, and lives. Reach on us today. We provide live UHD broadcasting for church services, talk shows and podcasts, weddings, live bands, products and services launches, webinars and trainings, Zoom meetings, conferences, seminars, exhibitions, and virtual concerts. We help your event, trainings, shows, and so more to the world through internet broadcasting in UHD. We provide from 1 to several camera setups and integrate graphics to live in your live streams. For more information, contact us through +2547 18454585 or email at soundcandytalk@gmail.com. Sound Candy Talk, making sense of our politics
is seeing live for the month.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for being part and parcel of our great conversation right here at Sound Candy Talk. Asante sana. Kuna ujumbe hapa, Freedom anasema Bernard, Africa rulers are too weak when it comes to America. They never let a powerful leader who opposes them, or their ruler, they usually assassinate them. Exactly what I'm saying. The way the West dealt with the previous generation of the crop of leaders in Africa must be different in how they are dealing with them right now. Assassinations and eliminations would have gone without much uproar in the past, but presently, from where I sit, it will not have the same results. It will not have the same results. And so they either change tack or they will face the music. And the worst that can happen is, you know, Africa locking the rest of the world out. That would be the worst that would happen. And so if they don't tread carefully, they will be the main losers, because this new generation has no regard of who brought English and who brought education and who brought Bible. To them, all they care is what is our resources, and nobody can come from anywhere and claim it. And so in my understanding, mambo vile yanakaa, it's not easy for the West to dictate whatever they want, anyhow they want. We have come full circle, and this full circle spells a different scenario altogether in the relationship between Africa and the rest of the world. At the risk of, emphasizing, what I'm simply saying is that we shouldn't interpret whatever happens to Africa and the West from the old independent generational behavior as if it is constant. It will not be constant. The current crop of young leaders and the majority of the population of Africa is not like the colonial time. Majority of the African population was illiterate, okay? Illiterate. They couldn't read, they couldn't write. And so it was easy to subdue them. It was easy to prevail over them. It was easy to break them, despite the fact that they put up a spirited fight, and majority of that fight they won against the colonial in terms of making them exit the scene. But the current population in Africa generally, our level of illiteracy has drastically dropped. And so fighting the people who see you, who see your weakness better than those who looked at you as if you are a god is different. And so I wouldn't buy into the understanding that the West will deal with Africa constantly the same way all through and get away with it. I don't see that happening, but I could be wrong. So that's why we're here. Let's engage. Tumia your link, ingia studio, ukaseme ya kwako. Cha muhimu hapa ni ukweli ujulikane. Na kumbuka tunazungumza kuhusu UDA celebrates Raila's AU chair candidacy. Na kwa swali letu ambalo tunauliza hapo kwa Sound Candy Talk Live and Sound Candy Talk YouTube channels ni simple. Tunauliza kwamba hebu ni refresh ili nipate the exact number of likes as well as number of votes cast. And we encourage you, please, before you cast your vote, make sure that you like the video. Your response of the video helps the YouTube algorithm know where to send our content to different kind of people. 11 votes on Sound Candy Talk Live with 9 likes on the video. Thank you so much. And then, of course, we are asking, do you believe UDA is mistaken to think Raila is their only stumbling block. Okay, here we go. 82% say yes, they are mistaken, and 18% say no. Let's check on this other channel and how people have voted and responded to the poll question that we are asking. Do you believe UDA is mistaken to think that Raila Odinga is their only stumbling block, and getting him out of the way is getting the country where William Ruto and team want it to be? Kenyans will not do anything against Ruto. Well, so far 71 votes on Sound Candy Talk Live with 41 likes on the video. Tafadhali watu wengi tu hapa wanapiga kura our like video. 42 likes, 72 votes, 30 people did not like the video. If you cast your vote without liking the video, please go back and like the video. Okay, of the 72 votes, 71% say yes, they are mistaken, and 29% say no, they are not mistaken. All in all, please, let's engage. Let's do what we must do, and that is set the record clear and ensure that whatever we are sharing is credible and necessary for this great country. Okay. This is Judith Okema. There's a tweet from SH that Ruto has been appointed AU head of institutional reforms. Is that a bad joke? How can the one known to destroy institutions be charged as their keeper? Tell me it is a joke. No, mambo, I squeeze I stui. I stui. What is it, Leo? You have framed the question with mob errors. Okay. Probably because I was in a hurry. What is do you believe UDA is miss? Okay. Iko na maswala mengi. Unfortunately, we can't edit. There is misspelling of mistaken na gani ingine. Okay, pole for the spelling error. It's because time was running and I was on the run to see to it that we begin the show not too late. We had already crossed over the midnight whatever clock. But I believe you get it, and that's why we're reading it loud for you to get it and respond. Asante sana, tuendelee kukaribishana na hawa wakereketo wa kuingia studio. Tafadhali tumia link, ingia studio tukajadili masuala haya kwa muda usiokuwa mrefu. Mimi nitakuwa namwachia Shadizo aendelee na mjadala. Kwa hivyo karibuni wote, haswa ninyi ambao ni wazoefu wa kipindi hiki. Samahani tumeanza kuchelewa, so kina Undumani na timu wanaweza kuwa washalala hao, lakini sisi ambao tupo tukamakinike, tukatekeleze wajibu wetu, na kuomba tu tafadhali usikue usiwe mtu ambaye wewe unaangalia tu mambo yakitendeka. Kwa mstari wa mbele kuhakikisha kwamba unafanya nini, unakuwa suluhisho. Be part of the solution and not part of the problem. And as I get this video ready, please make sure that you are fully calling in people, remind people to watch with you and participate. We need you to like the video. We need you to make sure that you fully support the process of what is happening right here, and then you bring about a solution to whatever it is that is ailing Kenya. No doubt every right-thinking Kenyan know that Kenya is in bad shape, and coming out of that bad shape to the correct perspective of the country we had, not just envisioned, but enjoyed having under Kibaki and under Uhuru Kenyatta is falling apart. Our freedoms, our guarantee to basic rights have all dwindled, and we're just being treated to a circus with the Kenya Kwanza administration pretending to be doing something when they are actually doing nothing. And so let's not be deceived to think that Kenya Kwanza is here to do what they should do to help the country. I think they are doing more. They are doing more in making the country not work, and then, of course, in the process, create a new sphere of the livelihood of Kenyans being thwarted and breaking the will of Kenyans and turn them into their slaves, that Kenyans will not have any say in whatever that happens to their leadership. That is not what the 2010 Constitution envisioned, and that is not how Kenyans should be accepting to live. If the Constitution guarantees our liberties and guarantees our enjoying services by the government as our right, we shouldn't come up with another provision that that is not supported by the Constitution, and then there are those who are determined to turn that into a way of life. We should not ensure that we should not allow that to happen under our watch. And so please, let's ensure that we are on the forefront to secure this country completely, and then, of course, deny William Ruto the opportunity to turn this country into a hub of his ill-advised dictatorship that is, geared towards messing up all the freedoms we have gained, even through the 2010 Constitution and the previous administration. Let us be able to call a spade and not a big spoon, even as we address the issues at hand. So tafadhali hakikisha kwamba wewe ndiye chaguo ambalo tuko nalo kuhakikisha kwamba mambo yote yatakwenda kulingana na hesabu. Now, kuna swala ambalo linajadiliwa katika bunge, na hili ndio swala la NADCO, National Dialogue whatever council, is it council whatever agreement that took place at where is it, at Bomas, and that report is being submitted to Parliament, and different proposals are being fronted. One of it is a leader of opposition seat, and then the reconstituting of IEBC is also a thorny issue on that particular report, and it will have an impact on our politics, because we have had some of us be very dismissive about this particular report. But if it's adopted, there will be changes to how we operate, and then, of course, our way forward. And so it's something that we cannot ignore, and therefore we need to look at that keenly. And so I will bring in these videos just to help us keep everything within the framework of our looking at our politics, and then make our understanding be based on something. So let's just start at the celebration of UDA as they support Baba's bid for the AU chair candidacy. And then, of course, we will see whether they are mistaken or they are genuine about what they are proposing. Let's look at this as we continue with the conversation. And while we are playing the video, please karibisha mtu, like video, piga kura yako, and then of course I'll soon be sharing the link for all of us who need to be members. We are on a campaign where we need many of us to join Sound Candy Talk as members, as we are pulling from the aspect of raising funds to keep the channel running and rely on our members. So if you're joining as a member, there is a fee attached to your membership, and that fee can be of great use in sustaining the channel other than the free will contributions that we send every time. As time goes, that free will is becoming a thorny issue to some of the people. So please, we really want you to be a member of Sound Candy Talk and pay that your membership fee regularly on a monthly basis. And with that membership fee, we'll be able to sustain the show and the channel without having to do a fundraise for the channel. We can do a fundraise for someone, we can do a fundraise for a situation, but we shouldn't do a fundraise for the channel. And so the members, all the people who have not joined as members of Sound Candy Talk, you can join with as little as $1.5 to become a member. And then the next level is 5.49, sorry. And then the next level is 24.99. And then the top level is $99 as a monthly standing order for all that believe in what we are doing. And so we encourage you. I'll soon be sharing the link. Click on the link, get to that homepage of Sound Candy Talk, and click on join. When you click on join, all those options will open. Pick one, give your details, and YouTube will enroll you as a member of Sound Candy Talk, and you will enjoy some goodies. I'm sure you see people in the comment section who have their icon different, and of course their comments are also either highlighted or depicted in different colors so that they stand out. So those are some of the goodies you enjoy as a member of Sound Candy Talk. So please, we encourage you to do so. Please consider that seriously. And after you join as a member, please also encourage another person to do so. We are looking for at least 100 members. We are not anywhere near there. So far we have gotten, I think, 27 members. So I want to grow that. If we got that to 1,000 members, we'll be so much better off as a channel, and we'll be sure of meeting all our obligations without having to pressurize anyone to do what they should. Thank you. Let's listen to this group of UDA leaders as they talk about Raila and the AU candidacy.
Chama cha UDA sasa kimemuidhinisha kinara wa Azimio Raila Odinga kuwania nafasi ya uwenyekiti wa tume ya muungano wa mataifa ya bara Afrika. Na katibu mkuu wa chama cha UDA Cleophas Malala amesema chama hicho kimechukua hatua hiyo ya uzalendo na kumpongeza Odinga kwa kuchukua hatua hiyo.
Tumekubaliana kwamba tuweke tofauti zetu za kisiasa nje na tuweke tofauti zetu za kisiasa kando. Tuhakikishe kwamba tumemuombea mema, tumemtakia mema kwa ile azimio yake ya kutaka kuwa kiongozi wa African Union. So sisi kama chama na mimi kama katibu mkuu wa chama cha UDA ningependa kuomba wanachama wa UDA wamuombe Raila Amolo Odinga kama Mkenya, na hiyo ndio uzalendo ambaye party leader wetu amekuwa akisisitiza kwamba yeye anataka sasa nchi iwe na utangamano, nchi iwe na uhusiano mwema, nchi tusonge pamoja. Sasa tuweke mambo ya siasa kando.
Okay, huyo ni Malala, UDA Secretary General. Alafu unaona is flagged by the yellow fever, their uniform, and they seem excited and happy that Raila is fit for the AU seat. And say that is uzalendo. I can see a lot of hypocrisy in that and double speak, because they say it is unfit to lead at home Why are they now claiming he's fit to lead away from home? If he's good for Africa, why do they think it wasn't good for Kenya? That's the beckoning question. I'm being reminded here by mzee wetu wa nguvu Mike Ngiga anasema, what about open the server? Is it not on the list you have mentioned? I think there is. I just wanted to highlight what has been tabled so far. It is part and parcel of the same. The only thing now I fear is the opening of the server will have a different results. Different result in the sense that how do we now navigate the waters after the servers are opened and the result come out like everybody expected? That is William Ruto lost the election and Raila Odinga won. So what happens? That's something we also need to chew over in the light of the current developments. Will Raila drop the AU and come and be president of Kenya? And what happens to William Ruto, Chebukati and team for messing up the dream and the aspiration of Kenyans? And that is why I believe we must fix our election malpractices if we will get this country to move. If somebody steals the presidency and nothing happens to them, somebody steals an elective seat and nothing happens to them, that gives fodder for many people to do so because they know nothing is going to happen to them. And so as we engage, we really need to think deeply as Kenyans and begin to understand that this country is ours and we have a responsibility over the same. So far, what has been discussed is what we will look at, but I think that has not been scrapped from the list. If it has been scrapped from the list, then we will know that there is a lot that is suspect about what we are talking about. And so we need to ensure that we are looking at whatever that is happening with clear understanding. Now, Uhuru goes to Nyeri to participate into the send-off of former police boss Mwangi King'ori and keeps off all the politics. He just focuses on what took him there and he leaves. What do you see into all this? Let's look at this as I wait on you. Those of you are coming in the studio, kujeni. Masadio haya yanaendelea kukatika na sijawaona, sijui ni nini kinaendelea.
Good afternoon and many thanks for watching KTN News and KTN Home. Welcome to this edition of Weekend at One. We have stories making the headlines from across the country, the region and beyond. But now we go straight to our top story this hour, where the funeral service of former police boss Mwangi King'ori is currently underway in Nyeri County. Top leaders, among them former President Uhuru Kenyatta, are in attendance. Let us cross over there and hear what is going on as former President Uhuru Kenyatta is currently addressing the gathering that is happening in Nyeri County for that burial. Let's listen in.
So it is not only you as a family who have lost a father, a brother, an uncle, but Kenya also has lost one of its great sons. And we ask that the Almighty God rests this great and powerful soul in eternal peace, and may he give his family comfort. And as you have heard, even despite the adversity that he went through, personal, in his own life, he never gave up. He had that foundation at Strathmore, which he continued to support and continued to solicit us for money. And I ask, even his friends who are here, the fact that he has left us doesn't mean we should forget about that foundation. The great things that he has said, let us continue. And I, for one, in memory of my friend and brother, pledge 1 million shillings into that to educate more and more children. And I have also indicated to my young daughter here that this, her brother, who is still at JKUAT and has not yet finished, mimi ndio nitasimamia huyo kijana mpaka amalize, na tuungane na marafiki wengine, akimaliza tuhakikishe tumempatia nafasi pahali ambapo wataweza kujishikilia na kuendelea kuwasha taa na jina la baba mzazi ambaye ametuacha leo. Kwa hayo machache na mengi, naomba radhi kwa familia, naomba radhi kwa viongozi wa kanisa. Sitaweza kukaa mpaka mwisho wa ibada kwa sababu pia kuna sherehe nyingine ya mazishi ambaye hatuwezi kutigetera. Oguo twiga no nginya tuke turugamirire muci uyu wa King'ori Mwangi, ona kuko ngiturathi twathio turugamirire naguo muci ucio.
Retired President Uhuru Kenyatta there addressing the mourners at the burial of King'ori Mwangi, former Nairobi police.
Okay, there you go. Former President Uhuru Kenyatta addressing the mourners and, of course, staying off the politics and ensuring that he stays within the middle of the road in his conversation. And then, of course, leaves right away saying he's going to attend another funeral. Sitaki kuuliza ya nani na wapi kwa sababu hatukuambiwa na haikutangazwa. Kwa hivyo that to me is a diplomatic way of saying I cannot stay here. And so why can't he stay there? And of course, where he went is not what is our business. Let's look at why he couldn't stay and what happened and transpired after he left. In my understanding, he was keeping off meeting any of the Kenya Kwanza guys because the assumption in the mountain is that everything is all right. From the look of things, nothing is all right in terms of business as usual. So lazima tumakinike kuangalia masuala haya kwa kina, alafu tuyachambue ipasavyo. So karibu sana na kuomba tafadhali makinika. Link ya kutumia kujoin kama member wa Sound Candy Talk nishaweka hapo kwa comment section. Like I said, we need you to join as a member, and you can join with as little as $1.5 monthly subscription or a $5.59 monthly subscription, or $24.99 and then $99 as monthly subscription. So choose your level, enjoy that level, and become a member of Sound Candy Talk. We encourage you to take the best subscription level you can, keep running every month without having to be reached out to at every end month and be asked to send something, so that we can run the channel and run the shows without having to interrupt our shows and get people to send their contribution. So please, tumia your link. Nataka kuona at least in every show we should have at least 10 new new members. We are going so slow. There are many days remaining in this month, and we wouldn't want to revert back to the fundraise as this month comes to a close. So please, let's endeavor to join as members. Join as a member. I'm sure that will work for us better. Asante sana. Aya, namuona Kenyan Would Love amefika. Vipi?
How are you doing, Mr. Bernard?
I'm well. Leta love tuone. Does Kenya have love anymore?
What's the problem with you guys? They're trying to show you guys love and you're not seeing it. Bado mnataka kupigana.
Unajua, we suspect everything since William Ruto came with lies. So
Yaani tukiwaonesha love bado mnakataa. Mnaona hapa kuna vitu, somebody is cooking something. Eh? You know, Kenyans, we don't even you don't trust each other. Ela?
Who are we supposed to trust? The people stealing from us?
Mtu akikupikia ugali unasema hapana, hiyo ni uji bwana.
No, suspecting is our duty.
But you even suspect your own gender. Unaambiwa wewe ni mwanaume unasema hapana mimi ni msichana. Yaani just to counter it. Yaani just to say hapana I don't trust.
Sisi wenyewe tunajijua, lakini wale ambao wanajipendekeza kwetu lazima tuwachunguze. Biblia imetupatia hiyo mamlaka. Tupambanue na kuchunguza kila roho. So wewe ukisema tukuamini bila kukuchunguza, wewe ndio nabii wa uongo na sisi hatutaki hiyo.
You know the doubting Thomas alikuja akaambia Yesu, akaona kabisa huyu ni Yesu kabisa, na akaona hata nywele ni ile kabisa. Akamwambia lakini hata mkono najua ushanisalimia, najua fingerprints zako, lakini tafadhali wacha nione hiyo msumari kuliliingilia. Yeah?
Unajua na Yesu akasema wamebarikiwa wale ambao wanaamini bila kuona. Lakini hakutuzuia kuchunguza.
Wakenya, they're just very interesting people. There's just a big doubting Thomas, Bernard. I mean, a huge one. Like if Yesu angerudi leo, hata sijui angebeba how many Thomases in our country. Now, here's the thing. Let me just go straight to the point. Leo hata sitakuwa na ile vitu zangu na kujanga nazo. Let me just tell Kenyans. It comes a time where we need to move on to other things. Tunapiganaga kelele mingi, vitu mingi zinafanyika, and when something comes, you know, when Nelson Mandela came from the island, and that was the time that they were having the apartheid or whatever. However, forgive me for my English teacher. People did not believe that anything was going to change in their country. It has come a time that our country, we're actually being set in a pedestal that now we have to move on to something better. And Kenya being located in the East Central Africa, East Africa especially, and having been one of those countries that are socio-economically really proud of what they do and having 500 miles of a coastline, some things start from somewhere. When you start seeing Uhuru that has been gone so far away, amekuata ongea, and you know Uhuru is a very canny guy that likes to hide and is just people, most of us call him Mlevi. And now unajua Mlevi hajui kuongea uongo. They are very truthful because they are social, and it's called the social fabric of a society. That's why kale kamlevika huko usiku kanatokaga huko hivyo kwenyu Bernard, I know huko usiku unasikia kamlevi kametoka huko kamekunywa mpaka 3 AM kanapita huko kanaimba ngoma za kanisa. Aliniambia nitatembea, Mungu ni wangu, adanganyagi. Wanajua kama zote za
wacha kuzuia Mungu kulinda watu wake.
Bernard, huwezi niambia hivyo because the first miracle that Jesus ever did was to change water into wine. So hata alikuwa anajua walevi ni watu wa kusema ukweli. But you understand what I'm trying to say in a sarcasm kind of way, and you know, in satire. You see, when you start seeing Uhuru coming out now, and he's been very quiet, he's not even been in Mount Kenya for I don't know for how long. By the way, he's been living in Narok. huko kwa kina Atuoli. Now you're seeing him and opening up anatokea. And by the way, I was just watching something. I didn't realize actually where he was seated on the first one, not ile ya pili. On the first one, that there was 2 chairs that were right next to him. Na hata hazikuwa zake, hizo zilikuwa za Kashago na Dorcas. But alichangamka haraka kakanyaga kubwa by the time wafike. So now they come and start saying, unajua nini, mimi nilikuwa nimekuja nimekimbia kuona Uhuru na kumsalimia. Unasalimia nani? That is what I'm telling you, Nani Bernard. Some of the people that wajaokoka, na siko bad, don't get me wrong. Watu wenye wajaokoka na watu wenye wanafanyanga vitu zao saa zingine kama ni mbaya. Uhuru doesn't want to see these guys, wakuja kumsumbua akili hapo. He just wants to come and give nini na akanyage kubwa yake. So I am just saying that now that Raila is getting out, and Raila will get that thing in the morning. Ashakuwa. Hakuna mtu mwingine. It's him. He's gonna be. And you've seen kina Kalonzo and all of them now pigani. Kenyans, it has come time for you to start fighting for yourself. Uhuru is also coming back to tell you guys, I got you. I got your back. Bernard, when was the last time uliona Uhuru on public? Two times in a day. Akiongea. When was the last time ulimuona? If you can answer me, then you will understand that Uhuru now is actually now coming to say it's okay. Wacheni baba ende. I'm still here. And the politics in it is so tough that Ruto mwenye anashindwa kitu ya kufanya. And that's why you see Kirinyaga trying to be seen in a picture with Uhuru. People were here saying, oh, Baba fight us. We need to get petitions. Let Baba go. Kenyans need to stand for themselves. And Uhuru is telling you, I'm Jaachwa, I am here. And that is why he's coming out on a day that Tata Kinakarua Koile said and going to Central for the first time. Bernard, we have to talk the truth. I will talk the truth. I will keep on talking about the truth. One thing Central has to style up. Munipende msinipende. It has been a problem in our country. From Kiapo. And even Luoland has also been a problem. And Rift Valley. Those are the only 3 places that you can speak when you want to talk about Kenyan politics. But it's come a point that now we have to become one Kenya. When you walikoseana, wasameane. Wenye wanakubaliana wakubaliane. Baba ameenda. Wacheni na baba aende. Bernard. And I will not repeat that thing again. Kama ni Kalonzo wetu, hakuna mtu tunatujui kama itafanyika. Kama ni Martha Karua, hatujui. Leo tuliwaona wote, I think Gideon Moi na I don't know nani ndio walikosa. Ama ni jana. Bernard, the politics of Kenya has to change. I keep on saying, we are not going to be called a third world country forever. But the people that actually make us third world countries a third world country is us. We have everything. Right now tumeiletewa nyumbani. We have to take it. Hands on. Now, mwenye atapigana na Ruto, hiyo ni shida yake. Huo tutajua ni na kama ni Karua, lazima mtu ajitetee. Kama ni Joho, kama ni Kalonzo, kama ni nani mwenye kama ni Babu. Sasa sisi wenye tunasemanga watoto wa baba, tuache baba ndio huko juu, sisi tupigane hapa chini. We know who's the prefect. Bernard, let me stop at that unless you have a question for me for now.
Okay, mimi sipingi. Mimi naamini kwamba mambo kubadilika ni muhimu, because only growth takes place when change takes place. And some changes are not always comfortable. But when they happen, we always register progress. And so as a people, we must appreciate that we will not have business as usual all the time. And then, of course, our country is not deficient of leadership. I don't think so. We have credible leadership, and that's why on the big question I'm asking, on our poll question, do you think that UDA is mistaken to think that their only stumbling block is Raila Odinga, and when Raila Odinga is out of the way, now they have free ride? That is what majority of our political analysts are saying. But in my opinion, I think is otherwise, because sio Raila peke yake amekosewa na Kenya Kwanza, ni Wakenya wote, na wengi wa Wakenya wana hasira kinyume na William Ruto na sio kuchochewa. So Kenya Kwanza na UDA kufikiria kwamba waki support Raila Odinga na Raila Odinga achukue kazi sehemu nyingine, basi hawatakuwa na pingamizi kwa masuala yao. To me, that is mistaken thinking, because Kenyans are not happy, are not a happy lot, and they don't need to be incited to express that. You can see all that happening in Meru, Nyahururu, Nyeri, and every other place William Ruto is going. So if William Ruto thinks that those people are being sponsored or being incited by Raila Odinga to oppose him, he is in for a rude shock, because he will not have peace here until he does what Kenyans want. And that is one thing that is going to learn the hard way. And then, of course, the deceptive programs they are putting up, ile ya kwenda kukaa Central Bank na kupanga vitu kuhakikisha kwamba ati dola inafanya sijui nini ndio watanganye wa Kenya. Dola ama shilingi ikiimarika, itaimarika kwa mfuko yetu, sio kwa screen ya TV na kusoma kwa taarifa ya habari. Kama economy has improved, it will improve in our pocket. We will see it, we will feel it. Hatuhitaji tena mtu akuje kutuelezea, unaona vile rais amepanga mambo, unaona vile kazi inaendelea, na hiyo if you have to explain, then whatever you are explaining doesn't exist. But if it's really there and it's affecting my life positively, I'll be able to tell. And so Kenya Kwanza is far from doing the right thing. And that's why nobody should take whatever that is happening lightly. The struggle continues. Some soldiers may drop off, but we must not give in no matter what. Thank you, everybody. As we continue with the conversation, please invite somebody. Make sure you're liking the video. You are also ensuring that you cast your vote. And of course, we need you to join as a member of Sound Candy Talk. Now, that's one avenue we have not worked on for a long time, but we are forced by circumstances to pick it up and ensure that it works. There is a reason why that is placed there by YouTube, and we really want you to honor it and make sure that we are able to keep the channel running, not by external contribution by random people sending in this and that, but we really want really members who believe into the channel, subscribing on a monthly fee that is deducted by YouTube and then handed over to us to pay our bills. So tafadhali, tunakuomba mahala pote ulipo, kama wewe hujafanyika member, fanyika member leo. Na usigoje kesho. It's a simple process. You just click on the link of join here as a member. It will take you to the homepage. And then when you click on the button join, it gives you the options. Pick one of the options. You can join as a member with as little as $1.5 US. And then, of course, the next level is 5.49. The following level is 24.99. And then the top level is $99. So please, let's do so as we are enabled. Thank you so much. Let's get this video out of the way.
Bernard, I wanted to say something to add on to what you said before I lose my thought. Najua Alexia pia nakuja kuongeza hiyo. Please. And then you play the video, please.
Quickly, please.
Okay, you see, Bernard, right now the country has been sent into something else that people did not understand what the Madi Raila alikuwa. You see, now everybody wants to run to Uhuru, everybody wants to run to Raila, everybody wants to run to everything. Because here's the thing, Bernard, and you have to say the truth, Bernard, in this channel. We never lie. Bernard, most of the politicians that we have, 99.8% of the politicians that we have in Kenya, they've either gotten to where they are by talking ill or nice about Raila. You go to Kisumu, it's either ameongea vizuri. That is how they get their power. I mean, they get into it. Now, when you go back to like places like Central, and me, I will not lie, nitaisema, Central, the only way you can be a politician in Central and a formidable someone is if you talk matope about Raila. And so you realize that now, this has brought so much jitters to the politicians wannabe. Wengine wenye wanakuaga tu hivi, oh, bora mwongea matope this mtu ya kitendawili, mtu ya kuvunja reli. Someone asked, sasa ataenda kuvunja reli ya Addis Ababa ama Egypt, you know. So now you find that there's so many people that are going to lose their careers because you cannot say anything against something going on. And then we have to talk about this thing. And that's why I'm liking even Uhuru akitokea kidogo sasa, because what we're Central now, they don't know what to talk. They don't know hawezi muita kehe, hawezi muita whatever. So the Kenyan political stupidity that we've been having since independence is starting to go haywire. Watu wajui sasa wanafaa kusema nini. I just wanted to add that, Bernard. Thank you.
Okay, it is change of approach to improve on the result. I am liking whatever changes that is taking place because the excuse of Raila is the problem, Raila is this, Raila is this, Raila this, that is over now. Let them tell us what is their problem. They say the handshake. Now all the handshake has gone to AU. What is shaking the economy? What is shaking the administration? What is shaking their launch and relaunches? And what are they launching that is not helping the Kenyan lives? Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's engage. Thank you so much. Kabla Lexoa Kohoe tusikilize hii kwanza.
Now, the National Dialogue Committee has crafted several proposed changes to various laws that will be considered during the report while it's being approved by the Parliament. Well, among them is a draft bill that seeks to make changes to electoral laws and especially IEBC. Now, the proposal is to expand the membership of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission's selection panel from 7 to 9 members in a bid to accommodate a wide spectrum of stakeholders and interest groups. The IEBC Amendment Bill of 2023 also proposes clear guidelines on the boundaries delimitation exercise, which, if adopted, will see the poll body make public the actual proposed names of every constituency and ward, as well as other details. Safin Acheng Oma reports.
Following lengthy deliberations over a bipartisan team led by National Assembly Majority Leader Kimani Ichung'wah and Wiper Party Leader Kalonzo Musyoka, the National Dialogue Committee has tabled several bills in Parliament which made several proposals aimed at changing the structure of government and creating new political positions. Key among them is the IEBC Amendment Bill of 2023, which seeks to amend the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission Act No. 9 of 2011. The bill proposes to increase the membership of the IEBC selection panel from 7 to 9 to accommodate a wide spectrum of stakeholders and interest groups. The first schedule of the current IEBC Act of 2011 gives the President the privilege of nominating 2 persons to the panel, the Prime Minister also to nominate 2 persons. The Judicial Service Commission nominates 1 person. 1 person is nominated by the Kenya Anti-Corruption Advisory Board and 1 person nominated by the Association of Professional Societies of East Africa, making up a total of 7 members. If the IEBC bill proposed by NADCO is adopted, 2 more members will sit on the selection panel. 2 persons will be nominated by the Parliamentary Service Commission representing the majority party or coalition and the minority party or coalition. 3 persons will be nominated by the political parties liaison committee drawn from the ruling party, the opposition, and another person from a party other than a parliamentary party or a coalition. 1 person is to be nominated by the Law Society of Kenya, another person to be nominated by the Institute of Certified Public Accountants of Kenya, and 2 persons nominated by the Interreligious Council of Kenya. The proposal coming at a time when the 7-member panel that was appointed in March last year is yet to resume the process of selecting new IEBC commissioners following a recent directive by the court. The process was put on hold following the constitution of the bipartisan talks. However, on 1st February 2024, High Court Judge Mugure Thande held that the political truce does not override the constitution. Azimio leader Raila Odinga has since dismissed that ruling, insisting that the recruitment will start after the NADCO report has been ratified by Parliament. Majority Leader Kimani Ichung'wah, on his part, stated that while the court is justified, Parliament hopes to finalize the electoral laws in good time.
Parliament has no power to stop the panel. It's just that the panel is doing its work in line with the law. And therefore, all we can pray for is that probably before the panel completes their work, Parliament then will have worked on a new law.
Article 89 of the Constitution requires IEBC to undertake delimitation of boundaries between 8 to 12 years, and the next phase should conclude by March 2024. The lack of a substantive IEBC means that the country is now facing a constitutional crisis. NADCO's IEBC bill proposes that IEBC shall issue notice of intended review of the names and boundaries of electoral units in accordance with the law and invite representations from interested parties. The bill also proposes that IEBC be given the mandate to determine the period within which it shall publish its preliminary report on boundaries delimitation, which should detail the actual proposed names of every constituency and ward, its inhabitants and population, as well as a description of whether the area is classified as a city, sparsely populated, among others, while using the latest official population census report as a key reference. The coming boundaries review is expected to turn into a battle pitting leaders from populous regions against those representing expansive but less populated areas. Already, lawmakers from highly populated areas have been pushing for the 1 man, 1 shilling criteria to be adopted for equal representation and resource allocation. This even as critics of the 1 man, 1 vote principle had opined that critical issues beyond the population size and density must be considered to avoid scenarios whereby urban areas with high population density could end up having too many unviable constituencies. As the debate continues, the issue of whether the looming crisis can be averted, however, remains in question.
There's also the urgency with the review of boundaries, although we have a challenge that we also noted in NADCO. Whether or not we have a commission today, the delimitation of boundaries cannot be completed within a month before the end of March this year.
The Commission's fate now lies within Parliament, which is expected to finalize the process of formulating laws that will guide the next chapter of Kenya's electoral process. Safin Achieng Oma, Citizen TV.
Okay, mambo mengi hapo kuhusu masuala ya IEBC na NADCO report. That's just one angle of the NADCO report, which is being tabled in Parliament and being adopted. And then, of course, there are twists and turns in politics. So lazima tuwe na kumakinika kwa kujua mambo vile yanakwenda. Nimetumia clip ingine hapa inaonyesha kwamba kuna mbunge mmoja anayedai kusema mbona mnataka kupatia kiti kwa Raila Odinga na hapa kuna Uhuru wetu. So mtu anauliza amekuwa Uhuru wetu kuanzia lini? Si amekuwa kiitwa handshake brother. Sasa saa hii imekuaje tena imebadilika?
Kwani Bernard Sindo unaona hiyo kitu?
Uhuru wetu.
Central wanataka uhuru tena bwana, waacheni hiyo mchezo. Cheza.
Wewe. Alexo. Karibu, hali vipi?
Fiti sana Pastor Bernard, it has been a while. Na Kenya ni
wewe ulienda kuzuia mmonyoko wa hekima.
No, I think staying away kidogo, taking a sabbatical leave, a small leave, it's nice. You come rejuvenated and ready to tackle and luta continua. Nilikuwa tu humu, sikuwa mbali. But I'm here, I've been watching, I've been listening in the background, and I want to salute all the people in the comment section. I cannot even mention them, but you know yourself, keep up the good work. And I just came to today, I'm a little bit disappointed. I disappointed Kenya. First, I'm disappointed with Baba. Me being a Baba person, I believe and I know the aspiration, and I know what he admired or what he desired to, which Kenya he wanted to. So unfortunately, he has left us in the middle of the katikati ya jangwani, just the way it's turning out like the story of the children of Israel while coming from captivity to Israel, with Moses leading them, crossing River Nile. And then in the middle of the desert, they went round circles in circles. Then Moses had to leave, to die and leave them there. Now we had to find Aaron, who will take the children to the promised land. I see that script as playing to us as Kenyans. Naona hiyo script ikicheza mbele yetu, which is sad. At the same time, I'm really niko 50-50. I don't know what to say best. But anyway, it has to happen. If Baba decided to go to AU, that is according to him. But mimi ningeona he could have stayed on until we get to the promised land. We still have unfinished business with Kenya. He could have stayed on and get us to the promised land, even if it's 1 year. But what I'm seeing is, I'm seeing Kenyans going for the revolution. Now Kenyans are going to take the mantle by themselves, and Kenyans are going to get Zakayo out of that office, and which is going to be chaotic, because with a substantial leader who can steer the ship, then it's going to be catastrophic. It's going to be bad. My understanding is, kwa kweli Kenyans will go for it. The Kenyans are going to get Zakayo out of that office without a leader to direct them. And it's going to be bad.
Bernard usinitoe, lakini wacha nichokoze huyu jamaa wangu sijamuona for a long time. So wewe unasema itakuwa Messi, Wetangula alisema nini?
It will be noisy with casualties. It's going to be like that. That's what is going to happen. Zakayo amejiexpose ye mwenyewe, in the sense that, you see, by removing Baba in the picture, anafikiria is too clever. But Baba alikuwa anazuia hiyo mto isiende mbio. Alikuwa anaweka zile guards za mto isiende mbio. But sasa nao mto imefunguka. Inatoka huko juu, inateremka mbio. Yenyewe itawasweep wote. Wasifikirie ni mchezo.
Wewe hata tsunami tusafishie Nairobi River. Nairobi River tumetenga pesa mingi kusafisha, imekwama. Wacha tsunami iteremke isafishe kila kitu iende baharini. Sisi tutasafisha, tutaokota nyumba zetu na zinaitwa nini? Wheelbarrow zetu baadaye. Saa hii wacha zibebwe.
Hamtaokota, wheelbarrow zitakuwa ziko ndani ya Lake Victoria tayari. Hiyo ni River Nzoia, itapita na watu Budalangi. Round hii it's better just to be, hata kupanda huko juu itakuwa ngumu. Sasa hao watu wa UDA wenye wana celebrate ole wao, they don't know. they are in for a rude shock. Because the problem has never been Raila. And the problem has never been watu Azimio wako na fujo and watu ODM wako na fujo. The problem is inside State House, if I can say. That is where the problem is, the problem for Kenya. Mtu mwenye ako Kenya ame-capture church, he has captured judiciary, he has captured parliament. That is the problem itself. Because when we want us to live in harmony, this institution must be working harmoniously. Not capturing them. But vile amekataa hizo institutions zifanye kazi, he is the problem himself. And what I'm raised kwa hii show, naweza mwambia right now, ni kwamba Wakenya are going to come for you. Na wewe na vibaraka zako wote, they will be swept away. We are going to have a new Kenya. That's what I'm seeing. So they should not celebrate. Yes. And then
okay, so thank you Alexo for that. We appreciate it. Na mambo ndio hivyo kama kimeiva wacha kinuke. Hii nchi tumeibembeleza miaka mingi. Wakati umefika after 60 years of independence, bado tunazungumza primary education, secondary school education, mara maternity. Hizi vitu zilishughulikiwa kitambo na nchi zingine. Why are we still going through the same cycle over and over? Because of what? Incompetent leaders, hypocrites who go about relaunching and launching empty things. Let us have this country fixed. And if Baba going to the AU is going to help fix this country, so be it. Tuache hii story ya kusema eti tukanyage break. Hakuna break sai. Speed governor tutupe kwa dirisha. Wacha kiende vile kinapaswa kwenda. Naomba hivi Alexo, mimi nita drop out anytime from now.
I wanted to say something, Bernard.
Ngoja, Kenyan would love. Wewe unajua
niko mkali raundi. Niko mkali, pole dadi, hata nilikupigia takano nikakwambia nitakuwa mkali. Ukaniambia ni sawa, naweza kuja kwa
sema yako 2-3. Najua unapenda kunifungia hapa hata kama unajua nimefanya 48 hours.
Unajua, there's something that people do not understand when the appetite of South Africa, Kina Sarafina, when they were doing the thing. Yes, we watched the movie, but that was the people that actually came out to say that it's our time and we don't care. Kwanza ilikuwa watoto wa shule. Okay? Ilikuwa watoto wa shule wakasema hatuna hii ujinga, by the way, we are not going to do it. Yes, they lost a lot of people. This journey has never ajaisha hii kitu, hii journey. And Bernard, I need you as a pastor to start telling people that this journey has never ended. We've never got independence. It has been black colonialism instead of imeisha, and we talk about it like it's white colonialism. Where we are right now, Bernard, and I'm telling you the truth, and I want you to actually keep on telling people that where we are right now, it is about time for people to actually speak for them. Do you know those kids, when you watch the movie Sarafina, when you watch Nelson Mandela, they didn't even have anything to do with politicians. They just said, we don't care about your politician, who you are, which one you are, whether you are with us or you're not with us, with us. And they went out there. And they brought South Africa to actually recognize that they have people in it. Mr. Bernard and everybody that is listening to us, yes, there's some of us that actually can help in making some petitions like the one that we are asking everybody at Changie. But let me tell you, there comes a time to actually stand up on it. And that's why I want to apologize to the Mount Kenya people When I talk matope about Mount Kenya, I'm not talking matope. I'm telling you guys, please, wacheni ujinga bwana. Hii kitu hatutashinda hapa hivi tunaangalia Mount Kenya. Now you are waiting for you to go back to Mount Kenya for kila kitu irudi Mount Kenya. We're not going to do that. We have a whole country, and the country is not made of two regions. We have hata watu wengine wako huko. Bernard, I'm sorry to say this, but I wanted to say it when you're here because I'm mad, and I want to say mimi sijiona hizi tribes zingine zikipigana, but inakwanga tu hizo. Mount Kenya, style up. Uhuru akikuja kwenyu muheshimu, tunamuheshimu sisi. Huo ni Obama wetu. Ukienda mahali pengine na hata kina nyinyi Bernard, watu wa Western, tafadhali mtuheshimu hata sisi Wakamba, na hata sisi Wakamba tuwaheshimu. What nani alisema, anaitwa nani, Magufuli alisema shida yetu, na nimeuliza Uhuru, mko na kabila gani? Akasema tuko na 42 na tumuongeze ingine ya Wakonde. Akasema sisi tuko 126, lakini sisi ile kitu naweza waambia wa Kenya, mkimaliza ukabila, Kenya ndio is the best place to be. Now what is happening today is that being Kenya the best place to be, we have the best person mwenye amewekwa huko hivyo kwenda kushikilia Afrika mzima. Now remember, we had been posed to have a country just like the United States yenye kila mtu anapendaga kwenda. United States is one country of many states with it. Come Kansas, where I live, come Missouri, come whatever. Bernard, wacha tu nimalize kitu, nataka kuonesha watu hii kitu. Now, what could happen is that since the other people that have been there before Raila, they wanted to make Africa become one continent and one country. I don't know what igeitwa, the United States or whatever, or the United African countries, whatever. Now, the problem was, na kuna watu wengi wamekufa kupitia hiyo kitu. Now, if Raila goes out there, he's the president of Africa, because at the end of the day, Africa has to become one. And it's been a fight that has been going on over and over and over. And it's made a lot of people lose their lives that wanted to make Africa one. So this time, let Raila go out there. Maybe that's ndo Mungu alikuwa amemletea. God's time. Wacha aende huko. Because if Africa becomes one and is the richest continent in the whole world, and then we have one president, the rest of them are states, it will become ile kitu watu kila mtu anataka kukimbilia, states, sijui unaishi California. California is just a state, but who's the president of the United States? So if we can go there, and Bernard, since I came to this channel, I've been vouching for one Africa. Bernard, I believe that we should let it be, and especially kama mtu mwenye ataanzisha kitu ni Raila. Nyinyi Kenya pigane na mwenye mnapigana. Kama Bernard ndio atakuwa the leader of opposition, I'm okay with that, as long as you can do it na uifanye vizuri na uifanye na akili yako kabisa na Mungu wako na kila kitu, akwambia hivyo ndo Kenya inafaa kufanya. Wachaneni na kitu iishe ikiwa hivyo. Kina Karua hata wajikimbilia, wamesema we are supporting. I'm asking Kenyans today, na wenye wananijua, let's just let it be. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kenyan. Would love, I appreciate that. And I agree with you, but mimi sitaki kuwa leader of opposition. Leader of opposition haiko kwa constitution. Mimi sitaki ofisi ambazo haziko kwa constitution. Mimi nataka ofisi ambayo iko kwa constitution, kama president hivi, kama governor hivi. Kama hamtaki nikuwe governor wa Nairobi, basi mnipatie governor ya Central Bank. Hiyo nitawapangia dola vizuri tu.
Hiyo ndio shida yenu wa Kenya.
Kila mwezi. Alafu na Zakayo mshahara na gawia wanafunzi. Akikuja kuprotest sasa ndio tuingilie maandamano, tumtie gas na yeye. All the same, asante sana. Nashukuru kila mmoja kwa kujumuika nasi katika kipindi. Ningependa kuwashukuru kila mmoja wenu. Tafadhali nawaomba tukue makini na tukue mstari wa mbele. Kuna conversation hapa ningependa ku address. Shiko, I can see you, and I can see you. Then from what Mato has said, I want to say something, okay? Tribalism is not tribalism because you said Kikuyu, Luo, Luya, Mijikenda, okay? Tribalism is tribalism when you prefer one tribe over others. That's what is called tribalism, okay? The other ones are identities, like ID. They don't have a problem. But if I prefer Luyas over Kambas, then I'm tribal. I'm tribalism. I'm using tribe to segregate against another group of people. All right? And so I really want us to focus as a people. Hii vita hatutaweza kushinda tukienda individually, and that's what Jaramogi saw at independence. If the Luos went to fight the colonial masters alone, they will not succeed. If the Kikuyus did it alone, they will not succeed. If the Mijikenda did it alone, they will not succeed. So he put up a campaign of bringing all the communities together, and then now they offer a single front against the colonial masters, and that's what brought about independence. This aspect of thinking that we can do without the rest of Kenya is wrong. I don't see how you look at it. I don't care how you think about it. It is all wrong. There is nothing for Kenya without every other Kenyan. If the Kikuyu get and the rest of Kenya does not get, Kenya has not gotten. That's what I mean. If the Luyas get and the rest of Kenya has not gotten, Kenya has lost. And so we should forget about this mutuetu and begin to do what is good for Kenya, what is good for every Kenyan. And I want us, in our spirit of fighting for justice, let's fight for the least of the Kenyan people. Those minute communities that live in the forest, they have not been able to build one affordable housing. Okay? Those should be our main concern. Kwa sababu, kama sisi tuko Nairobi, na tufikiwi na mkate. So yule ako kijijini kule kabisa kule mpaka Google Map haiko. We told you our experience when we went to Marsabit. Tulifika mahali ambapo Google haipatikani, we cannot use GPRS. We are lost. We had to literally have to get somebody from the ground to help us find the way. Now, I want us to forget about our individual communities and begin to focus on Kenya. And whatever happens for the betterment of Kenya should be our driving force, not this mutuetu, and then denying others what is rightfully theirs because of
Bernard, Masai anaishi kwa Manyata. Masai anaishi kwa Manyata na wewe unaishi kwa affordable housing na bado unasema bado wewe ni Mkenya. Na Nubi hata ajijui.
So let our fight be to better Kenya. A better Kenya means progress. But a better Kikuyu, a better Luya, a better Luo without the rest of the Kenyan community, it is not an improvement. It is dragging ourselves back to the past, which is not good. So let us ensure that we focus and put this fight where it belongs. And that is, let's get Kenya working. And Kenya is only working when the least is on the table as the greatest is on the table. And the greatest is more concerned about the least, okay? Just like the least are concerned about the greatest. That is the balance we need to strike if we are going to be a new Kenya. But tukiendelea na hii mtindo wa kusema mtu wetu, unajua mtu hawezi. Unajua mtu ni mwizi. Unajua mtu hawezi kusimamia mali ya umma vizuri. Akisimamia kutakuwa na kukula. alafu we unaenda kumsukumiza aende tu kwa sababu ni mtu wenu. Aha, sasa mtu wenu ndio huyo, mmempatia key za store, mmempatia key za safe, mmempatia key ya fridge, mmempatia key ya jikoni. Haya, tumengoja breakfast, hakuna. Tukangoja lunch, nothing. Sapa ndio hii, hakuna. Kwani hao wapishi wanapika wakila na sisi tutakula sanga? So let us not get caught up into pushing our individual agenda and our tribal agenda at the expense of the country's progress and advancement. And Raila going on the international platform, to me, that is an added advantage. Sasa saa hii kama wanasema kwetu, kama ulizaa wanaume kamili, itajulikana wakati haupo. Okay? Kama ulizaa vitu tu, itajulikana wakati haupo. Sitaki kutumia mifano, lakini umeona watu wakubwa tu waliokuwa na biashara kubwa zinaendelea wakifa hivi, kila kitu inasambaratika. Kwa nini? Haya, so kama baba alikuwa na wanaume ambao ni wanawe, wakati ni huu ijulikane. Kama mtaacha Ruto afanye vile anataka kwa sababu baba hayuko, basi itakuwa wazi kwamba baba hakuwa na mtoto. Baba hakuwa na mtoto, alikuwa tu akifanya siara. Lakini saa hii ni wakati wa kujulikana kama baba, kama mwana wa nyoka ni nyoka ama mwana wa nyoka ni paka. Itajulikana saa hii. So wacha kieleweke. Wacha hii story ya kusema baba ameacha vacancy. There's no vacancy, okay? Saa hii ni wakati wa kila mtu kusimama ahesabike. Asante, lakini naomba tafadhali nitangatuka wakati wowote kuanzia sasa, lakini hiyo membership sijaona member hata mmoja leo. Nataka campaign ikue at least 10 members in every show. So wale wote ambao tunabaki na tusikue wafarisayo. Unajua wafarisayo wanahubiri watu wakunywe maji na wao wanakunywa divai, okay? Sasa sisi watu ambao tuna campaign membership tukue wa kwanza kuwa member. I think I've made my point. Asante. So Alexo and Handsome, you are in charge, but bring public participation kwanza. Alikuwa hapa tukamkagua, tukamweka kando, lakini tumemrejesha. Lakini tafadhali all the moderators, please, the one person is in charge. Let that person decide who he adds on the screen, who he removes from the screen. Kama kila mtu mta-add hao wajinga, unajua the metamorphs, wana create account mpya, wanarudi hapa na huo uchafu wao. Na kutoa hiyo uchafu ni kazi ngumu sana kwa video. It's not easy to get that exact place, delete that part without interfering with the video. It's a hard task. So sitaki kufanya kazi mara mbili. So mkwe makini sana, angalia hao watu wakija. So mtu akikuja hapa, unakagua kwa hiyo nini, akiwa hapa kama Haruni hivi, unaklik kwa hiyo 3 dots, unaangalia jina yake ya kama amekuja kutoka YouTube ama Facebook. So kama hiyo jina haifanani na hiyo jina unajua, ama hiyo jina ya nini, then unamweka suspect. Weka kando kwanza akaguliwe. Akisha kujulikana ni yeye, basi. And then I'm sure some of you have contacts with some of us. So kama unashuku huyu hili jina sio yake, contact the person on WhatsApp, confirm kwanza. Haribu muda, taking a lot of hours, deleting those dirty pony videos that we are adding on the screen. And it's also embarrassing. And it also interferes with our programming, kwa sababu tukitaka kuplay repeat video, hatuwezi kucheza repeat kama iko na uchafu ndani, mpaka tusafishe uchafu kwanza. And by the time tunamaliza, a whole day is gone. We have another video for repeat. So tafadhali, if we can prevent, it's better. Asante lakini. God bless you. So I think Nani's on phone. Alexo.
Yes.
Okay.
I hear you.
You and Handsome, you are in charge. Bring public participation. Na ngoma iendelee.
Okay, public umesikia, uwanja ni wako.
Asante sana. Reverend Bernard, how are you? Alexio, Mr. Harun and Mr. Handsome, and the guys who are also on the comment section. I greet you all with the great greeting, with the great slogan of our great and patriotic coalition, Azimio Yote Inawezekana. So me, this issue of Baba going to AU, sioni ubaya. You know, Baba also needs a continuity plan. Sasa, and you see the way Baba, you know, he has big shoes. He wears big shoes. Sasa, as long as he's on the scene, it's like watu wengine wamerelax tu. The other leaders who can come up wamerelax, wasema si Baba yuko atasimama next election. Baba ndio kila kitu, yeye ndio baba na mama. Sasa it's good for him to move out so that guys can develop, unaona, and so that the guys who yani they were complacent ama walikuwa wame lay back because of his presence to now start coming up, because he won't be with us for good. He's here, and you know, whenever God will decide to take him, he'll take him. So it's good that aende hiyo AU so that ule mtu mwenye anaweza muinherit ama wale watu wanaweza mrithi, they can start fitting into his big shoes, and while he's mentoring them, because he's still around. It would be more of a travesty if he's just always the one who is there, and you know, when God calls him, sasa hakuna mtu wa kumsucceed, kwa sababu kila kitu macho ilikuanga kwa baba. Mambo ikienda mrama, macho iko kwa baba. Baba ndio kila kitu. So now the other people who are there hawakupewa chance ama hawakuwa na time ya kujidevelop as leaders. So okay, also anasema that Zakayo ndio huyo sasa you know, it was Zakayo's plan ya kuweza kumtoa hapo so that now he can do whatever he wants. But I'm agreeing with what Bernard is saying, that it's good to mentor people while you are still there. No, na ukiona as he has given that example of watu wengine wanakuanga na biashara kubwa lakini they don't mentor their children. So what happens is that when they, you know, when they go to the next world, your business yao haiwezi simama because hawakukuwa wana mentor anybody. They never gave anybody the opportunity, their children particularly, to be able to start fitting into their shoes. Walikuwa tu hao ndio kila kitu, hao ndio wanajua everything venye na run, hao ndio sasa watoto wao wanaenjoy tu wakiwa kando huko, benefit ya kukua mtoto ya huyu mdosi mwenye ako na biashara, but they don't have a clue of how anything is done. They have not been mentored. Sasa when the old man is no longer there, then biashara inasambaratika. But kama Wahindi wanaanzaka kumenta watoto wakiwa hata wadogo sana. Unaona mtoto anatoka shule anaenda kwa duka ya babake kuuza, so that he knows how to operate the business. So by the time hata akifika adulthood, ni mtoto mwenye anaweza run the business comfortably. So I think you know, some things they happen, and of course it's very disorienting juu sasa sisi tunajua mtu mwenye anaweza kututetea ni baba, hatujui mwingine. But it looks like it's not a good thing, but it can be a blessing in disguise, because saizi ndio akiondoka sasa kwa sini yetu, aende sasa to African Union. Now akina Sifuna, akina Babu Owino, akina Karua, akina all these people who are there in akina Kalonzo, all these people who are there in Azimio, they'll now be able to come up. They'll now be able to come up so that tusikuwe tuna depend na mtu tu mmoja. Let's not depend on one person, because in any case, hata kama tuseme he was to be there for the next, hata kama in 20 years, tuseme he live to be 100 plus, we still need to develop people. People still need to come up so that, cause nani, unajua sasa mtu kama Zakayo ni barubaru. Sasa he also needs mtu barubaru kama yeye mwenye anaweza mchenga, mwenye anaweza mpea hard time so that asinyanyase wa Kenya. So of course it's a bit sad kusema ukweli, it's a bit sad. Si ati ni rahisi unajua msali umezoea kukaa na mtu mwenye is always fighting for your rights, is always hata wenye wako kwa Kenya Kwanza, by the way, they really respect baba. Wacha nikwambia, wacha vile wanashindanga hapo wakimuita majina mbaya mbaya, they respect that man because wanajua in case of any problem baba atatutetea. Na akinyamaza kidogo sasa ile kuna shida, unaona wanatokelezea nani yao tu walienda kupigia Zakayo, lakini sasa baba amenyamaza. Sasa baba unaacha tunafinyiliwa. Sasa baba sasa unashindwa. But that is the nature of Kenyans anyway. But I think I'm happy about it. I don't feel sad, but I'm looking forward to vibrant leadership now from the guys who are there, who might have taken a back seat because they know baba got this. So wacha aende tuone the people who can lead us and who can take over and fit in his shoes, his big shoes. Yes. So bado migration inaendelea kwa hii citizen. Tumekuwa na shida ya ku access services kwa sababu hiyo migration is not very seamless, so tunang'ang'ana tu nayo, but we are not happy with that arrangement at all because inatu inconvenience sana, unajua vitu mingi zikiwekwa kwa platform moja, of course there's bound to be a hitch. There's bound to be a hitch. Hizo services there are so many, and of course we know that Zakayo niyo wewe ngoja tuone tu ako na mpango gani, but I'm sure hiyo kuweka kwa hiyo paybill moja, it is not for a good cause. It is not for a good cause at all, and is up to no good. But we were okay with the way things, so I don't know. Anataka tu ni pesa tu, anataka kumonitor na to be able to see how much everyone is making, every parastatal and every state department, ajue what he can get out of it. That is the reality. Hii ndio sasa inaitangwa state capture. Wachana ile alikuwa anasema Uhuru wako na state capture. I was happy to see Uhuru today, na it's good for him. At times I feel like Uhuru, as much as he's a former president, sijui kama he can even come back. Naonanga he was a good leader, he was a charismatic leader, even when he used to go abroad, he would represent us very well. He is very charismatic. Sio kama Zakayo. Zakayo unajua anakaa kama imposter, yani at times hata wewe mwenyewe unashindwa huyu ni president wetu ama ni mtu mwingine. I mean he doesn't have that leadership quality, kusema tu ukweli. Hana hiyo charisma, not like Uhuru. So unaona venye Uhuru alitokelezea from his retirement, people are happy to see Uhuru, his normal self, the way he used to be very jovial. He's a very jovial person and very likable, very charismatic. Tulikuwa tunampenda sana, hata kama at times we are not on agreeing with him or on good terms with him, but he was a good leader, he was a good representative of Kenyans. Huu mwingine hapendezi hata kidogo, I'm sorry to say, but mimi sijui, I think this is the most unpopular, unlikable person we have ever had in the office. So Sisi wacha tuendelee kupambana cause ndio hivyo sasa, baba ndo huyu ameamua fanya better greater things or you know, to be able to influence Africa for the better. And I'm happy. There are so many people who could have been nominated, but I'm happy they nominated Baba. He totally deserves it. He has been a great leader. He's one of the few patriots and Pan-Africanists who we still have. Wale wengine akina PLO, Lumumba and Sankara and the rest, they were assassinated. This is one of the few. This is one of the few Pan-Africanists we have left. So let him have the seat. And as Azimio members, as UDA members, we are very proud. We are very proud of him. Kama kweli Zakayo had a hand in it to be able to silence him or to keep him busy so that he can do whatever he wants to do, at the end of the day, it will end up being a blessing in disguise. Let's not be discouraged. This is an opportunity for us to grow our other leaders and not just be majority kwa mtu mmoja. Hapana, that's not good. It's good for him to have a continuity plan, and that can only happen when he steps aside kidogo. He will still be able to advise Azimio, but let him step aside kidogo, go and work for the whole continent, and then we are able to now, he's able to now mentor the younger or the other people who are who can be able to take over. So that's okay. Me, I don't have a problem with that. I know people are very discouraged. Hata kuna pastor mwingine niliona kweli karibu anataka kulia, anasema sasa we had one deliverer, sasa ndo huyo ameenda amedanganywa na Ruto, and Ruto ndio amefanya apewe hii kiti so that he can be able to do whatever he wants now without any without anybody to check him. Sasa ameshaeka parliament, ameshaeka judiciary, sasa ndo huyu tena ameweka baba kwa amemtoa. People are actually very discouraged, but Kenyans, let's not be discouraged. Let's embrace change. Change is good. And tuendelee pia kuomba Mungu atuletee Musa, because we need to be delivered. Bana, tumekuwa watumwa wa Zakayo. Zakayo anataka kutumilk mpaka the last drop, mpaka sasa ni kama ni ng'ombe una milk mpaka inaanza kutoa damu. That's the kind of a person that we are having. So we really need and of course mtu kama huyo expect ati atatoka kiti. As much as you are talking about IBC reconstitution, that guy is not a guy of leaving the seat. An unscrupulous person even cannot obey the law. Yes, sio kama Uhuru, ati Uhuru hakuwa anataka Zakayo, but he still went ahead and gave him the sword and handed over power to him. Zakayo hazifanya vitu kama hizo. Him is there to hold on to the seat like there's no tomorrow, kukatalia kwa kiti. So Zakayo itabidi tupambane naye vilivyo, and our leaders have to come out strongly, kwa sababu wamekuwa behind the scenes, wamekuwa behind skirt ya baba. Now is a high time to come and fight with this person, because mtu ni ule mtu wa kukaa hapo hata ikifika 10 years ndo huyo tena ameenda kuchange constitution. Nani sio mtu ati mwenye anaweza obey the constitution or the law. Is not. He's as they used to call him jambazi. So he's a jambazi, he has no regard for the constitution. So huyu ni mtu mwenye he needs some very tough person to deal with him. And even as Kenyans also, we need to toughen up, because huyu mtu is just a leech. Anataka kutu enslave. Tuendelee. Na nilikuwa nasikia huyo pastor mwenye alikuwa analia sana, baba meenda, unajua sasa iwa deliverer, sasa kutakuwa aje nini. So the guy was saying that madeni zitakuwa mpaka ati 2040. So nitawekea hiyo link kwa group muone hiyo preaching. Enyewe it's not very, especially with the situation that we are in now. Alafu nasikia ati Valentine's Day sijui kulikuwa na maombi ya mvua. Unajua sasa, you know this business of abuse. Okay, I'm not saying that prayers ni mbaya, but why can't you do the right thing? I mean, do what is necessary, like proper water harvesting, na uweke dams when the, you know, so that they can collect when there is rain. Si ati rain sasa isipokuja miezi miwili mitatu, sasa it's a crisis. Tunaanza kuenda kwa nini, we are calling now prayers. Yani tutakuwa tunaombea, tutaita prayers ya kuombea mvua every year, na Mungu ametuwezesha na akili yenye tunaweza harvest maji. You know, nani should not abuse our religion. You know, you should not abuse religion or the name of God. Zakayo, that where you are not doing your part in building the country as the person who is there. I don't even call him as a leader. You are not doing anything. Alafu sasa when your failures are coming out very well, is when now you are starting to use the religion card. Tuacha tuende Uhuru, tuende National Stadium, tuende tukaombe mvua. Surely we are past that. Kuna nchi zenye hata hazina hiyo maji and they are able to even produce for themselves and export. Why is it that in Kenya that kama mvua haitakuwa for 3 months, sasa inakuwa ni panic mode? Inakuwa sasa ni emergency, inakuwa sasa ni maombi. Let's pray God for better things bana, instead of praying for rain. We can pray God for better things. Let's use our brain to be able to, but what do you expect from Zakayo, by the way? Always nini inaitangwa emotional blackmail, gaslighting Kenyans na maombi na Mungu. Ukiona wewe umeshindwa kufanya, by the way, let me tell you, kama kuna mtu mwenye ako unpopular sahi in this country, or if there was ever an unpopular leader in Kenya, Zakayo is extremely unpopular. Ona siku hizi akienda kwa public rally, I mean akienda hizo vitu zake anashindanga, akienda hata kufungua classroom, hakuna hata mtu ako na story yake. Watu wameboeka na ile kabisa, and is aware, not that ajui, anajua watu hawamtaki. Watu wameboeka na yeye, they are tired, completely tired of all these taxes he has loaded over them. There is problem. Kila mtu anasikia sasa, kama as Bernard was saying, sasa kama mtu mwenye ako town anasikia njaa inauma, what about those other people who are uko mashinani pale hakuna hata hiyo GPRS? How are they surviving? Sahi hata ule mtu mwenye alikuwa anamsupport hakuna mtu anamsupport other than the ones who are eating with him. Any genuine Kenyan hawezi support huyo mtu. Back to in the studio, Mr. Alexio.
Oh, Alexio. Oh, I just wanted to public participation. I just wanted to guide a little bit, at least tuongee between 5 to 10 minutes ikiwa mingi sana, so that at least, sababu naona tuko around 6 people, we can go round. That's what I just wanted to raise about that. Sijui nani alikuwa next, kama or I can give my presentation. Pia mimi nilikuwa na yangu ya kusema. So bwana Alexio, who was next?
It's you.
Okay, thank you. Let me begin by nataka kucomment history ya what His Highness Raila Odinga intends to go and do. The first thing I want to begin with is, and these are the things which I want people to understand here. It's unfortunate that we were not able to capture the presidency, but that doesn't mean that presidency cannot be captured. And I want to explain the reasons why presidency is always better. In presidency, you can be able to implement your manifesto. Like, for example, if you become a president, you will be able to implement what you tell people you want to do. In AU, like where Baba intends to go, it's an organized territory. When I talk about an organized territory, it's a bureaucratic territory. You don't implement your policies. They have already ring-fenced what needs to be done. And for you to ascend to AU, I'm speaking of facts now, because I've followed it and I know any person who has ever served that. And the people who go to AU, most of them, they are junior executive officers. They go to AU, then from AU, they come and catapult themselves into presidency. So actually, Baba will be among the first person who has decided to move from presidency to AU. He will be among the first person, and maybe it's a decision which he has decided to do by humbling himself, but he is overqualified for that. If I was advising him, I could have told him, don't go for that. But he has his own reasons why he want to go there. Why? Because going to the AU, he has to sell his soul. That is one thing which we have to be clear about that. Unajua saa zingine ni vizuri watu kuongeanga reality. Mimi natakanga kuongea reality. And by the way, hiyo point nimesema about presidency. That's why you can see Mr. Donald Trump can implement his own policies. Mr. Ruto can do his own policies. That is why presidency is good. So don't be cheated that presidency is not good. Presidency is good because you can do your policies, though you want to help people. In AU, you are guided. That is one point which is clear. Sababu nimesikia watu hapa, they are not telling people the truth. So Baba is not going to change the AU. Baba will be in the AU working on a bureaucratic institution which has already been set up by some elites. So the AU is the upper elite institution of Africa. When you hear an institution is elite, it means that it's organized and controlled. I don't know to go beyond that. So if you want to become a leader of AU, like the one which Baba want to become, anaweza kuwa hata apendi Ruto, anaweza kuwa hata wana deal na Ruto, but circumstances will force him to make fences with Ruto. Circumstances for him to be actually fit with that. And that's why I'm saying that he has to sell a soul. When I say the issues of selling a soul, it means that there are a number of things which he has to agree on. And another thing which will also happen to him, and that is why some of us, we are feeling greater. There are so many unfinished businesses. There are so many unfinished businesses, and you know, when like people are changing trajectory, that is why concession speech are important. So the only honorable thing, and I want to say here, as somebody who observes politics with a third eye, if Baba has to go to AU, he will. I'm not saying that he has to do that circumstantially, so that he will have to concede that Ruto was elected as Kenyan president. Those are the things we are not saying, but he has to agree to that. So he will have to agree Ruto is the bona fide president of Kenya. And to some extent, he will actually give in to what has given him leverage throughout his life. So the advice which I can give Baba, if it was in 1997, I could tell him go to AU, and I can tell Baba there is no difference. You are taking to AU, and this is not jealousy. I'm telling you, I've been in those institutions, so I know how they operate. So I don't know to explain about that. So I know how those institutions operate. I know how they operate, and they are extremely bureaucratic. I hope maybe Wairimu, you can try to explain what bureaucracy means. Bureaucracy means hata karamu wezi nunua kama hujaambiwa nunua. That is what bureaucracy means. Bwana MG. So to me, what Baba was supposed to do politically, of course, he doesn't need to continue with the Kenyan politics. That one is okay. But Baba could have settled on taking the back seat and and guide the other young politicians as he may want. But his idea, or even if it is being proposed by people, it goes to AU. There is much of leverage. The incentive, there is something which we call life incentive. Life incentive is what you have accumulated, is what has built you over the time. Through going to the AU, he is going to lose that incentive. Somebody might ask me, is that incentive important? Yes, it is important. So Baba legacy is built on agitation and fighting for the unjust. That is the Baba legacy. When you go to bureaucratic institutions, you lose that, because you have to be supported by idiots, you have to be supported by clones, you have to be supported by people who are not serious. Let's agree, majority of African leaders, they are not serious people. Close to a half of Africa, we are having presidents who do not understand what they are doing, Bwana Alexio. So it means Baba has to be supported by clones, and through being supported by clones, and some of the people, because like these elected positions, you have to negotiate. So it means Baba has to lower himself to the level of negotiating with the clones. People are not serious in life. You know, we have to start telling people the reality. I will not tell Baba congratulations. There's no congratulation here. I will not tell him. He will negotiate with the people who you don't need to negotiate in the name of votes. And when he reached there in the UN, because no, not the UN, in the AU, because it's an extremely bureaucratic institution. All the leaders who have held AU positions, Kitambo, you are a marionette, puppet. A marionette is a worse of the puppet. Marionette means kuna mtu ameshika kamba, hata mguu iwezi ruka kama. That is the problem. So I understand how politics operate. And in Azimio, we also tend to lose a lot. Because once the Baba goes, sisemi ati Baba rudi Azimio, but now I'm saying this Baba move by itself is the one which is killing Azimio. And I will explain why. Sisemi ati Baba ndiye anaua Azimio, but the move itself going to the AU, it is killing Azimio. Why? Because there will be going to AU by itself. Now, this one is a negotiated seat. There's nothing like negotiate. Once you soil your hands with the people who are not good people, even where you are coming from, you leave shockwaves. We call them wake waves. Unaona wakati ndege inaamuka, wakati ndege, especially the A380. When the A380 is waking up, there are things which we call wake waves, which create sonar waves, which can actually destabilize that aeroplane as it goes. And the designers have to deal with the wake wave, which can actually cause accident ya ndege wakati inaamuka, the ones which have very big wings. So when Baba is flying, I've given that example ya 8. So when Baba is flying and leaving Azimio, there are some wake waves which he will be creating, and those wake waves, they will. So what I'm saying is that whoever advised Baba on this, I'm not saying Mr. Mwambia Ache, he has already made the decision, and I'm not his advisor. In any case, we will be looking for other people to support. So there's no problem about that. So and the people have a right. People have a right to make any decision. But I wish you don't need to be in politics. So even if Baba did not want to be in Kenyan politics in 2027, for me, the honorable thing which he could have done was he could have taken a backseat and he allowed other people to do, instead of making a gigantic mistake. And by the way, public participation, Baba hajachaguliwa bado, he is seeking for the seat. That is the explanation. He is seeking for the seat. So by design, Azimio is dead. From that explanation, even if Baba go and lose that seat, he cannot start returning back and say that mimi nataka kura tena. There are things you cannot undo once you make. It's like in football, once you do an own goal, you have to look for a way to score another goal so that you can cancel that. And for you to win that game, you have to score 2 goals. So if in any case these things of AU will not work, it means that Baba will have to do more bigger things than the ones which is. So when it comes to Zakayo, some of us, we have lost hope with Zakayo. So we will not concentrate with him. Even if some of us, we have already lost hope with Zakayo. But so Bwana Mato, stop what you are saying. Stop what you are saying. This is my independent opinion. And as I finish, because I didn't want to turn to this issue again, there is so much which which Baba will lose by going to the AU. And we don't need to explain everything here. There is so much. Na sio wivu. There's something, unajua kuna watu wanasema, I have been listening to people wanasema hapa ni wivu tuko nayo. But there are things which we call strategic, conspicuous moves in politics. So in politics, what you are supposed to do, you are not supposed to make obvious moves. That is the problem which we have. Even the reason why in Azimio we were unable to turn the knob is that our moves are very obvious. Very obvious. Like even the enemy can be able to see what is happening at the end of the tail there. So moving forward, we have to see how to rectify that. And we have to be making strategic moves. So in a nutshell, Baba needs to give a concession speech right now. And because I don't know what is what has just made him to go to AU. That means we have accepted Ruto's presidency at the end of the day. That is why we can make that high pattern. So, and we need to remove those baggages. So let's accept that Ruto won the election. Then after we accept Ruto won the election, then we can now package the next election. But we cannot continue by saying that we continue still with illegitimacy, and we have already left everything which we were following behind. So we need that connection. And maybe Baba himself, he needs to answer that question. Is Ruto still illegitimate? He needs to tell us. Yes, as I go to AU, is Ruto still illegitimate? We need to understand those things. So, Bwana Alexio, there is homework and assignment to do. So, my congratulatory message for Baba will come later. So, I will not congratulate him because of making that decision. To me, it's a poke decision. Poke. A poke is something with a hook. Thank you.
I think you are in the same school of thought with mine. My thought is Baba still has unfinished business in Kenya. We are not yet there. The 2010 constitution that he helped us and pass, it has never been implemented. So who's going to implement it? And now the institutions are crumbling left, right, and center. So who's going to bring them back? You know, when somebody comes with an original idea, he who carry the vision of that idea, and he can be able to harness the potential and maybe nurture that idea mpaka ikue a success. So the idea of the 2010 constitution about the devolution, so does it mean it's about evil? There are so many things that we are going to lose for Baba going to AU. I am not for that idea. I am not for that idea completely. And what I know is many people have let down Baba, especially the close confidants and those people around him. Many of them are not genuine friends. Maybe Baba felt that he's lonely. He does not have people around him. They are not for that idea. You see, like the way Wakina Atwoli, people who are very close to Baba, just crossing over and going there. That was very, very bad. Even if you are Njiru, kuna marafiki zako wenye unawajua, hawa ni marafiki toka nitoke. And when they just cross and go to the enemy space, cross over and aende kwa enemy, you feel bad and you feel let down. So I think Baba reached that point. But anyway, angejua hii dunia what we call what ange focus to the bigger picture, ange focus to the ball, focus the ball and not be distracted by the naysayers na watu wako, because a majority of Kenya, 99% of Kenyans are behind him. So the idea of him moving to AU and leaving us katikati ya jangwani, I don't agree. I don't support that. Public participation. Maybe you can tell us another angle, but this is not the right way.
What I'm reiterating again, Mr. Alexi and Mr. Ansam. You see, ukisema ati umeachwa jangwani, katikati ya jangwani, sasa unamaanisha nini? Na kama angekuwa hayuko, God forbid, kama angekuwa hayuko, sasa ungekuwa unaongea aje? I mean, you guys, you have to understand, kuna kitu inaitangwa continuity plan. Hatuwezi depend na mtu mmoja throughout without mentoring other people, you know. Hata kama hataweza kurudi kwa run for president, there are other Kenyans who are capable. It's only that sasa because of his big shoes, pengine hawajaweza come up. So hata yeye mwenyewe I'm sure si ati anaweza taka kuacha Kenyans kwa jangwani, but anaona probably if he doesn't move kidogo aside so that somebody can start taking on the responsibilities, itakuwa shida sana ile siku yenye hata, in fact hiyo ndio sasa atakuwa ametuacha jangwani. Afadhali saa hii watu wenye watakuja he can mentor them, na akiona wanaelekea the bad side he can be able to mentor them. Sasa ile hayuko, that's when tutakuwa kwa jangwani kama hakuna mtu mwenye amementa, amekuwa yeye ndio anashikilia kila kitu mpaka the last minute. Sasa there we are, hatuna yeye, hatuna mtu mwenye amementa, we'll have a very big problem. So to me, as much as watu wana complain, me naona this a blessing in disguise. Aanze kugroom mtu, of which me I've always been for that let him groom somebody, because miaka sasa mtu wa 80 years old anatakana sahi ako kwa exit lane, anatakana kuwa saizi ana develop a strong personality or strong, sio hata mmoja, several, so that tusikue Kenyans tuna depend tu na one person. You see, and that's why unaona hata it's so easy for some of these characters kama Zakayo, because anajua akiondoa huyu mtu hakuna mtu mwingine. So I don't see anything wrong with that, by the way. Let him, because he'll still be there, he can still mentor people. Let him mentor upcoming politicians, so that in the event that ile siku yenye hata kuwa tusiachwe kwa hiyo jangwani yenye unaongelea. Back to in the studio.
Thank you. Let's hear from Julia ama Mama Selina.
Thank you. Asante sana. Kuongea kwenyu imefanya nikaingia studio. Kusema baba ana lose ama kusema baba hakuna kitu anaenda fanya, hii miaka yote tumemunyima atusaidie. Baba alikuwa na lose wakati ananyimwa kura, baba ndiye alikuwa na lose ama alikuwa na gain? Ya pili, wale watu wamekalia koti ya baba, tunataka kuona sasa the real leaders, even in Azimio, wale wanaenda kuconvince watu bila kutumia jina ya baba. Njeru, you have talked a lot na tunakubali, but the best thing is ya kwamba kama baba amesimama mara 4, hakuna siku wa Kenya wamemchakua, na batu mnataka baba akuwe mbele, mawe ikikuja imukute, punduki ikikuja ndiye anasuia isitupate. Wacha aondoke ndiye tuone wale. Sahi as we are talking, kwa nini amusemi kwa Azimio? Kuna watu walikuwa wameanza vita. Hata Kalonzo mwenyewe alikuwa anasema this time round sikuachi. Watu wanataka kuendosiwa. For me, I support baba. Hata kama hiyo kiti anaenda kufanya ni kiti ya wasee. Baba sahi ni msee. Baba hiyo kiti anaenda hata kama anaenda kukaa pura ati baba, we support that. Muache kutuambia mambo. Na nyinyi wanaume na wanawake wale mko na nguvu na ndiye mnataka kuongoza Kenya, show us, mtuonyeshe nini mko nayo That is what we are waiting. It is not about baba. Kama nyinyi Kenya mulinyima Raila uongozi yake, bas wache ile kidogo anaweza, kama anaenda kukontroliwa. Kwa nini hamukupatia kura ndio atupatie maoni yake? Njeru, we have a lot of Kenyans, we have a lot of people, we want to hear from those guys. Lakini kutuambia baba Raila ametuacha, mulimtuma barabara, alitoka. Kama baba akuji barabara, nobody else is coming. Ya pili, how sure are you 2027 baba atawin? Hii ingine ya 2017 we were 100% baba ana win. What happened? 2022.
Lakini Mama Selina, we have been saying baba alishinda uchaguzi.
Let me finish. You have talked.
Lakini baba alishinda uchaguzi. What are we saying about?
No. Kama
alishinda uchaguzi, nani hakumpea kura? Baba won the president, so hatuwezi sema hatumpei kura. Baba won.
Why is he not in the state house? So I want to say this.
You see, huyo si mpiga kura amefanya asiende state house.
No. Mwenye mtu alikuwa IT, alikuwa ni mtu ya Jubilee na ni mtu ya Azimio. Now I'm asking a question. Kama alinyang'anywa, yes, wacha niende na vile unasema. Kama alinyang'anywa 2022 wakati alikuwa na Uhuru, munataka tena kusema baba 2027 wakati machozi itakuja, itakuwa in a few people. Kwanza kwa mama Raila Odinga,
hakuna mtu anaambia baba aende 2027, lakini AU was a high pattern. He can retire. He can retire. You don't need to go to AU.
Okay, Njiru, let mama finish.
Kwa nini unatisap? Unataka baba retire ndiye akuja akupigie ukali? Why do you say that? Kwenda AU ameretire, yes. What is your bitterness?
Hiyo si kazi ya retirement. That is not inachukuliwa na watu wa 57 years.
Okay,
60.
You want me to get out? Kwa sababu hutaki watu waongee. I was just coming because of you. So do you want me to talk or you want me to leave? Uwezi kuja kutusungusha akili. Wakati baba alinyang'anywa kiti, what really happened? Nobody talk. Wakati isipokuwa ni hiyo vijana ya Chakaranda walikuja wakaanza kutoa baba, everybody was quiet, everybody was happy. Kila mtu anasema, tunashukuru Mungu kwa sababu uchaguzi imeisha vizuri, hakuna watu wamepigana. That was in your mind, a lot of people. Now unatuambia baba kuretire. What is the difference? Baba kama hiyo kiti ya OAU haina anything, let him go and sit there. Hiyo ni kiti ya retirees. Wachana na baba aende pale.
Hiyo si retiree. Hiyo si retiree.
Why are you talking? Wewe mwenyewe unasema Raila asiende huko aretire. Nimekwambia yeye hataki kuretire. Ile risasi kidogo batu wako naye, let him go and serve Africa. Kwa sababu sisi wa Kenya tumemnyima services. We deny him the services to serve us. Kitu mzuri ikiondoka, saa hiyo ndio mnajua uzuri ya Raila. No way. Na kwanza nikwambie, wacha kusema Ruto amesupport. Ruto akisupport baba, you don't know Ruto alisupport baba ndiye akakuwa prime minister. Ruto is not an enemy of Raila by your information. Kalenjin is, we are not enemies of Raila. We fought for that man. One day, we were in the street because of Raila. So, kama munataka kujua ukweli, Ruto can talk with Raila 10 times. Wale wamesaliti Raila, hakuna tofauti na Ruto. Ruto tulimpigia kura Raila. Kuna jamii wajaipigia Raila kura tangu alisimama. Msitulete.
Na kwa nini basi mnasema mnaita Ruto mwizi?
Why are you talking? Siwache nimalize. Ukuona Ruto akiwa amechaguliwa na akisimamia.
That is sanitizing. That is sanitizing. That is sanitizing. No.
It was Martha Karua alikuwa saiti ya. Martha Karua is my sister. Na mimi nilikuwa UNP. ama ilikuwa inaitwa nini hiyo chama ilikuwa ya Kibaki, because I was with Mother Karua. My Kalenjin people, PNU, my Kalenjin people walipigia kura Raila from the top to the last man. At wote walikuwa, kama ilikuwa ni ODM, Wakalenjin wote walikuwa huko. Now I'm asking a question. If it is time for Raila kuachia na kusema, Ruto alisema siku moja, ninaona tu Ruto akicheka hapa, is my son. What is your problem? Ruto sahi kama amenyang'anya baba, na kama yeye ndiye atafanya baba akue, let it be. Sisi we are proud kusema tulipigia Raila kura. That is what I can tell you today. Wachaneni na baba, mchipange, tafuteni mtu yenyu, na kama itaisha, let it be. Kama Ruto ataongoza mpaka 2032, let it be. Raila si mawe yenyu. Raila si mbira ile inapikwa left right. No, amechoka. Amesema punda ameanguka. Raila hajasema punda amechoka.
He has succumbed. He has just succumbed, Mama Selina. Tuache kuzungushana. He has succumbed, and it is normal to succumb politically.
I'm telling you, how many people are listening here? Why are you alone talking? Kuna watu wengi wanasikiza, hata kama maoni yangu ni ya uchinga. Can you let me talk my nonsense, and then as a great man of Embu, utaongea? Can you give me chance to talk? Please.
Okay, please. Mama Selina, finally.
No, I want to talk. Because sisi wote ni wafuasi ya Raila Amolo Odinga. Na kama we unasikia amefanya makosa, tulia. Hapana kuja kutuleke hapa na kusema Raila ni msaliti, Raila anatuia. Kama wewe unasema kuna mambo Raila achamaliza. Kama baba kwa boma yenu kuna kitu achamaliza na ako na vijana, the first born son anaenda kufuata mkuu ya Raila. Now kama ni Raila, kama ni Kalonzo, kama ni Matakarua, kama ni Wachakoya, kama ni Oparanya, kama ni Cho, wenye wakati walishindwa walitoroka, saa hii ndio wanatoka. We want them to show us ya kwamba we are men and women strong to defend Kenya. Si kukuja kusema Raila every day. Raila si mawe. Raila amesema ameenda kupumzika, wacha aenda aote moto na kina Obasanjo na wase wengine. So Njeru tafadhali, ukisema baba akienda Azimio imeisha, na wale watu wanapiganga Raila. Wakati tulilia, wakati Kalonzo alikataa, we begged, tuliomba mpaka karibu tunapita chini ndio asaidie Raila. Nao amewawachia kiwanja. So ile kitu mimi nataka Wakenya waseme, baba ukipata nafasi, kwa sababu baba batu wako, he can see yeye anapenda Kenya. Hakuna damu ya Raila ati yeye ni mawe. Na hata 2027, I want you Njiru uniambie nini itakuwa miracle ya Raila kukua rais, ama uzuri yenyu, ama utamu yenyu ni vile wataona china ya Raila hakuna kwa ballot, siasa itakuwa ngumu. So mimi nataka kuuliza hivi, kama amukusave baba 2022 na kura ikaipiwa ama alinyang'anywa, where were the people? Walikuwa wapi? Kwa nini watu wakwenda Bomas of Kenya? Tuone all governors in Bomas of Kenya, tuone everybody in Bomas of Kenya. Muliwacha Mumasai moja, Olekina. That was the only person alikuwa nakimbia Bomas, mpaka alichapwa mtoto ya wenyewe angekufa. The angels, where are the angels? Wale walikuwa nashikilia serikali, where were they? Mpaka Ruto akichukua serikali. So the best thing is, let Raila step aside, let him go, wacha afanye ile kitu atapenda, wacha Waafrika wengine wafurahie kidogo, na kama kiti ya OAU haina maana, wacha Raila aende huko mahali haina maana. Nyinyi wenye mko na maana, continue in Kenya. Ruto akiwashinda, it is okay, kwa sababu mumeshindwa kuchipanga. Badala ya kuchipanga mnaongea china Raila. He has said I'm going. Ya pili, Mumesikia nani kwa East Africa mwingine ameongea? Hii challenge si ya Raila, ni ya East Africa. Mumesikia nani kutoka East Africa amepeana makaratasi? This is the done deal. It is time for Baba, and co-time is the right time. Na nyinyi wale munaendelea kupweka, muendelee. But Baba, enda huko, tulia, wacha tuone 2027 what will happen. Mimi nikisikia mtu akiongea hapa nasikia kuchoka. Na hata who are you educating anyway? ODM, Azimio wamekubali. Nimesikia Balala, hata sipendi, UDA siwapendi, lakini leo wamesema siasa kando, tunakuja brotherhood. Wanaongea hivyo kwa sababu wanajua the deal is done. Hawataki kuona Raila amepatiwa kiti kama hawa wako. So the only thing they are doing now ni kutudanganya ya kwamba we also support him. Nyinyi watoto ya Azimio mungeangalia hiyo. Mungejua why UDA are coming out. They are coming out kwa sababu hakuna mtu ingine atapinga Baba. So hiyo unatuambia hata Raila hajachaguliwa, ni jina tu, tunangoja tu itangazwe kiti is vacant na Baba ameenda. So UDA wamekuja kwa sababu wanajua
wanafurahia, UDA wanafurahia sababu hawana mgombea.
Yes,
They are happy.
yes.
They are
So
just
what?
happy.
So
Wewe
what?
huwezi furahia mwenzako akijikwa. In politics you get happy when your opponent is making mistakes.
Wakifurahi nyinyi mukasirike mchukue kiti. Kama wamefurahi Baba ameenda, this is your time to work hard kupata hiyo kiti. Si kuniambia UDA wanafurahi. Yes. UDA wanafurahi.
Of course, ukiachua highway peke yako, you drive at a speed of 150 kilometers per hour.
Kwani highway peke yako? Hii watu wengine wote walikuwa nasumbuanga Raila usiku na mchana na kusema wanataka kiti. So wako wapi sahi? Then wacha UDA iendelee kama Azimio hawana watu. If they are cowards,
Then Baba aende EU na concede direction aseme Ruto aliwin. We are okay with that.
That is okay.
You know, Njiru, you're exposing yourself. Njiru, you are Mama Selina, ngoja kidogo.
No, sikia vile nimemwambia Njeru. Usiniambie Raila aseme wakati walikutana Mombasa. Do you think Raila, umesikia Raila akisema nini? Mwambie serikali ya Ruto. He knows, alikubali wakati alijua. Raila si mtoto. And again, Raila hawezi pika Raila hawezi pika mugono imemsaidia kukula. How could you think? Kwani unafikiria Raila anaenda kuua Ruto? You don't think one day Raila kuitwa prime minister ya Kenya ni mkono ya Ruto? We have to talk the truth now. Wacha uchungu iwe uchungu. Raila cannot go and kill the ant ile imempatia chakula. So, yes, Raila ataenda OAU na aseme Ruto aliwin, hakuna kitu mtafanya, na asimame tu achue ni nini tunataka kurekebisha. Kutuambia Ruto ni atui, kuna watu nyinyi mlienda kupigia Ruto, mlipikwa huko Rift Valley mkauawa. Why did you vote for Ruto? Kwa nini Kikuyu wajasikia uchungu kupigia Ruto na ndiye aliua watu yao? Why is it that ni uchungu for Raila kutoka na kutuambia anafanyia Ruto? Why did you guys vote for Ruto? Hiyo watoto wenu waliuawa hamkujua. Kiambaa mumerudi. Wakikuyu wamerudi kwa mashamba Rift Valley. Don't tell us that. Msituambie, we can tell you a lot. Raila na Wakalenjin, we are one. Ruto na Wakale walipigia Raila. Especially Ruto. He was in the ballot kusimamia Raila. So msituambie hiyo.
There is nothing like that. We are one as a whole Kenya. Sio Kale na Luo peke yake.
Listen. Kama unataka uchungu uchue leo ya kwamba si kwenye Raila alikuwa prime minister, si mkono ya nani, ni mkono ya Mkalenjin. So Raila hawezi enda tupa Ruto na anajua alimsaidia. You know that from today. I'm telling you from today.
Mama.
Yes, thank you. Msituambie maneno hapa.
Thank you, Mama.
Mwambie Ruto ile saa hii amekuwa Nyeri. Ruto amekuwa Kiambu. Ruto amekuwa Murang'a. Mnaita mfalme. Hiyo ni mfalme yenu. Mfuate mfalme awaongoze mpaka mkuje laini. Thank you.
Lakini sio mfalme yangu, anaweza kuwa mfalme yao lakini sio yangu.
But you are part of them. Piasi moja ikiosa.
No, I'm not part of them. I'm not part of them. Mimi utaniweka na hao.
Julia. Let's hear from Julia. Please.
Wow, Alexis, hata sijui nianzie wapi. Maybe nitaambia watu wa breathe in, wa breathe out.
Naweza anzia popote. It's hot, it's hot. Get it here. Tunaleta ACs.
Yes. We need to calm down. But I don't know whether to say I disagree with the speakers or to agree. Lakini mimi pengine nitakuwa na msimamo tofauti. Kama ule wa Alexio, kwamba I feel let down by Raila going to African Union. And according to me, he has thrown in the towel. He has thrown in the towel. It means either he's tired and he wants to retire. And it's okay if he's tired and he wants to retire, because mtu anaweza kachoka. He's a human being and he can be tired. Anaweza kachoka, naone kwamba amng'ang'ania Kenya sana miaka mingi, and he's not getting anywhere. So it's okay, but he'll not leave the legacy that we hoped that he'll leave behind. I'm sorry for Azimio followers, mwenye mko stout mnakufa na baba. Ni sawa tu mkikufa na baba. I will understand you. Lakini he'll not leave the legacy that we wanted him to leave. The picture he has given is that he has thrown in the towel. Na kwamba he has looked for a softer landing. That is the AU job. I also want to make corrections here. Nilisikia mtu akisema kwamba Raila akiwa chairman of African Union kama amekuwa president of Africa. There's nothing like that. There's no president for Africa. And AU doesn't even unite Africa at all. That is why nitarudia hapa niseme kwamba madictator wamejaa Africa, and they are doing whatever they want to do with their countries without AU, which means AU means nothing to the governance of African countries. And just like Njiru was saying earlier, AU has the regulations and all that doesn't really have control over what the countries do. Even how you spend the money there, hauna any control. Ni kama kibarua, ni kama kupata job to appointment. Hata vile maybe you're an accountant, unaweza pata job kwa AU na ulipangwe mshahara. It's not that he'll have any control on much concerning Africa. So my take, I would say baba ni kama ametafuta soft landing na amechoka na maneno ya Kenya. And maybe I would also want to take the view of public participation. Maybe it is time that other politicians in Kenya came up to fight for Kenya. Maybe it is time that they stepped up. Maybe it is time that maybe Baba is giving them a chance to step up. Maybe he's trying to give those who walikuwa wanakaa nyuma yake wakimshikilia huko nyuma, pengine watainuka. So maybe this will be an opportunity for other small Railas to come up. Maybe that is what I'm thinking. So, but for Raila, he has thrown in the towel. And for Ruto supporting Raila, I don't buy that. That is hypocrisy. Hakuna vile Ruto anasaidia Raila in any way. In any case, Ruto is one who is going to gain here. Ruto is going to gain politically because, first and foremost, Raila is among the only, I think the only person in Kenya mwenye amesubua Ruto kabisa. Now, the only person who would have defeated him in an election. So, Raila yeye mwenyewe.
Julia, wacha tu ni add on that before hiyo point ipote.
Yes, go ahead.
Unakumbuka vile Ruto aliingia in the presidency, yeye ndiye alikuwa mtu wa kwanza kwenda kwa Addis Ababa kutoa baba kwa ile kazi yake ya High Representative for Infrastructure.
Yes.
Do you remember? Yes. So hiyo ni
kwa hivyo hakuna urafiki hapa ya Ruto na Raila. In fact, Ruto is a hypocrite. Ni jambazi. Hakuna urafiki hapa. Na ni vile unaona your enemy make a decision that suits you, unafurahia. Ni kama Rex, I'm seeing like this. Kama kuna mwanamke anakutaka kwako, na apate jana bibi yako alitoroka, huyo mwanamke anafanya aje? Si anafurahia? Huyo si mwanamke atafurahia ulitoroka, bibi yako alitoroka jana, and she'll be very fast to take over. So it is not, I want to disagree with Mama Serena. Hakuna urafiki ya Raila na Ruto hapa, hakuna kabisa. Ruto is very happy going around saying that he will campaign for Raila to get that seat, because as soon as Raila gets that seat, the field will be free. For Azimio to shape another Raila, it will take us quite some effort. Yani itachukua some effort to shape another person to fit in the shoes of Raila's.
Where did you get yours? Why are you not taking yours?
Alexio, I'll commute. So the shoes of Raila are too big for just any person in Kenya to wear, and Ruto knows that. I also want to disagree. Raila won the election in 2022, and he was rigged out. Now, the question is, if Raila vied for 2027, can he win the election? Why not? But now, once beaten, twice shy. So sidhani kwamba Azimio inaweza enda kwa election the way they went in 2022. I think watakwisha kuwa wameshika laini, wamejua kwamba election Kenya haishindangi kwa sababu umeshinda, inashinda kwa sababu you know who steals and you have to stop the stealing. So that is my take. And for me, I'm also belonging to the school of disappointed Kenyans that Raila is going for that seat. However, I want to take a kind of a middle line to say kwamba if that is what he has found as a soft landing, na amechoka na siasa ya Kenya, ni sawa tu, basi watu wazime wajikakamue, watafute Raila mwingine. That is what I would take. Asante Alexio. Sijui kama ni Alexio ama ni Njiru hapo in charge.
Thank you very much. Yes, and even those politicians in Azimio, wale wenye wanasema this is my time, let me just send a warning to them. It will not be easy. It will not be easy. Anybody can take that seat. Even kama ni Sifuna can rise to the occasion, and we shall watch and we shall push it. Anybody. So asifikiria ati ni automatic ati mimi itakuwa. Even when Martha Karua akijipackage mzuri na atuambie, we shall support her. We want watu wenye wako na msimamo.
Alexio.
Yes, I think nilikuwa nataka before to let Honorable Alex. Yes.
Nilikuwa nataka ku just make a small rejoinder to what Julia has said. I don't know why people are assuming that yani nani akitoka, baba akitoka, that means that yani now we are on our own. Sasa why aren't people thinking of it as any conscious decision yenye baba make in an attempt? Unajua venye yani unaona you are about to exit because ako kwa exit lane. Sasa he's made, mini venye nimeangalia is that he has made a conscious, si ati ni soft landing, sio soft landing anatafuta, ni ile ameona miaka yangu ndio hiyo imeisha, I'm in the exit lane. Sasa these my children whom I'm leaving behind, I need them to start facing the tough nini of wearing my shoes, because at the end of the day one day I'll not be here. So mimi venye ninaichukua, sichukui ati ni soft landing, ati sijui tumekataa kumpea kiti so now he's punishing us by going to no, I'm looking at it as he's forcing us to have to face the reality of life without him, so that we can be able to step up to the plate. That's how I'm seeing it, that he made it as a conscious decision, as a continuity, naitangwa nini, ile continuity strategy, so that isikuwe that sasa there's nobody, hakuna mtu akona experience when he's not there, sasa the country is ambaratike. Afadhali sahi wale wenye wanaweza, and it's not a competition of ati sasa baba ameenda EU, now it's our turn. No, kazi yenye nani anatufanyanga in this country baba is not about my turn, ama about Thanksgiving, being grateful, or about winning votes. The work that baba does in this country is a work of building this country and freeing this country from hands of totalitarian. na watu wenye wanataka kutuuza kwa neo-colonialist, wanataka kutuuza kwa wazungu. So that is not kitu yenye unasema ati like, oh, ameondoka sasa, here is my turn. Hapana, that is a calling. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you for that. Honorable Alex.
Yeah, nilikuwa nataka nisikize tu kutoka nyuma, but wengine unakuwa forced to correct things.
Njiru, what is the hand for? Oh, sorry, Honorable Alex.
Why can't I just talk? I mean, this disruption is not going to end, man. Wait for your time.
Okay, Njiru, wait for Alex to talk, then you
You
can
have
rebut.
spoken here enough for us to also speak. I want to address Njiru. However much you are angry, don't stoop low to abuse Baba that he has succumbed. Peleka makasirio yako mbali. Baba said he has consult widely and he has made a conscious decision. I am disappointed about it. But I can't stooch low to say vile some of the things zimesemwa hapa kwa panel, oh Baba aliwa watu 2007. I mean, let us not be petty to a man we owe all the things that we're seeing in this country. Let us not degenerate just because of a man's decision to kill an organization called Azimio just because you feel angry. I will advise you to hold your horses. Because when you say these things, now they bring tribal arguments. If you look at the comment section, things have gone bizarre. And it is not good. We've been one unit fighting one unit. Let us go beyond today and ask ourselves, okay, if it's a bad conscious decision, then what next? Then we should sit together as brothers and sisters. Vile nani public participation anasema aje, it is not a soft landing. Tumekataa kusupport huyu mzee. Anaitisha maandamano, watu wanaenda Kisumu wanaua watu. You don't know how many people were killed. Born and raised in Kisumu, I will tell you. People were killed, not only in Nyamasaria. They went to every estate that poor people live, including Kondelan Manyata. And our people were killed. There was a time body bags were found in Kisumu. Watu wanauliwa wanarusha Lake Victoria. It's been happening for years. We can't come here and start blowing ourselves and start saying, oh, we were killed. No, I mean, we must be sober when we are leading a movement. And sacrifices can be there in a movement. Everything will not go the way we want, Njiru. If you believe he was the only man out and Kenya believed he was the only man, wakati angeitisha maandamano, we could have felt he was the only man. We didn't feel that. Kisses, we felt it. Until today, our governor is being fought because he organized one of the best maandamano. And now they want to remove him because he said that we are going to have a rally for 4 days called Zero UDA Votes in Kisii, both Nyamira and Kisii. They want by all necessary means to remove him. You have to see what the price other people are paid. I can't take what these people said, these mongrels today said, at Uhuru ameungana now. They hijacked Uhuru in a funeral and they said everything they wanted, thinking that Uhuru is a prince. He does not act emotionally. He just alifanya vile alifanya kutoka tu huko because he went to mourn his friend King'ori. After that, he said, I will take this boy to JKUAT. And the man wants everything right for the people of the mountain. You remember even he spoke to you and told you, munaeka mtu atawamaliza. The people did not listen. All people are saying, let him go home. But he's still in the fight. You see him every other week in Uganda. He's not fighting for his business. There are very difficult talks that are going out here. Because so far, our enemies have realized Ruto is messing them. If you looked at the economy of Tanzania right now, Tanzania that was mocking us, there are 300 billion down in a day. And that is the sabotage of the Western countries. They cannot pay for electricity, for energy. And for what? There was something else. 3 things they couldn't be able to pay for. So when we see that, we should be more united in our words, and we should be very careful not to utter unpalatable words that will live to haunt you. Njiru, you have lost your respect. Whether you hata kama umetoka hapa, I'll tell you Njiru, even your own friend Ndeto is castigating you. People reveal who they are unintentionally. And since Baba decided what he's supposed to do, people are revealing their character unintentionally. They are not sensitive. Huyu mzee ako na maisha yake. He doesn't tell you when he's sick or when he's not sick. Winnie told us one time that during the campaign, Baba was so sick in COVID, he went to his room. I don't know if somebody listened to that. He went to his room and Winnie said that, look, this is the end of my father. But nobody was told. He was just missing in the campaign. The man did everything he could by capacity. His family ikangangana, and tukapata Baba, by the grace of God, amepona, but he was more careful just to go to few places. Thank God it was during the corona. You don't know what this man is ailing from. You don't know nothing about him. You just unataka tu umforce as if yeye ni ngamia yako. Hapa tunakuanga wagonjwa bwana. Watu wanakuanga na shida zao. This is a man who have lost his first son in a very bad way. Ananyongwa tu na watu, alafu anaingia kwa mtandao anasema sisi ndio tulimaliza. He has not even recuperated from it. So his decision, let us respect it, but also let us question it in the right manner. There is a right manner to question it. Jeremiah just told us, let us write a protest letter. Zikue hata ni 1 million, tuulize Baba, you think you are doing the right thing? I agree with Jeremiah. We can write a protest letter. Wewe, mimi, kila mtu mwenye ako hapa ziingie, tuambie rafiki zetu, tuambie, na tutaenda Baba apate hizo barua in Orange House, wazisome, and at least we will start understanding what is transpiring. Let us not utter things that we can ever regret in our lives. Let us be grateful what he has done through heaven and hell. He has almost been assassinated twice on camera, and we saw it. Hiyo ndio peke yake naweza sema, my moderator, and I wish a sober debate, and let's not go tribal. I mean, tribal deeply so much, and if you are not careful, this thing is going to blow up in a manner that we will regret. That tribalism is not such a good thing. Thank you.
Okay, Njiru, let's hear from you.
Bwana Alexio, I want to first of all express my frustration. It's always good for people to express their frustration when they're here. I have followed here, and Mama Selina, you are also here, and you also addressed me, and I have heard the way you have said that you are talking of the Blomance, where you said that at the root. You know, there is one thing which Kenyans fail to understand, and that's why we always go tribal. The union between Ruto and Raila is not the union between Luos and Kalenjin. Those are individuals connecting for personal interest, and we need to understand that. So no, Muniru sasa nionge, and I have been looking here, and I want to tell you the truth of the matter. You know, I have a brain and I can synthesize.
Let me tell you one thing.
There is hate for Mount Kenya people.
Mama Selina, please. Give Njiru time.
You see, there is that is one thing. You know, I'm bold enough. I can say these things here. There is something I've understood here. We are pretending here like we love each other, but the truth of the matter is that from what I've learned here, if you take it on a bigger scope, microscopically from here, there is a very big hatred of Mount Kenya people here, and I don't know for what reason. I don't know for what reason. Even if Mount Kenya people are doing the worst in their own life, managing themselves, we should not be coming here and we start castigating them because of one decision which Mr. Raila Odinga has made to go to AU. my criticizing of Raila Odinga going to AU has nothing to do with my Embuness or Kikuyuhood. It has everything to do with my sensical ability to think and criticize that decision critically. But sasa ikifika at level ati au ni Wakikuyu wanakataa sababu wanataka tu huyo mzee akuange tu nje ya serikali forever. That is not what we see. But it is because you also need to understand that some of us we can see and we need to be allowed. So if Julia comes here and she is criticizing that decision, so Mama Selina hata umeenda chini sana. When you are talking that unaanza kusema ati hiyo kiti mtu alipewa na Wakale, sijui mtu alipewa na hii, Kale that Luo should be this. We should not be talking like that here. That's a very low discussion. I needed to respond to you that next time usiongee hivyo. So history ya kusema sisi tutashikana na hawa, sisi tutashikana na hawa.
Sitasema kushikana na mtu, nimekwambia. I want to say this. Wacha nikurekebishe kidogo.
Muruhusu aseme, it's okay. Just allow her to say.
No, Njiru maliza kwanza.
Raia walienda.
Mama Selina, wacha tu Njiru amalize.
What the last one?
No, but
Alex?
Mama Selina wewe ni mama yetu, lakini
wacha tu Njiru.
But when you know when I said here that Baba has to agree to for some things of Ruto, and then when we are saying, and then ukaniambia ni sawa sijui Ruto ndiye alimfanya hii, Ruto ndiye alimfanya prime minister. Those are talks we cannot tolerate here in this generation. There is no one human being who can make you anything. So this idea whereby we think that one human being can make, and even as we digress here, even if majority of people from Mount Kenya region, they are thinking on a certain line. Wacheni kusema ni tribalism. We have so sijui Ubuntu ananiambia sijui I must stop shouting. I'm not shouting. I'm just, I know you know when you're not agreeing with somebody, you start saying that somebody is shouting. But the truth of the matter is, and Bwana Muga, I want to explain here, this group has become tribal. And I'm actually disgusted by the trajectory we are going. Why? Because when somebody is criticizing an issue and then you are lumping them together, munasema hii ni watu ya Mount Kenya wanafanya hivi, and remember there was some time here when some people came and wakaanza sijui kusema sijui kuna Kemira kuna vitu vinatendeka. We came here and we defended those issues. Did we? Some of the few people who in Mount Kenya supported Baba, did we support Baba without knowing where we were coming from? So that now you people, you are using the word moles here. And I want to claim here, any person who is calling some of us here moles here, they are people of small minds. Small minds discuss people. They don't discuss issues. So because you think that we all...
tunyamase utulecture ama kuna kitu...
Yes, but don't be tribal. I don't be tribal. Come here, say your issues. Wacha kusema sijui Wakale na hawa wakishikana. We are tired of those dialogue. We are tired of dialogue. Sijui Wakikuyu wakishikana na hawa. Hakuna tribe itashikana na ingine. That thing we are going to kill it now. It is Kenyans washikane. History ya kusema
Peter, ukweli ni uchungu.
Hakuna ukweli hapo. There is nothing like tribes kushikana tena. We are going to kill that discussion completely. And we are the people.
Kabila ishikane tena, but on.
No, let me tell you, this idea you are saying that the Kalenjins and the Luos washikane, we will not talk those discussions in Kenya. Na mutajaribu kushikana na itawezekana.
I never say that.
No, that's what you say. That's what you say. That's what you say.
That is what you are saying.
Unawezashikana uweva. Watu wanawezashikana uweva.
Okay, people, cool down. We cannot continue like that. It will be like a shouting match. Let's have decorums. Once a person say you have a right of reply, you can carry your hand. After that, then you can reply.
Lakini tuache tribalism. Kama munaenda kushikana, muende mushikane bila kuja kutuambia hapa kwa station. Kama Wakale na Waluo wanaenda kushikana, mushikanie na huko na muzikuja kutuambia. Those they are your own other hard deals. Mushikane, you do whatever you want to do. We don't care. We don't care about that. For us, we are discussing how to transform Kenya. So hii maneno ya kuja kutuambia sijui huyu alikuwa yetu sisi ndiye tulimfanya hivi. We don't want to hear those nonsense. Those are nonsense.
you are giving Injerwa tusiane na hawezi rekebisha na
No,
unaandika
no, no,
what
no.
is going on.
Amuta kuja hapa mwanzie kutuambia sijui story ya
Ukuja
watano
ni
na watu
kusema
hapa.
nini? What are you
Just about
talking
Mind
about?
your language. Mind your language, please.
Oh, muongee story ya Kenya. Hiyo kitu that is what is killing Kenya. All the time watu wanasema sijui hawa washikane na hawa, hawa washikane na hawa. We cannot tolerate that nini. Watu waonge address me as Njiro, don't address us. Hawa watu wanaandika kama mods hapa, And let me tell you, if you people you continue that, we can report this station. We can report this station now. If you people you continue handling us that way, tutasema this station has become
Njiru, don't say you report this station. Alexio, toa huyu mtu hapa if that is what he wants to report this station. Nonsense.
We can. Why are you calling us more?
Report this station kama nani?
Report
this station kama nani? You have stood.
Cool down, guys. You're going to mambo ni machunga, but let's have a decorum, guys. Let's just discuss. We are all Kenyans and we are discussing for the welfare of the Kenya. That's what we want to see, and that's what we want to see. Stone PK.
Umetoa Alex kama umefanya nini?
No, sijatoa mtu mimi. Stone PK. Let's hear from Stone PK.
No, umenitoa.
Sijatoa mtu mimi.
Alex, I think actually talk it. I can't stand what is going on in this station. And you are the moderator. I mean, you are unaharibu station, bro, because unalet watu wanatoa a lot of maneno mabaya. Hiyo ndio unaharibu, it will not be edited. It's bad. Hata kama ni mimi nianze, unanitoa niweke huko chini, I cool down, because for the last 1.5 hours, this station has degenerated into a piece of something I don't want to mention. Unbelievable. I want you to replay kesho uone. Mumeharibu station kabisa. And I think I'll talk to Bernard about it. We cannot do this. I mean, we are way above this kind of pettiness. Sasa degenerate into things I don't want to really list. You have the power. I have it. I wanted to pull out all these people who are talking those words, and then they cool down because watu wamepandisha gauge because of something very simple. If Raila dies today, what will you do, you guys? Wale mmetoa matusi mnaambiana vibaya. Akikufa leo because he's not ataishi milele. I mean, really? We can go insulting each other because Raila has decided to do what he has decided to do? It is his personal decision, period. He has retired. That's it. Let's not fight each other at, he has done this. Ruto, I mean, Raila amechukua exit kama mwanaume, kama mtu ana akili. Hata mimi naweza exit, nikienda mahali I go to earn big salary for my family. Raila has spent so much money in politics. You want him to die poor? Let him go and earn. Wacha aende akapate pesa hizi siku zake za mwisho. Na ukweli wa mambo ni kwamba Raila si young, ni mzee sana. Wala watu wanakataa kuamini. Angalia Raila akiongea saa hii akiongea. Unajua kuna watu wanadinayo. Your father anakuwa miaka 82, bado unafikiria ni mtu wa miaka 25. Huyu baba ameenda. Na hii siasa mahali iko sasa ya Kenya, hata tukisema tribe hii iungane na hii, hakuna kitu inawezekana. Siku hizi hii siasa ya Kenya tumesetiwa ni kuiba. Ukiwa unajua vile utapigana na uibe kura, utakuwa rais wa Kenya. Hakuna tena ati kusema wao washikane hawa na hawa, sijui hao waende huku, hao wafanyane hivi. Hiyo imekwisha kabisa. Sasa ni kupanga tutaiba vipi. Nikiiba pale Bomas, wewe utakuja na jeshi yako na mimi nikuja na jeshi yangu, tupige huyu mtu, tuchukue hii kitu. That is the strategy now. That is it, according to me. You may disagree or agree. So mambo ya kusema tutakampaign tutafanya hii na hii, it's impossible. Hata kama baba angeenda East Africa ama aende Africa, hakuna mabadiliko kwa sasa yalikuwa yatatokea na huyu jamaa shashika. Unaelewa bwana? Hivyo ndio vile inaenda. Hiyo ndio yangu kidogo, lakini turudishe station kwenye nini. Hata kama unakasirika, jaribu tu kutone, because sasa tunasikizwa na watu, mkuwe diplomatic. Sasa huwezi shautia mwenzako, na hapa sisi wote hapa sioni mtu wa miaka 60 ya hata, nafikiria nyinyi wote mmepita 45 years kwenda juu, na hiyo ukishafika hiyo miaka wewe ni elder bana. Back to you Shadiza.
Thank you. Let's not go
Alexio,
the other
sorry,
way.
Shadiza, Alexio.
Let's cool down.
Thank you, Stone PK. Thank you for your wisdom. Thank you.
Okay. Let's hear from Julia.
I say you right there.
Julia, are you there? Ama hayuko? Public participation.
Yes, thank you, Bonaston PK, for that wisdom. And wacha tuache kuchemka sana, Honorable Alex, Mama Salina na Mr. Mjiro, tusichemke sana. Unajua we are on the same side. So disagreeing is there, you can agree to disagree, but sasa ukianza kutu threaten that uta report the station Njiro, that's not good. People are entitled to their opinion, and
But
I can see where
tribalism, that was tribalism which was brought here. I cannot be here to discuss tribalism. So kama tuna discuss tribalism, hiyo tutasema.
Sawa Njiro. So you see what Mama Selina is just trying to say is that this issue of tyranny of numbers, that in Kenya itakuwa, I mean, generally unajua Kenyans, majority of them are not like you Njiro, who are, you know, who are very, you know, they wamefika hiyo level ya ku understand that tribalism. At the end of the day, we go back to our tribal cocoons. Majority, no, I'm not saying like, you know, the people who are on this station do not represent the majority of Kenyans. They are on the, you know, they are the top, you know, top levels. Watu wenye wamekaa majuu, wamesoma sana, those kind of people are the ones who are here. Lakini ule mtu mwenye ako kwa kijiji pale, ama mtu mwenye ako kwa slums hapa, chenye anajua ni tribe, unajua? And that's why these political leaders, that's the mkondo wanafuata, because they know that hapa tunaweza galvanize our people, then we take the seat. But as Stony is now telling us, siku hizi sasa hata hiyo mambo ya tribe is no longer an issue, because hata mtu mwenye hana hata anything sahi, ukijipanga vizuri unaiba tu kura vizuri. And that's why you are seeing sasa hii mambo ya IBC imetake center stage, but at the end of the day it has boiled down to wizi wa kura. That is all what it is. Na if you have the tools of kama sahi any incumbent who has the monopoly of violence, and you're able to manipulate the system, utaingia tu kwa kiti. You don't need any tribe kukusaidia one way or another. You just maybe need to create an impression that kuna watu wenye wanakusupport from this tribe and this tribe, like that. And of course, Njiro, I'm supporting that we need to move away from that. Yeah, we need to move away from tribalism, but the facts on the ground is different. Kwa ground mambo iko different. Na I can appreciate what Mama Selina is saying, that during 2007, post 2007, Wakale wali support Baba. That is the fact, among other tribes, but that is the fact which is there. Na walimsaidia akapata ile kiti yenye alipata, because you know, walimsaidia na votes, let's put it that way. And these being politicians, it's not to say that kwa sababu ni politicians, I mean kwa sababu walikosana at one point or the other, that hakuna siku watakam together. That may not actually be the case, because unaona hata Moi, kama unafikiria Ruto wamekosana na Raila, think about Moi and Raila. Moi na Raila walikuanga, kama ungeimagine ati uhasama ama kumistreat, hata hakuna kitu Ruto ashaifanyia nani Raila as such. Moi alikuwa karibu anaenda kuua Raila mpaka akamharibu macho and all those other things na kufrustrate family yake, bibi yake afukuzwa kazi Kenya High, all those na marafiki zake wakaterrorize, and you see at the end of the day after that bado ungeona Moi anaenda kwa harusi ya mtoto ya Raila, ungeona Raila anaongea very well about Moi kwa funeral yake. So some of us we need to learn a lot from Baba venye he behaves and the way he, you know, ni mtu waku, these younger politicians by the way hawana hiyo so much, wanapenda hold grudge, but in politics there is no permanent friend or enemy. Unaona, kama kuna time yenye ulini support here and there, I can also support you at another nini, but unajua sasa Baba shida yenye ako nayo kwa kusupport Ruto kwa sababu Ruto anaharibu nchi. Angekuwa anatengeneza Baba angemsupport, lakini sasa anaharibu. Unaona, and Baba is thinking about a legacy. Mtu mwenye ako hiyo miaka saa hii as Stone PK amesema hapo hivyo, sio mtu mwenye is not a young, mtu mwenye ako almost 80, that's not a young person. Na hata akiendelea afike mpaka 100, hizo miaka 20 si ati atakuwa na nguvu sana. Unaona, so he is just trying to leave a legacy, and that's why by the way ukiangalia the kind of leadership we're having with older politicians versus younger politicians, unaweza ona an older politician ajifikiri yeye. Unaona, anafikiria hii nchi nikiwa nimeenda what type of a country, anafikiria of continuity. Unaona, and that's why I'm keeping on emphasizing over here. Tusiseme ati Baba ameenda huko soft landing, sio ameenda kutafuta pesa. Hakuna pesa yenye anaweza pata huko yenye hawezi pata pale ingine. Baba is somebody who has enough and he can get money from all sorts of, you know. So si ati ana need you sana ati sio ajijengee pesa. Hakuna. Me, what I see as the motive which is behind him going to AU ni for him to leave the opportunity for people who will be able to fit his shoes when he's not there. That is all what he's doing. Mimi sioni hizi things ati now he's punishing Kenyans kwa sababu hamjampea kiti. Baba amekuwa akishinda election throughout, ni kuibiwa amekuwa akiibiwa. So Kenyans are not fools. Kenyans wanapigianga nani kura. Baba wanaonanga he's always the better option, and that's why you see hata watu wenye walikuwa UDA saizi wanauliza Baba ako wapi, Baba ako wapi. Na unauliza mtu sana, si wewe, nilidhani wewe ni mtu ya UDA, sasa tena unauliza Baba nini? They know a good leader versus a leader who is not good, but nile at times also there's a level of irrationality which comes in emotions, na also that tribal sentiment ama emotions za, you know, na hivyo ndio politics inakuanga, but at the end of the day Baba is the kind of a person, and that's why I'm also saying that hao watu wenye they are supposed to come in and inherit him, hao wenye akina Karua and the rest, you know, kufeel viatu ya Baba is not easy. It's a very hard kwa sababu Baba si ule mtu ati ako kwa politics for gain. Huu ni ule mtu ako in politics for betterment of Kenyans and Kenya as a whole. And if angekuwa mtu ya pesa, ati ni pesa anafuata, angekuwa ameshapewa pesa na Moi, ameshapewa pesa na whoever. Hata Ruto kwani ni pesa ngapi hawezi mpea so that he can buy him? But he's having a seat, you know, he's having a position in this country of he really wants good for this country and is willing to risk, or rather he has been willing to risk in the past anything. And even now he's willing to even let go of the power that he has, you know, kwa sababu even that 2027 akasimama anaweza shinda. In fact saizi venye Ruto wako unpopular anaweza kupata na akaingia, but only that of course zitaibwa tena. But the fact remains that there is a problem we're having in this country. We have a leadership vacuum, you know. Juu hatuwezi sema Zakayo ni leader. Zakayo is just a willadila mwenye is just out to loot the country to the last drop. So we don't have, we have a leadership vacuum, and therefore Baba lazima akae kando, watu waanze kukuja wenye wanaweza, and he mentors them so that the day when he exit, kwa sababu ako kwa exit lane, akitoka at least hata tuacha kwa mercy of some hyenas. Back to you in the studio.
Asante kwa hiyo mambo umesema, hapo ndipo. Julia, are you there? Kama ana Mama Selina.
Okay, thank you so much. And we are just still talking here. Baba ametutendea. He has done for us. Ni sisi atuchapatia moyo yetu baba. Nao kwa sababu anasema anaondoka. Na mimi sijaisikia watu wakisema hii vita ilikuwa imeanza kidogo kidogo, 2027 is me. Hii watu wanasema baba aseme ni mimi. Somebody is just waiting for Raila akuja amuendorse. Badala ya yeye, na sasa we are not even talking of presidency peke yake. Even members of parliament, wale wanasimama na baba. Wengi wao walikuwa nafuata baba kama kina Chelango, but kama ameingia hapo wanatoka. So now this is the first time Kenyans bila Raila wata-elect the right leaders or the wrong leaders, especially kwa viti ya councillors, viti ya governors, viti ya members of parliament. So ile kitu tungefanya kama Azimio ama kama watu ya baba, kitambo baba exit kwa sababu nasikia ni 2025. Sasa ile vile alikuwa ameanza kutengeneza ODM, atengeneze Jubilee wakuwe na election, waende Wiper, ili ya kwamba party kwanza, party officials na wale officials wamekuwa elected. Sasa tujue Wiper ni strong, tujue ODM ni strong, tujue Jubilee na Kenya na ile machama yote. Then from there, they sit down. Wanasema yes, baba ametoka. Now, how do we get the best candidate ya kupigana na Sakayo? Na Stone PK ametuambia kama ni pesa, kwa sababu kura ya Kenya ni lazima kukue na wizi. Ukishinda genuinely, kuna wale wanakuja na propaganda na nini kununua Supreme Court churches, wanasema tuwaripu kura lakini twende kotini vile ilifanyika. That is what we could be talking here. Hiyo ndio kitu tungeanza kuulizana. Kwa hii mwaka 4 ama 3 tuko naye, baba utusaidie kidogo tu. Na baba aliongea, alisema kwanza punda imechoka. Wakenya hatukuelewa. Amerudi amesema punda ameanguka. Punda si kuchoka, amechoka, amelala chini na msiko. So, na hakuna mtu anaamusha punda yenye ameanguka. Kama tungeelewa, kwa sababu baba ni mtu anapenda kitendawili, tungeelewa wakati alituambia punda amechoka, na sasa amefika ametuambia punda ameanguka. Nilisikia hata kwa statement Martha Karua alikuwa anasema ya Azimio, alisema the donkey is laying down in the crown, kulingana na vile maoni ya baba. Now, the donkey that Raila amekuwa donkey yetu ameanguka, amelala chini. Tunaweza amusha hiyo donkey ama na kuamusha hiyo donkey, nani ataamusha? So it is up to us Kenyans. Tukae chini, tuone baba yetu wako. Raila anaweza peana direction hata akiwa na miaka 100, kama vile Moi alikuwa na anakaa chini Kabarak na kuongoza baba watu yake. Raila anaweza kuwa Addis Ababa ama akuwe mahali alivyo na kuongoza, and then we have a strong chairman, kwa sababu najua Uhuru yeye ni mkubwa ya Jubilee. Ya Azimio. Uhuru wachatoka hiyo kiti. So tungesema sisi baba na Uhuru, na tunataka sisi tuendelee. Ile kitu tungeongea from now. Wakati ilikuwa rumors ya kwanza, we had all right kupika kelele. Lakini wakati baba alitoka akasema nimekubali, tukafikiria ni baba peke yake. Tukasikia Azimio wakisema, lakini the first day baba alisema ameconsole Kenya and outside Kenya. Alisema ameconsole friends. Shida ni kwamba sisi wafuasi wa baba wale wako chini kama sisi, tulitaka baba akuja atu console, kwa sababu amesema ameconsole widely. So aya nikasema hivyo, nikaona baba ndio amesema. kidogo kidogo tangu siku ile Obasanjo alisema mpaka today, na hiyo kiti imepatiwa East Africa. Kama kungekuwa na opposition ama kungekuwa na mtu kutoka Tanzania, Uganda, nini, pengine tungesikia China ingine imepelekwa, lakini Obasanjo alituambia hiyo kiti si kama hii yetu ya rais, watu 10 wanaenda kupigania, ni kitu wana consult. Kama mumepatiwa East Africa, toeni mtu yenyu, na hata mkitoa the wrong person, kwa sababu kura yetu ya East Africa si mingi kama ile kura za West Africa. They can still dictate whoever they want. So kama bahati imekuja kwetu, kama kuna kitu OAU inaweza saidia sisi kama Wakenya, ama kuna kitu tungeomba baba atusaidie, we make sure at least IEBC at least iwe, ili tukienda kwa election, na baba amesema we may not even have election 2027, because how do we go for election if we don't have electoral commission? So okay, tuko na mauchungu, wengine tunaona at least ni nafuu kwa baba, na kuna wale wanaona ukweli baba angekuwa mawe angetusaidia mpaka the last minute. So nataka kurudisha nikisema it is time tukubali. Unajua kuna mtu amezaa watoto wasichana na bibi yake, mimba yake ya mwisho, huyo mwanaume amekataa kwenda maternity siku yote, kwa sababu akienda anaambiwa ni msichana. Akirudi tena anamwambia bibi, ukipata leo msichana huwezi ingia nyumba yangu. Huyo mtu ameng'ang'ana kukuwa na mtoto mwanaume, lakini hata mtoto yake ya kike, the last one, imekuwa ni msichana. Hiyo pama inakwanga haina usingizi. Na hata kama hiyo wasichana wana roho safi, wanaendelea, this man will be saying, siwezi kufa bila kijana. Na huyo mwanaume hawezi fikiria si ule mama ndiye anampatia wasichana, ni yeye mwenyewe ndiye hawezi saa nini kijana. So anawacha ule mama, anakimbia analete bibi mdogo, mimba ya kwanza msichana, mimba ya pili msichana, mimba ya tatu msichana. Hiyo msichana anakunja mkia, lakini patu wanakura mori, anasema nyinyi wanawake, nyinyi ndiye mnanisalia wasichana. I want to go to get a third wife. So Kenyans, tumejaribu, lakini still tumepatiwa mtoto msichana. Now, the second wife, ule sasa tunataka kwenda kulete. Kama kuna dawa ya kienyeji ya kupatia huyu mama ndiye atusalie mwanaume, ni wakati yetu sasa ya Azimio kukaa chini na kujua huyu mama tumepatiwa bibi ya pili, tunaweza kumprotect tuweze kupata mtoto kijana. Otherwise tusilie, tukae chini, tuombee baba baraka, because kama we ni mtoto ya baba na unamcast, utatarajia mtoto ya jirani ya mupende aje? We mwenyewe unasikia uchungu, na tunaambiwa yale imefungwa uko ulimwengu hata pinguni imefanya nini? So wacha tufungue baraka za baba na tuambie ile kazi yote ulitufanyia, hata sisi tutakusindikiza upate hiyo kitimoto, ukalie kama msee na ukuwe na pimbo, na hiyo pimbo yako ikuwe mrefu itufikie. Asante sana.
Wow. Hata siwezi ongeza. Hiyo inahitaji mkubwa wangu kama Stone PK hivi ndio anaweza. Naona vile amejishika tama, hakuna something.
Na Julia amenyamaza sana, umemuruka round 2.
Wacha niulize maswali.
Yes.
Nitaka watu wakuwe sober ndio niulize maswali, because I think we were not doing any sober debate and it was very disappointing. Sasa nyinyi watu, I maintain my stand. I'm very disappointed baba kuenda, lakini at the same time kama it's his exit plan, that's fine. I would also do the same. Kuna inafikanga mahali unafanya exit plan. And maybe we should buy what public participation alisema kwamba tuone wanaazimio wakijikakamua, lakini ukweli ni ukweli ni huu, na ukweli that Azimio people must accept. Azimio imegongwa 10-0. Na kama ni Ruto ana support hii plan, whether Ruto amejoyride, you know Ruto is also a planner, anaweza kuwa alisikia fununu baba naenda kwa AU seat akajoyride akasema we are backing him, you know he's also a planner, he could be doing that. But the beneficial nataka tujiulize sasa Subali, who benefits by baba's exit? Nani ana benefit? Number one ni Ruto. That is a fact. Muniambie Kalonzo Martha ama ni Sifuna ama ni Wajakoya, who can stand against Ruto kama baba? Kama kuna mtu ako na jawabu hilo aliniambie. Back to Alexia.
Stone PK.
Okay, asante Julia. That's a pertinent one. And why unaona hii vile
naona Mama Selina ameinua mkono. Stone PK, just a minute. Mama Selina, is just a comment.
Just a comment. Tulia. Wakati tumekuwa na vita mingi sana, hao watu, okay, umetaja Kalonzo, Martha Karua, na hiyo group kuna Oparanya, kuna Joe, kuna nani. Chulia, unajua these people, hata kama tungesema baba, tungekuwa na wakati ngumu sana kwa sababu already Chulia, do you know kwanza wameanza kutawanyana, kila mtu anasema ni mimi this time round. Kalonzo alimwambia Raila, it is your last chance. So, I will not support you, you have to endorse me. Now, Oparanya ataongea, lakini tunaona vile anafuata ODM. So, Julia, kama itakuwa ni baba, yes, kama baba angekuwa, ndio, Azimio tungeenda mpaka mahali. Na ndio tukauliza, na pengine iko kwa akili ya baba, these people are using me, lakini ikifika siku ya kura, wanamwachilia baba. Kila mtu anakimbia kuchunga kura yake constituency na huko kwa magovernors. So Julia, kama hii watu walikuwa namwambia baba tumetosha, why can't we see them now? Wakuja waseme yes, Raila umeseeka, ama Raila sasa ni mimi. So that Kalonzo na wale wengine, we want to see how they are taking our country. Otherwise, wakishinda kuchipanga, Ruto ni mchanja, yes, na hata hii kusupport baba ama kusikia UDA kusupport baba, wamejua hakuna nchi ya East Africa itapinga Raila. So they don't want to left out, na wanataka sympathy. Na utasikia siku ya campaign watatoka kusema unajua sasa ako na target, anajua kuna sehemu Raila alikuwa na control. Akirudi kuambia hiyo watu hata mimi nilisaidia baba kwenda Addis Ababa, watu watakuwa na roho ngumu. So the best thing Julia ni ya kwamba yes, hakuna mtu anatosha viatu ya baba, lakini turudi nyuma again. Let's go back. Wakati Ruto alifungiwa nje, akilia huko nje, hatukujua atashinda Uhuru. So if Kalonzo now go round, vile watu wataki Ruto, na hii watu ya Azimio waende nje kabisa kuchukua hiyo shoes ya Raila, watu watawapigia kura. We can win. Lakini wakinyamaza kukaa baridi, then it is up to them. Thank you. Hiyo ndio swali tu nilitaka my sister aone ya kwamba we need to see these people if they are serious.
Thank you. Simply, Mama Selina is saying, let the best man or best woman come forward right now. Okay. Stone PK, are you the right person, Stone PK? Come up right now.
I'm sure it's on a lighter note. Nilikuwa ninasema ni ride hapo kwa Julia aliuliza, nikasema hilo swali ni really ndio sasa kizungumkuti, And ndio sababu unaona tumezunguka kwa hii station karibu wiki moja sasa, tangu ile fununu ianze. Ilianza ikawa ni fununu, tukapigana huo usiku. Kwanza mimi ndio nilikuwa, unajua mimi I don't see chukuagi rumors in Kenya, si chuku anything with my experience. Hakuna kitu inaitwa rumors Kenya, usidanganywe na mtu. Kisiasa hakuna rumors ya siasa. Kama umeparticipate kwa siasa utanielewa vile ninasema. Mimi niliposikia hata niliposikia tu mbele, because nilitumiwa text na nilisema hivyo in my submission hiyo siku, nilitumiwa text na mtu wa ndani katika youth for Raila and all that. Akaniambia today I'm mourning. Aliniambia tu today I'm mourning. Nikastuka sana, maanake ilikuwa mapema huku. Nikastuka. Mtu wa ndani wa upande ya Raila akikwambia today I'm mourning na aache hivyo. Niliamuka, nikaweka nini, nikaingia kwa YouTube, nikaangalia juu. Sasa nilikuwa na expect the worst. Ndio akaniambia pole bro, nimekuacha suspending na unaweza pigwa na pressure. It is iko hivi na hivi na hivi na hivi. That day nilisikia the way nilisikia ile siku ya Bomas. I could not, I felt very bad because I knew it was true. Na nikaongea hapa kwa station, watu walinipiga wakapinga sana, wakasema baba hawezi enda, hawezi chukua kitu kama hiyo nini. Na sasa unaona tunaendelea. Sasa tumemetamorphosis into kupigana na a personal decision ya mtu. Personal decision uwezi hata ukiandika petition hizo watu wanasema. Sasa mimi nikidecide kwenda kujinyonga, utaandika petition nisijinyonge? Ama ni decide nataka msichana fulani, hata kijiji yenu ikienda ikisema petition na nishamtune na ninajua kile nimemwambia na amekubali, nini tu mtatupiga, because people used to do that. Mtazuia asiende, lakini ataelok. Kwa hivyo mimi naona ile tu sasa tunapigania na ndio itatusettle kabisa, ni kwamba tukubali haya na tukubali. I always say there is a victory and there is bravado in, wacha nisitumie the word surrender, maanake hiyo watu inawauma sana, hawataki kusikia nikisema baba amesurrender. There is a tactical retreat. Basi tuseme baba ameretreat tactically, okay? Sisemi withdraw because itawasha moto ingine. Sasa ametoka kwa sili, okay? Na tuseme tu baba akitoka labda atarudi tena, tuache hivyo. Now tukubaliane hivi kwamba baba ametoka, shida tu ni amekataa kubadilisha ule mwenendo wake wa kuwa ati anatoaga surprises. Surprises za baba zimekwisha, tukubaliane hiyo. Na hiyo najua tena watu watapinga. Baba ametupeleka, amepiga siasa, is now 79 na alianza siasa akiwa around 20 something years. Hiyo ni miaka 50 na ndio ikamjenga awe baba ule tunaita baba. Sasa si jana na leo na juzi na kesho. 59 close to 60 years of serious politics, serious yani ile kujiunda akiundwa. Kwa hivyo hiyo ni chuma imekomaa kabisa kabisa. Na ukiona chuma imekomaa ikikubali kufanya kitu, acha maneno ya kupinga sijui nini na nini. Kile tu tutamwambia ni kwamba ameacha watoto wake bado akiwaendesha kwa ile speed alikuwa anatuendesha nayo. Ile anaenda akirudi tunasema baba while you are away. Anafanya hivi, anasema baba ni hivi. Anaenda. Sasa angekuja atuambie, ndugu zangu, unaona nyumba imeanza kuwaka moto, kila mtu anataka kusimama. Na uzuri aliguzia akasema basi watu wataenda nomination. Sasa on that statement baba angetupatia kutuaga, na atuage akisema bado nipo watoto wangu. Lakini ukweli wa mambo ni siasa ya Kenya kusha sasa. Mimi nimefanya kila kitu na nimewatengenezea njia. maanake hakuna njia hajatuonyesha. Hakuna triki ingine ya Kenya tunabakisha kisiasa atuambie kuna triki ingine. Njia ni mbili, either through vote and you claim your vote through, unaandamana ikiwa umeibiwa na uandamani na kurudi nyumbani, unaandamana unapigana vita. Actually maandamano ni vita. Ni vile sasa tulibadilisha tukasema sijui picketing sijui nini. Picketing you will never get anything. Maandamano ni ile ilikuwa ya kina Raila Odinga, ile ya kina Njoya, ya kina nani, ile kupigana. Hiyo maandamano ndio ilifanya Moi akatoa section 2A. Haikuwa picketing. Okay? So Kenya hatuwezi kuwa na maandamano tena. Hiyo mshale ya baba hiyo ni kwisha. Okay? The generation today hawawezi kuvumilia tear gas. That is a fact. Fact ile ingine ni kwamba baba angesema punda ameanguka. Punda ni baba na punda ni wa Kenya. We are both pundas. Tuko chini flat. Sasa tutaamuka aje? Na unajua wale watu wanatumia punda nyumbani, mnajua what happens. Ukiona umewekelea punda mzigo ianguke, anza kuomba Mungu. Because it's either utatoa huo mzigo na punda isimame, na utakuwa umejaribu sana ikiwa huyo punda atazidi kuishi, ataendelea kuishi. Ufanye bidii sana. Ufanye bidii, umtibu, umlishe, because ukiona anapiga chini analala hivi iko shida. So Wakenya tuko chini flat. That's what we should accept. Tuko flat. And for us to wake up, it is ile hakuna mchezo. Hakuna mchezo. Tutadecide kama tutapigana hii vita ama tuache Ruto aendelee kututia mbinu, kutupiga na kutukula na kutubonda na kutuzima vile anavyoendelea kufanya. Kwa hivyo tusipigane sana, tukubaliane tu. Baba kidogo aliteleza, angetuambia tu openly, nimejiopa kwa hii kazi na mimi sasa siasa hakuna. Because hiyo position hata inasema openly that immediately akiingia huko, no dealing with local politics. It is stated very clearly. Okay? So watu wasikuwe na hope ati atakuja, sijui atafanya, sijui AU itasaidia Kenya. AU niliwaambia ni club ya matapeli. Ni club ya wakora. Wanakaaga hivi wanasema ni nani. Na wako part of that kufanya Raila atoke kwa siasa ya Kenya, because siasa yake ya Kenya ndio ile anatakanga kuuza Afrika. Na kuuza hiyo siasa ya Afrika hawa matapeli hawataki. So they have to sack him. Na wakuja wa mugag. Actually they have taken Raila to gag him. There's no way agenda ya Raila inaweza endelea Afrika. Ati sijui Afrika zikuwe na pamoja, madini ziuze. Kila huyo mwizi ambaye ako katika kila nchi yake anataka kugandamiza wananchi wake. Anauza madini yake kivyake. So hakuna ati umoja wa Afrika, ni ngumu. Umoja unaanza na nchi hii kuwa nzuri na viongozi wazuri. Nchi hii na hii zinakuwa na viongozi ambao wamechaguliwa na wananchi. Hao tu ndio watashikana, kwa sababu aim yao ni kushikanisha wananchi wa bara zima la Afrika. Lakini kwa sasa hivi ni matapeli. Can you imagine having 50 Rutos or 35 Rutos in Africa? You expect them to unite for what? Wata-unite kufanya nini? Waizi 35 kati ya 50, tuseme 15 wamechaguliwa vizuri, 35 wameiba kura kwa namna hii au nyingine. Watakubali? Ati sasa tuweze kushikana kinguvu ndio tunini? Kila mtu anataka kwenda China peke yake. Aende achotewe kivyake, huyu naye aende achotewe huko kivyake, huyu aingie huko kivyake. Yeah? So until number 1, Africa nchi zitakubali kupiga kura na kura ihesabiwe, which today, as of today, nimeshindwa mimi kama Stone PK. Sioni hiyo formula ya kurudisha haki ya kupiga kura na kura ihesabiwe na itangazwe namna ilivyo na mshindi atangazwe. I've lost that hope, unfortunately, because I've seen so many elections and it is the same thing, the same thing, the same thing. You know, once you have seen more than 5, 6, 7 elections, now it's the same style, the same result, the same formula, it is hard to really believe that we can grow out of it, unfortunately. Maanake ikifika mahali sasa watu wanasema tuombe Mungu. Anytime you reach that point of saying wacha tuombe Mungu, basi kwisha maneno. I'm not discouraging anybody, but it's just my opinion. Back kwako Alexio.
Alexio, one more thing. So, Stone PK, so you agree with me? It will be very hard to bring up a Baba. Umetupatia historia Baba up to how far he has come. And like if you look at the 80s, the early 80s, Baba was not very significant because he was in the shadow of his father and the likes of Matiba, those kind of politicians, Shikukus and that. Mimi hata sikujua Raila. Let me say this. I even started studying his life later on. I think I was young, I was a kid, and I was not conscious that Raila was jailed, and I was not even conscious he was jailed for what. Unaona, hivi sasa vile tumekomaa ndio tunaanza kusoma kwamba alishikwa na Moi akafungwa kwa sababu hii, kwa sababu hii. Kwa sababu gani? He was not very significant. There were other politicians that overshadowed him, like his father and the likes of Shikuku, Martin Shikuku, Masinde Murilo, Kenneth Matiba. So those politicians carried it on all the way to the 90s, and we thank them because I think it is their fight that brought multipartyism. Baba's fight comes with the new constitution. All of us have to accept that. And now that is when we see he takes over. But he did not just come from the bush to take over. He alijijenga, jamaa alijijenga, and then he had the guts. If he was jailed by Moi, he had the guts even to confront Moi. Yani alijijenga. So if we look at the way alijijenga, then we must accept that we have been beaten 10-0 because all those politicians, the only person there that can dare the devil is Mother Karua. And Mother Karua needs to work on her mobilization skills. Hao wengine, I'm sorry, bure kabisa. They don't know what it is to fight for a country. They are joyriders. They keep on jumping from one ship to another. Mtu kama Kalonzo, mara ako na Kibaki, ako kwa Kibaki anataka kuwa VP, mara ako pande hii, mara anatuambia last year 2022 kwamba it is either you have me or else. Watu kama hao wenye huwezi tegemea, unaona. Now, so mother, if Baba is handing over to anybody, then he should have worked very hard to unite Azimio and leave Azimio with somebody like Mother Karua. Now, you people talk about the likes of Kina Sifuna. Sifuna is very articulate, but I am not sure Sifuna is a daredevil. He's very articulate in whatever, how he puts things. Lakini hawezi dea shetani. Naruto ni shetani. We need somebody mwenye anadea shetani. Now, if you talk about Babu Owino, those ones, I don't even know where they are. When we want them to be in parliament to discuss the finance bill, they decide to go for a trip. And they tell us that walienda safari. Hao ni watu mnategemea kweli? Ukweli, we have been beaten 10-0. That is what is it. So, as the others discuss, I want to ask you a question. Now, Stone PK, from your analysis, I want to conclude. Azimio tumechapwa 10-0 na kuna yeyote saa hii anaweza vaa viatu vya Baba. The other thing I want to accept is like a woman who has been divorced. Kama bwana yako amekuacha, nenda utafute bwana mwingine. Na kama bibi yako ametoroka na Stone PK, kubali Stone PK ametoroka na bibi, nenda utafute bibi mwingine. That is where we are. We accept that Baba has reached a point that he can no longer go on with Kenyan politics and he has to take a new role, and that is, people didn't like it when the public participation, you say that is a soft land in public participation. Hapo ni mshahara atapata tu. He will not change the politics of Africa because we know how AU is structured. That's a soft landing and a retirement, which for me, I may also do the same if I were in his shoes. So that is a good decision for Baba's personal benefits, as far as I'm concerned. But for the Azimio and Kenyans, we are beaten 10-0. So those will be coming in. I also want to pose another question again. Is Ruto's hand in this? Do you see Ruto's hand in this EU position? Back to you, Alexio.
I don't see Ruto's hand in this thing. Ruto is just joyrider, just hanging on it because he knows whether it's supposed or not, it's a done deal. So I don't see his hand there. Maybe Lala, welcome. Lala, you are still mute. Unmute, Lala.
Okay, good. Sorry, it's good to see all of you, Alexio, Julia, Njeru, Mama Selena, Romeo, public participation, and all of you in the background. I hear you, and all of us are truly disappointed where we are. But I must say this. Baba leaving or staying there's no difference. And my reason is simple. At this point, we should have got enough of Baba's ideology. We should have internalized what we believe in as Kenyans. We should have been brave enough to be able to get what we want. The power is with the people. It's you, all of you, who are saying, Baba, stay aside. We're going to do it on our own. You don't have to go and, all of a sudden now we want him back. Whether Baba is with us or not with us is on us to have internalized what it means to be a free people that can liberate themselves. But it's like we are still babies who want to be fed with milk. To me, whether Baba is in Addis Ababa or here, if we are going to do what we need to do, in fact, it's better now for me, for all of us, to be able to show that we love Baba, we want, we believe in what Baba believed in, and so that we don't start crying and growling and feeling helpless and hopeless as if we learned nothing. Because if this is how we're going to be, then Baba staying or not staying will be the same thing. All we want is this star called Baba all the time, but we don't internalize what it is that it stood for. I think if we're going to get rid of Moi, of Ruto, this is probably the best time. This is the best moment for all of us to be able to show Baba that we believe in what you believed in. We believe in your fight. We believe. So in my mind, yes, we feel the fact that our leader is not with us, but tactfully, I think it's given us an opportunity. I shared yesterday. There's a king called King Uzziah. Uzziah was a powerful king in Israel. Okay, his cousin was called Isaiah, the famous one we know in the Bible. Those who read the Bible, Isaiah and Uzziah were cousins. So from the first chapter of Isaiah to the 6th chapter, Isaiah had not seen the Lord. And why? Because he was busy dining in the White House, State House, the palace, the point where he forgot to pray, forgot his mission, he forgot why he was just enjoying power. But the year that King Uzziah died, the Bible says, Isaiah says that he saw the Lord lifted up. That's when he got his marching orders as a prophet who has seen God. So in my mind, I think we are crying here like babies, not knowing that we got the power, that we the people, because when you think about it, Baba's been with us, and the constitution is being abused and torn by this man. He doesn't care about us, and we are sitting there and doing very little. So I think Baba going is a tactful move that if we are listening, then we can take the cue and use this time to show that Baba is in all of us. The spirit of Baba is in all of us. Spirit of liberators in all of us, so that we can deliver this. And this now leads me to a second important point that I think we are missing out here. Let us look at this globally, and this is addressing some of you. You see, Africa has been quite unsettled of late. The coups that are happening in West Africa, and these coups are different. They are led by young people who are quite enlightened. They know what they want. They are able to prove to Africa that they can handle the economy of their countries, the mineral resources. They are able to get a better price for them. They are a different bit. And you know what? African leaders have been afraid because they've been following this Western power all the time. And so they watched, Baba, being played on by the West, okay, selecting Ruto, and they knew exactly what was happening. And now the galvanizing around Baba is a global message that Africa wants what Baba stood for. Baba was in charge of, the AU, infrastructure, trying to help build self-reliance on the continent. And Baba, his paper, Baba stated clearly that he had identified the sources of fund that would help, Africa develop energy at cheaper rate so that we can develop Africa from our resources without relying on the West. And that scared the West. They couldn't let Baba stay because the France and other countries depend on the raw material from Africa. And Baba's an engineer. Baba was simply standing for Africa. And now these leaders in Africa rallying around him, okay, and this scares the West because the West want puppets like Ruto and others to use. So that is another perspective that we cannot, fail to see, that Baba most likely is the candidate for Africa to try to counter the rest of the world, okay? And because the leaders have seen those coups, what they have done, and they are scared, okay? They've seen that it's possible to use our resources to develop our economies rather than relying on this IMF group. Listen to this. In the last 2 weeks, the IMF and others have pumped. First of all, it was about 650 million US dollars. And then last week, I think they added another 6. And then African Development Bank added about 93 million US dollars. And this is why the dollar, is value. Kenyan shilling is strengthening. And this is strategically done to kind of crop up people like Ruto so that they are seen as miracle workers so that the West can keep, doing what they're doing to Africa. So this at the global aspect of looking at candidacy of Raila. So it is not just from the perspective that is leaving because of what has happened to us, but we also look at it as a strategy that Africans is using to kind of be self-reliant on its own, which is really another fight against the Ruto type of leadership. So in my mind, the best thing we could do, even as candidates, those of us who believe in Baba and this ideology and Azimio, is to deliver what Baba stood for, deliver the results by standing strong, rallying together, getting rid of people like Ruto, and I think that would be a strong message for Baba, whether it's in AU, but that is to be a strong message to all of us that we have internalized what it is to be free, indeed. Or else, Baba staying with us is the same thing if you're going to just be talking and doing nothing. At the end of, then Ruto will come still again. So to me, I think before 2027, we should deliver this country to Azimio, or I mean to liberate us, that is. And so we should not be discouraged, feeling like, yes, we feel hurt, yes, we feel like we were close to it, but the failure was on us because we are afraid, we are wimp, we speak, but let Ruto do all these things and we are watching. That's my point. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend Lala. Yes, Don PK.
Yeah, thank you, Alexio. Thank you, Reverend Lala. I have two questions out of your insight. Well, the questions are not directly, to you. But it's for the panelists to try and ponder. One is why was Baba abandoned out of AU office? And I've used that strong term because that is exactly what happened. But they tried to play diplomacy to show as if nothing much had happened. But if you go back and read keenly, see how he got he was kicked out of that office. It is something that we did not want to talk about that time because we were in the middle of politics. And it was really humiliating. It was sad that somebody who now we are saying is very critical to go back to that similar office could have been treated the way he was treated. Number two, when we have these coups happening in Africa, who have threatened? It is the thugs. It is the illegitimate presidents in Africa, wale ambao wamechaguliwa ama wameingia kwa viti kama tu Ruto kwa njia nyingine ama ile. Sasa imekuwaje hawa watu ndio watu wanaona Raila atakuja kuleta hiyo agenda ya Afrika iwe na ujasiri na iwe inafuata sheria katika uchaguzi zake. Hapo I'm seeing like we are trying to run away. Tunajaribu kukwepa ukweli wa mambo. Hakuna kile Raila ataweza kwenda kujaribu ati kuonyesha Afrika yeye peke yake.
Yeah.
Ationyesha Afrika ipigane. Let me finish. Afrika ipigane ndio iwe ati inaonekana inapiga nchi za Marekani na nchi za Uingereza. Yeye ndiye ameingia na hiyo ideology peke yake, manake wale wengine washagiva because ni mapuppet wa nani? Mapuppet wa hizo nchi. Sasa yeye peke yake atawezaje kubadilisha hayo mambo, na ile hali yeye anapigania haki? Na nimesema karibu 75% ya viongozi wa Afrika ni matapeli, ni wakora kama Ruto tu. Swali la mwisho, ni marais wangapi ambao ndio genuine wanasema ukweli, wanataka kupatia Ruto huo uongozi, kupatia Raila huo uongozi, other than huyu rafiki yake ambaye ni retired, huyu mzee kabisa, huyu ambassador. Ni wengine wagani ambao anasema ama tunasema wanaunga mkono ha? Ni ile tu katika ile mzunguko na msururu ikakuwa East Africa ni wakati wake kuwa na nani na hicho kiti. Sasa wakasema okay, huyu mzee wacha tunini amehangaika sana, wacha tumpatie mahali ya kupumzika. And I tend to think the person who floated this thing is Ambassador. Yeye ndiye ameenda tu akajaribu kutafutia rafiki yake mahali, okay, na ndio hapo sasa Ruto akajaribu kuingilia kwa umbali, kwa sababu yeye ni rais tu, akaona Raila hapo na aseme atasupport. So it is just Obasanjo going to try and float it to the old friends that Baba can easily exit there. So for me, I would want us to rest in this and kuna mengi ndani pale, kuna mengi, lakini kusema ati kule ameenda Afrika itainuka nini, Afrika ni ngumu, pale ni pagumu. Asante.
It's okay to try to tackle my perspective here. Stone, I think all of us.
Okay, just tackle it in the next 1 minute, and then we hear from Romeo.
Stone, all of us have seen what has been going on in Africa, and we know the hands that are been leading some of these puppet leaders are from outside. The outsiders, the West and others, they want us to be fighting so that they can have access to the raw materials. We know that. Whether it's in Congo, whether it's in Mali and all those places, that's what they're looking for. And so they want leaders they can use, they can control. Okay? And so when these coups are happening, they are second guessing, especially the West. They're wondering what's really going on in Africa. And so I can see those puppets primarily looking for a savior, somebody who can be able to speak to the masses on the ground and help save the face of the continent, because the Traores and others are winning the argument. You know, the Pan-African group, Dr. Kwa, the others are winning the argument. Young people are moving that direction. And so there is the sense that what the West plans want is not working for them. And so the same leaders also are not very comfortable in their leadership, you know, because the people are questioning. And I think one of the beautiful, article is covering the economies of these countries that, simply that the coups took place, and the economies are doing very well because they took over the mines and others, and they are making money, and the people are seeing tangible results. And these are some of the arguments that these leaders, these African leaders, are looking at, and whom would they turn to? Baba is a logical, argument, because Baba had worked for AU, and he was in charge of coming up with the industrialization of Africa, and he came up with a blueprint that had identified the sources of funding, which basically come from the resources in Africa, which actually some of these same coup leaders have used that blueprint to be able to change the dynamics in their economies. And that is the argument that actually letting people like Obasanjo and others, the leaders, let Baba come and help us. You know, Baba was the advisor to Magufuli and others. So there's a sense in which Baba's leadership threatened the West because they want to get rid of him. And now the Africans calling him back as a savior, which is anti what they want for Africa. Africa is supposed to be a spare part. You come in, get what you need, and get it out. And that's the end of it. And so make the energy be expensive as possible. But Baba is looking at a different, and this example is there, what is done, and this influence in Congo, this influence in all these other countries, so there's a sense in which Baba's candidacy is serious, and it is a way to change the dynamics, the way things have been in Africa. So I think we should just dismiss it as it is going to do nothing. I think it's a good check, actually, to the West, because what they want is not working. The fact that Africa is embracing Baba, whom they should be, kicked out. Okay, so that's a different way of looking at what is going on. So I would argue that if you look at it from that perspective, global perspective, then Baba is a serious candidate for Africa. And that's why I mentioned that if we do our part as people who believe in Pan-Africanism, mindset and good governance, and we want Kenya well, and we basically continue on the fight and liberate Kenya, which we should do whether Baba is there with us or not, because Baba already shown us what to do. whether it's riot, whatever it is that we need to do, we should go ahead and do it. Instead of lamenting, he's given a 10-0, we are gone, we are done, this and that, that's where we are standing. That is Ruto's blueprint. How he wants us to be able to look at the thing. Yeah, yes, we know we are bleeding. Yes, it's kind of hard to think about us without Baba, but that's the opportunity for us to be able to do the right thing, which we know we should be able to do. The same people you stoned for
Thank
this
you.
station, Baba should be at home. We should be doing it on the street. Let's do it. So
Thank
leadership
you.
now, Stone, you are the Baba here, and others. Let's all be Babas and take care of this business quickly enough. Thank
Thank you.
you.
Thank you. Thank you, Lala. Romeo, Karibu. How are you?
Good. How are you, Alex? Your long time, my brother.
Fine, thanks. I'm also doing well. Thank God.
Thank you. Thank you for the
Yeah.
opportunity. Jumbo to all of you. I'm not going to mention all the names, but again, it's good to be given the opportunity to speak here. I know it's not, it's a privilege, basically. So I want to be thankful first. So today, actually, I should have changed my thingy down there from hardball to maybe reconciliation and understanding, because Stone PK, just yesterday and the day before, you have said something that I actually went and did, which is sometimes you say when you have some time and where you're working, you can replay things and try to listen to our comments again and hear ourselves afresh. So I did that. I played a show that I was involved as well, and I listened keenly without biases. So I tried to tone down my biases, because we all have biases depending on which side you're coming on this particular subject. For me, I first, before I go into that, something that Lala mentioned that I also want to mention here real quick. This is in regards to the dollar and the shilling. I noticed that the shilling has appreciated against the dollar by 9% as of, I believe, Friday. Yeah, Friday was yesterday. Yeah, by Friday. Now, what I was wondering is, has the price of petrol and kerosene and all these things gone down? Because the reserve currency that is used to purchase oil in the world market is the dollar. And so if the shilling has appreciated by 9%, it means the petrol should go down by 9%. That's just something that I was hoping that has happened, but I doubt it. So then makes me wonder if this shilling appreciation of the dollar is something real, and it's going to be staying like that for a while. But again, that's just something for Kenyans to look at, and someone can put on the comment what's the price of petrol right now in Kenya, since I'm not there. But I'm expecting it to go down by 9% because yeah, the shilling has appreciated by 9%, and the dollar is the reserve currency of the market. All right, now that aside, now back to the topic of that we are discussing. So Stone, like I'm saying, I went and played, and I listened keenly, and I tried my best. We're all humans, but I tried to put aside my biases. My biases from where I'm coming from. And let me first say by where I'm coming from with this Raila situation. Some of you are lamenting now. You feel like you have this rock in your heart that you can't move because Raila is leaving the political scene, and we know that he is the man that most of us trust. Even I, is the only person I trust in the Kenyan politics that can tell us the truth if something is wrong or we are doing something wrong. No one is left. I don't see it either. So in that area, I am agreeing with many of you that there is a big vacuum being left here. Now, where I differ and respectful is that I think, let me first of all walk you guys through what some of you are going through today. Some of us, like me, have gone through it, I think, 4 times. When in the middle of the night, with the likes of some of you here, this is your personal hero or the people that you think are the best in Kenya. Martha Karua was sneaking Mwai Kibaki in the middle of the night to be sworn in an irregular election. That is it. What you're feeling now, I felt that day. And then Uhuru came, Uhuru first time, stole election. I felt the same thing. Not because Raila is my kinsman meaning because I'm Luo as well. No, but because I felt like even if you're winning, there's principles of winning and principles of losing, which we all should follow and adhere to. So, Stone PK, I felt that. What you're feeling now, I felt that day. And then Uhuru stole again. I felt the same thing. And then Ruto at the Bomas that you're saying some of you felt that. I felt that again. So, from my point of view, and you can judge me with your biases the way you want, and that's okay. Because those of you who know psychology, we all have biases, and that's okay. For me, the heartache some of you are feeling today, I have felt it many, many, many times. Then the question begs me, so Rob, why are you then happy that Raila is leaving the political scene when he hasn't achieved the goal he needed to achieve? Now, I asked myself that question after watching that video. And I noticed we all have different reasons why Raila should stay. Some of you went as far as saying, oh, he has always lost election. What if he loses this one? So some of you here actually are promoting that serial loser Raila thing here. Okay? And at the same time, you're saying that you support this man. So sometimes I'm lost. I'm like, okay, if you really like the principles of this man, then forget about his name and Raila. What we should rally around is principalities, not a man, not a woman. And that's why last time I was here, I said, I feel like we're unified here by convenient. The convenience right now is to get rid of Ruto, but that's what's unifying us. That unification, or the centerpiece of our unification being Ruto, is not good enough for Kenya to be built in the principles of Raila. And maybe this is what Raila is trying to communicate to you guys and me, and we don't get it. Ruto is not the only problem. We have many. And some of these problems are due to lack of principle. If you look at the people Raila is surrounded with, at one point or another, they have betrayed him. Let us be honest. Other than the Watoto Wanyayo, the Kalonzos and Mudavadis, who he has tried to caress and love and bring them into principles of good leadership, not just follow Raila, no, but the principles that he adheres to. That has fallen in the wayside because the reason why we are complaining about Raila right now is because everybody around him, lacks the principles he has. And so do we on here. And if I'm wrong, prove me wrong. So do we. We are just unified for the moment to get rid of the next guy, okay, or the guy in power right now, so that we can install the guy that we favor, not the principal person, man or woman that will actually save Kenya. And this is why, for me, I wanted to take a reconciliation tone by saying, yes, Baba is a human being, and his days are numbered, just like mine. And at some point, we will be without him. He is teaching us this lesson of trying to guide us into something different without his presence. And at one point, I remember I came here and I said, sometimes Baba's, what's the word I used? Enigmaness. He's also what is our Achilles heel. What Baba is good at is also what is Achilles heel. In other words, now I'm thinking, as a rationally thinking person, that Baba is giving us an opportunity to prove the point that, hey, maybe Baba, what I thought was his Achilles heel, which was his fame and his principles, maybe I was wrong. Maybe I wasn't. I have been here criticizing this same person that I believe was the person that could have helped us change the trajectory of Kenya. Not basically stay there, because when you start talking about the Kagames believe now they're gods. I did not want Raila to be a god. I want Raila to stay a man. And a man just leads, and a man is able to exit the dancing stage while he still has a back to bow out. For me, the timing could be wrong to many of you. But maybe this is what we need for a wake-up call. That we have been over-relying on one man, surrounded by wolves. All of them are wolves. We all know that. And that's why we are so concerned. Maybe we need to now try to create a new opposition that is not based on Raila. It's almost like some of you like Raila as an opposition person. Oh, Raila ni mtetezi. Raila ni mtetezi. Very few of us have said, I want Raila president. Raila ni president. Right? Because it's almost, it has become a norm to equate Raila na mtetezi. Mtetezi ni mtu mwenye yuko kwa government. Mtetezi ni someone that is coming from the other side to tear your rights against a government that is totalitarian or tyrant. For me, I think Baba has done us well. He has walked us, held our hands, even sometimes when he calls us to go kuandamana, we call him all kind of names, and he still goes. Even when Uhuru steals his election, he still meets with Uhuru and shakes his hand. Shakes his hand. I would never do that. So it shows how bad I am. He still meets with Uhuru and shakes his hand. So then the question, and then after a while, we almost forget that Uhuru stole election. And some of us come here and start praising Uhuru. The reason why, to me, I will never praise Uhuru and Kibaki is because Ruto is standing on the shoulders of Kibaki and Uhuru. Ruto basically did exactly what he was taught to do or watched other people doing. At some point, we're going to be okay with the Ruto leadership, actually. Let me tell you. We are so used to this. We have actually promoted, we are desensitized by rigging. We are so okay with it. I am telling you, I'm predicting here today that I will come back in 2 years and we will be not talking about Ruto as stealing an election. Because we are so used to these things. We lack principles. We lack it. So after a while, uchumi ikianza kwenda mzuri, pesa ingia kwa mfuko ya watu tena, everything starts running good again, Ruto will be a hero, just like Uhuru was, or Uhuru is a hero today. Uhuru Kibaki should not be anybody's hero. So is Ruto. Not mine. Will never be. Because of principles. If Raila steals election tomorrow, he has gone against his own principles. And so for me, he'll not be my hero. So, instead of lamenting, maybe we need to just put our foot forward, even if it's in a trembling way. Step into the waters, like they say, even if you don't know how to swim, and try to float. And just let us find a new woman or man that shares that principles that Raila had. Ya uaminifu, little things like that. And let's not deify him or her. Raila should not be deified either. He's not a god. Let's just find a man and a woman, and we've been given that space between now and 2027. We have enough time. Instead of lamenting, we should probably be vetting people and talking about who we should be rallying behind. Or even ask Baba, do you have a clue of who we should be? Even then, I don't want to do that because Baba is very smart. He's trying not to endorse one man or woman, which is very, very good. It gives the real person with the principle that he adheres to a chance to rise. So for me, some of you say, Baba, ungetupatia direction. Maybe it's good he doesn't. We as a people, what do we want? Do we want just another man like Raila? Do we want Raila himself and deify him? Or do we want a principled person that knows where we have come from, where we are going, and what we want our country to be like. Baba going to AU, it's very true what Stone Pike has said. AU as an organization, the way it's constituted right now and its function, it's a failure. Mr. Hansen had said it, it's very true. Why is it a failure? Because AU, the largest funder who funds AU activity is European Union. We all know, if I pay your bills, I own you. We all know it. At least in Africa, we don't have that reasoning because sisi hupatia relatives pesa left and right and we don't own them. In the white world, if someone gives you money, they own your ass. We all know this. And so that's the number one reason why AU will fail, because it's controlled by the European Union. European Union funds us. So if we Africans can fund our own union, that is the beginning of a better African Union. Because then we don't have to be told what to do. Or like you know how the IMF ties different rules to the funding they give Kenyans. Like, hey, approve gay marriage, we give you 600 million. Approve this, we give you this. That is the same thing that is happening at AU. But if somebody who can convince Kenyan, Africa, 55 African countries that are part of AU, let's give AU hata kama ni shilingi mbili kila mtu and fund our own union. Then we dictate what we do in our land and in our in the motherland. I think I'll stop there. I'll be in the background, Alexia. Thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you. Mr. Hansen.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I wanted to discuss a little bit because I want us to understand how these positions come from. Si tunawarudisha hapa, and I don't want to discuss about the AU position. I want to discuss about a little bit higher positions like the UN, that is the Secretary General of the UN, or even the head of the World Bank. How successors are chosen, how it starts, because that is something which people are sharing here to talk about, and I want to discuss to you where the rumors start. Like unasikia Powell will be the next chairman of World Bank, or like the famous Ban Ki-moon. How it starts, although some of them they have a rotation of bases, but it starts this way. Number one, before the regular citizens they receive the rumors, it begins with a name proposition. So I'm talking of how it happens hapo juu within the higher hierarchies. It begins with the names proposals. When this group of elites, which mostly include the president, and that's the reason why najaribu kusema hapa we cannot we cannot say that Ruto is not involved in this thing, because what happens is that some presidents somewhere, when they are seated, this thing is not about unajua nimesikia watu wakisema ni huyu jamaa ya kutoka Nigeria, no? So some presidents sit somewhere. That's what I wanted to say. During their meetings, sometimes when there is this international visit, a president goes, so they float a name. That is what happened. After they float a name, the next thing is they look for esteemed diplomat, and sometimes those names are proposed out of many reasons, which I don't want to discuss here. Then they look for a diplomat who will be able to go and speak with the person who the name has been floated. So the diplomat is is looked for. Hizi ni vitu zinapeningi chini ya maji, ni vitu najaribu kusema. So those people they go and talk with that person. If that person agrees, that thing is now released as a rumor. First of all, after it is released as a rumor, then they, in the name of wanting to feel the public opinion, and then from there, the proposed citizen puts his name forward. So that is usually what happens. I'm talking of how these big diplomatic positions are negotiated. So it starts from somewhere. Like, for example, the next head of World Bank, the US president, is always aware who that guy is going to be. So the name is usually, they discuss them in their meetings, sometimes when they are like even in G20 or wherever, wanaongea huko, then those names are floated. So when I'm talking like, and this is the reality which I'm trying to say here. Baba accepting, and asisemi ati ni vibaya, Baba accepting to say that he is going to UN, it's an admission that he agrees with what happened in 2022. Right now, he has agreed with it, because before we reach to the level whereby Baba is accepting to campaign for this position, the truth of the matter is Ruto was aware a long time ago. So I'm trying to explain here. So Ruto is aware. This name has been discussed somewhere. Maybe they discussed it wakiwa na akina Museveni, akina Kagame, akina nani. They are the people who floated the name. So I wanted you people now you understand where it came from. So how do they propose the name? They look for a diplomat. That person speaks with Baba. Then Baba says, yes, I can accept that position because of. So there is a lot of talks which happens there, and there is a lot of give and takes, and there is something which I also want people to connect and relate, and that is the reason why even the dollar, all these things, they are even attached with the dollar. Hizi vitu zote, they are interconnected, because there are some things, there's very many things which you have to agree to, so that you accept, you zikubaliwa, and all these things, they are connected. It's only that they will not come here openly na waseme iko hivi. So that is what I wanted us to agree and understand, that there is which happens a lot inside the curtain, which regular citizens hawatajua. Away from that, what happens to Azimio? And that is what I wanted to discuss here now. This is my opinion. Azimio is dead. That is not, there is no two ways about it. Azimio is dead, because Azimio has not lived to its mission. Every organization or institution has its mission operation formula, or what it was supposed to do. And when that institution becomes limbo, it fades away. What will happen is that the people who have been in Azimio, they can coalesce somewhere, and they come up with another foundation or another institution where they can propel their political affairs under. Because number one, Azimio is going to split either today or tomorrow. It's just a matter of time. There are some people who will feel they need to shatter their own political methodologies in other using other formulas. Hiyo ni maoni yangu. To the extent, like somebody like me, I'm now giving like my own example. Personally, the day when Baba said he has left Azimio, I'm not in Azimio. That is one thing because we don't have leaders there. I can tell you, we don't have leaders. Many of the people there, they are not tested, and that is my my own opinion. We support people based on their struggle. I said here yesterday, in Kenya, we don't follow policy. We have a long way to follow policy and beliefs, and so and what we are supposed to follow. So there will be another party is going to form, a party which will be and this is how people are even going to fight UDA. We are going to raise a very good human being. Kuna jamaa atatokezea. Not all these big names we are talking about, because Azimio, there is no one. UDA is a carcass on the other end. There is a human being who is going to come up. Then that human being is going to receive a portion of people from Azimio, and he's also going to receive a portion of people who are disgruntled from UDA and some other political parties. So what I'm trying to say here is that we now have an opportunity of, you see, like what somebody like this Turkana guy, he used to explain here, the third force, which did not fruit. We now have an opportunity of a third force which can come with the policy. People who can come in the principles and the policy. They are not Azimio, they are not UDA. Guys now who can come as serious strategists and thinkers, and they come at the table how they are going to take Kenya into a transformational agenda, and they solve all the problems which are bedeviling Kenya. And through that, we will be able to realize a presidency which will be able to unseat Ruto. But as we speak now, and Julia, I want to answer your question. Azimio as it has no engine fuel to catapult itself to remove Ruto. No, we don't have. That one I would say for free. So there will be new formations, disgruntled people. Let me say that. People who are tired of Areze Kenya. We have them, by the way. People who are tired. And people who are not there anymore to talk about personalities. We have talked about personalities for 20, 30 years. So we are now going to have a new wave of politics whereby people are looking at transformational agendas, not relying on people. We now start relying on transformational ideologies. I'm not saying that the guys who are in Azimio, they cannot form that transformational ideologies. They can. But if they still rely on the usual old methodologies of tribes and alignment, they are going to fail before start. So what we are going to do is we need somebody, and that is what any person who wants to replace Ruto in 2027 is supposed to do. That guy, as early as today, he is supposed to launch a serious manifesto, a serious ideology, Kenyan ideology, which can gravitate us towards a changing Kenya. And then from there, he can now channel a path of wanting people to join his transformational agenda, which will give birth to a new Kenya in 2027. That is the path we need to take. We now need to alienate ourselves from the thoughts of we are Azimio, we are this, and we first of all build an ideology. That is where we are very poor in. We build an ideology. We try to look at all the problems which are bedeviling our country. How can we galvanize people on a common agenda? Once we have built that agenda, and because Kenyans are hungry, and there is a lot of hunger of wanting people who can transform Kenya, now Kenyans will be able to gravitate towards that wave of a new Kenya. So there's a lot of work to be done. There is a million of work to be done for 2027 to become a profitable day. Kenyans are ready for ideology, but that ideology has to be built by a man. So instead of people becoming lazy and saying that wanataka waachue Azimio, I want to be a dose, that is a lazy way of handling politics. The bright way is simple. Build an ideology. build a method which can prepare you to the people. And through that, now people can gravitate towards your thinking, and now people can own you. Right now, we cannot be able to own anyone because many of them ni viwete politically. There are people who can be swayed away. There are people, if things go haywire, they can actually be bought by Zakayo anytime. Munashtukia mlikuwa na mtu hii pande, then munashtukia ameenda hii pande ingine. So we do not have somebody who we can trust so far, but we can trust him if we can be able to build a policy framework. And that is what our thinkers they are not concentrating on. Instead of saying we are Azimio, we are this, we now have an opportunity, 3 years to election. Let's build a policy. We know the problem, which are bedeviling Kenya. We know them, 1 million of them. Let's build a policy framework. And then let's now call Kenyans. They come and now fuel their energy to that new transformational Kenya, including even identifying people. Let's not follow a name. This idea of whereby we are just following a name, and some of these people have not done anything in life to prove that they are transformational leaders is wrong. So we now have an opportunity. You don't need to campaign. You don't need to go to Meru. You don't need to go to Embu. You don't need to go to Nyanza, wherever. No. Now, we now need think tanks to build a framework which Kenyans can believe by 2027. Putting names, there's no problem as long as the idea is there. And I would advise any person who is in Azimio framework or wherever, even in UDA, and you are disagreeing with them, you can now build on that. And then you can even start buying adverts and you sell that policy. And we can, even if we are saying that Kenyans have not reached that level, we now have an opportunity of policy-driven politics. And we can actually alienate Zakayo from Kenyans through transformational ideas which can grow our nation. And that is the politics which can now actually make us win 2027. So let's forget tribal cocoons. Let's forget anything about alignments. No, let's build a policy framework. We now have that opportunity. We don't have any baggages. We don't have anything. We don't have to say that huyu akona supporters wengi kuliko huyu. Now we have an opportunity to build the biggest political machinery which has never been built in East and Central Africa, and we can do it. That is the thinking I can only follow. But the thinking of just saying that we to Azimio, we will not follow that thinking. We now want people who can ignite our brains now. We want people who want to tell us we can change Kenya. We can take Kenya even to first world thinking. And through that, we will be able to detonate Zakayo. But we cannot detonate Zakayo by tribal and cocoon thinking mentality. The mentality has to be clear, policy, and the right attitude, and bringing people of right thinking together. And all tribes will come. As long as the policy is there, Wamasai watakuja, Wakikuyu watakuja, and everybody will come. But I don't want to hear this politics where we are saying, Wajaluo, wanashikana na Wakalenjin sasa. That is not the politics which will transform this nation. We are now tired, and we now need an hyper point which can change us to a transformational environment. And it is possible. Mr. Kalonzo Musyoka, if you need my support, and I want to declare this one usiku mchana, Mother Karua, if you need my support, I need to see your transformational policy idea which can detonate Zakayo. I don't want to hear about regions. I want to see somebody with ideas and transformation. And we have a time.
That's well said, Mr. Njiro. Yes, we need people like Mhisa Kitui. Come up. People like PLO Lumumba, umekuwa ukiongea huko sana. Come up. Ekuro Court, Jimmy Wanjigi. We want to see you. We want to see people who are ready to take Kenya to the next level. Because what has been happening now, it has been against Raila, pro Raila, and against Raila. So if you find people in UDA, some of them would go there because they don't love Raila. And now Raila is not in the picture. So this is a different kind of ball game now. Yes. Kenyan I can see the hand for Romeo Evo. A minute before we call Kenyan Mandamano.
Yes, so just for a minute. Okay, thanks. Mr. Handsome, I like the way you've pivoted the conversation, and that's what I think we should be talking about, is the ideologies. Who do we rally for? And not against. Things that go, when you start rallying against, it means you're for nothing, you're just against things, which is what we are today. If I'm telling you, many of you will correct me, but I can tell you we are galvanized by being against somebody, not for something. And we need to galvanize for something. And that's what we need to do. What I wanted to, when Mr. Handsome was, when he was speaking, that kind of came to my mind. And again, Mimi, I'm not affiliated with Raila. I just know him like all of you. I've just supported him. I've never, I don't have any contacts or anything like that. And what came to my mind the other day was, what if Raila has realized that winning an election in Kenya will be impossible to, let me repeat that again. Winning a true election, as in you go, you stand, and you're voted, and you win an election clearly, the Supreme Court, it goes to the Supreme Court and the right person is given their win, is an impossibility in Kenya. What if he has realized that there are forces in Kenya? Because the reason why I concluded this was, Raphael Tuju once said to us that the likes of IEBC officials went to his house wakipiga mnada the presidential election. I've always wondered, hii mnada ilikuwa inapigwa ni nani? Who was offering this? Kwa sababu the person in power was Uhuru. So unless Uhuru was asking Raila to pay for presidency, then who else can ask for the presidency to be paid for? They went to Ruto too. They said alikuwa mtu akipiga mnada, the way I understand, mnada is auctioneering. Anybody can bid. And there were only two horses in the race. So those are the two bidders. So I'm thinking the election officials of IEBC went to Ruto and went to Raila and told them the presidency is going to cost you this. Not just money, but also other things, including policies. And I'm thinking policies like gay marriage. I'm thinking it's a package. And it was asked, do you want the presidency? Yes, this is what it's going to cost you. And according to my understanding, again, I'm not affiliated with Raila campaign, mimi sijawahi kampenia Raila, mimi tu ni mfuasi. I understand from sources that Raila turned it down. Ruto accepted the offer. Now, to me, with my basic knowledge of understanding of mnada and auctioneering, I don't think Uhuru would have let Uhuru as president, because he was president until that date, would have let IEBC to try to auctioneer the election the way they were doing. So there must be a very, very powerful hand behind the IEBC. That's the hand we don't know. I don't know it. So I've tried to reason out, maybe Raila has realized, because the same motives of operandi was used in Nigeria to have the current president. And it has been used in many African countries. So to me, I'm thinking, maybe Raila has seen that this thing is bigger than just Kenya. Maybe we need to fight it from a different angle. So that not Raila to become president someday, but Alexio, for you to be able to become president because your policies, your ideology resonates with us and we vote for you and you clearly win. Maybe that has never happened in an African election because our masters, we know them, have reasons to put certain people in place, and to put those people in place, they've given them incentives, and these incentives, they come back to collect, like the IMF and the World Bank. They're coming back to collect. I am thinking what the World Bank and IMF is doing today, that was the deal that was offered as well. I will stop there. By the way, that's just a theory. It's not
Yeah, we accept your theory and we'll look it. People in the comment section, the reason why I was calling I've called out PLO Lumumba is because of this idea of anti-Raila. Even if Raila wins, and this is just normal, you can see it, he doesn't want to accept. So I'm calling up him because now the field has been levelized. The field now is open. You hear me? The field is open. Can he now be able to advocate what he has been speaking outside there to come and tell Kenya, this is where I want to go? It's just a challenge that I'm throwing. Wakina Miguna. Yes. Now Raila is not there. What I can say, what do you have for Kenya? What do you have to offer now for Kenya, which Raila has been preventing you from doing? Can you offer it right now? That's what my take. Mama, Kenyan maandamano. Kenyan maandamano, are you there?
I could go briefly if she's not yet joining.
Okay, yes. Okay, comfort.
Yeah, I like the conversation, and I'm glad that it has pivoted to discussing issues, not tribes and other things. That was a bit almost going ugly before. I posted then the Candid WhatsApp group, and I saw somebody else also talking about it. In politics, it's all about timing, and I'm wondering, Raila accepted the nomination to the AU commission chair, and then just now, you can see I've posted it there. The African Union, all those presidents, Majambazi, all of them. Can you imagine they can all agree that Ruto should now, let me even read it, is now going to be the head. They've endorsed Ruto. They've endorsed Ruto to be the African Union champion for institutional reforms. I almost fell off my chair. A guy who is finishing all our institutions. The EACC is gone, DPP gone, DCI gone, the courts, the judges. I mean, everything is practically gone. But he is the one who all the African leaders, and there's a big picture over there, they've endorsed him. Not like Raila, who is just accepting a nomination to be elected to start in 2025. Ruto has been endorsed now. As from tomorrow, he's going to be the AU champion for institutional reforms. That is something we should be discussing. On the other hand, we've talked about having elections. Raila has always won. 2017, somebody is saying Uhuru also stole. Uhuru was ready to go. He had accepted the results. Uhuru was not in all that effort of Jacob, whatever, and all the effort of the rigging. We know who was behind that. So when we went into campaigning for 2022, and somebody kept on saying, you guys have the system and all that. We didn't have the system. We were campaigning against the system that rigs. The person who rigs, we were campaigning against him, and he had everything put in place. I think Baba saying that accepting that nomination for next year, November, January, whatever, 2025, is a dog whistle. When he said Punda ime choka and then now it has angukad, it's a dog whistle to us Kenyans. If we love him, why can't we just grab that power and give it to him? I didn't say that. Why can't we be all angry enough now? We reached where we're ready for a revolution. Why can't we just take it? We are the people. I think we should be thinking on those lines. The AU position, if he's going to go there and those Majambazis can come up with such a decision to give Ruto that position, Baba will just be there, a chair, being told this is the direction we're going. When he suggests something, they need to vote. They'll just vote what they want. We need to hack what the politics that is going on. That's all I had to say for now.
Alex ni kama ameenda. Yeah, it is true comfort hivyo umesema. In the future, sio sahi, in the future you people will come to realize that it's a grave mistake to go to AU. It's a it's a hijacked institution, and sitasema mengi. That one is enough. Julia, go ahead.
I'm here if I'm allowed.
Okay.
It's Kenya maandamano, Jiru.
Thank you.
Kenya maandamano, endelea.
Asante sana. Niko hapa, sitaonekana niko pahali ambapo nimekaa, sijui ni chini ya mwamba ama ni juu ya mwamba, lakini msijali, niko salama salamini. Ninawashukuru wote na ninawasalimia wote kwa yote ambayo mnaleta mbele ya akili za watu ama nyuso za watu ama meza za watu, kwa sababu the more you are talking, the more you are making people enlightened. I'm glad we are getting to this point that we are going further, even to peruse things that have not happened, so that if they happened, will not have a big impact on us. I'm very grateful for the bright minds that we have, and the much that we are talking, we are helping each other and even the people outside there. Niliwaambia hapa watu ni wengi sana huwa wanasikiza this debate that we have here, and so we come here being honest and very open, honestly speaking, so that we are not taken like hypocrites. We are people who want to have the right thing happening in our country and in Africa as in general. Coup has been happening. Let me start that point. Coup have been happening in Africa. And I'm telling you, those young men, they are being watched by these crocodiles that have curtailed so many things, so good things to happen in Africa. And they are Africans too. And that is what they are after. They are not happy of the coups because they know they are guilty. And they are guilty because of what they have been doing to their fellow Africans in all times. Whether Ruto will be nominated to be what or what, he is known as a lunatic person. I'll call him that. Because all those who are coming together is because they sing the same song, and what they are doing to their fellow Africans, nobody will be happy about. But because they feel those coups are happening, they are scared. They don't know whether it will happen to them because they know they are not doing the right thing to their fellow Africans. Those are the points I want to put. The other thing, Baba, whether he goes, he is our hero. He has done a lot. He has taught many people how to be resilient, how to follow good ideas, however, where he has reached. I'm very disappointed and very, very sick and very sad for Baba to leave us. But who am I to tell him not to? I'm just a lay person somewhere, just one person. But maybe we are many. But we cannot be able to force the wind to blow Baba back to us. It's hard. But we are disappointed. But not being disappointed to tell Baba not to go. Maybe he has seen something which we have not seen. Romeo, I want to say this to you. Baba has lost many times, not losing actually. It has been taken away from him several times. I'm a Kikuyu, you are Luo, there is a Kalenjin, there is a Mturukana, and other tribes. There are many who have the same pain you have, Romeo. Because even when Uhuru was voted in or he got in, it doesn't mean it benefits me that much. The only thing we are looking for is not about Uhuru or Raila or even this Jambazi. It's the person who comes out and lead the people in the right way. That's what we are looking for. We don't care whether it's a Turkana or a Luo or a Luya or a Mujikenda or whoever. We want somebody who rules people like human beings, not like animals. And that's why I always say, when we come here, please, we get away from tribal. Let's talk as Kenyans so that we can heal and we can go further than what we are right now. So, Romeo, the pain you have, I have it too. And I remember one time somewhere I was working, I mentioned, do you know Baba won? However, we have the government ready on the chair. And that is when Uhuru and Ruto were in the government. I was almost to be swallowed by those people. They said, how did you know? How comes you can say that? I had to disappear. And I'll say what Comfort said. The main mind of all what happened during Uhuru time is Ruto. Nobody else. Ruto started long time ago, cheesing and cutting all these good things to happen in our country from long time ago. He has been adamant that he has to get this. And that is what has happened. So, Romeo, I'm with you. The pain you went through, or you have gone many times, I did too. And another Kikuyu, and another Kalenjin, and another Luya, and another Mijikenda, and another Turkana. It's only that I cannot be able to open my heart. You see what I feel. And the Turkana cannot open their heart. And another tribe cannot open their heart. For you to see the pain you endured, they endured too. I want to say, Nyerere alisema, unapoongoza watu kikabila ni kugawanya wananchi. It is very true. Ama kuna mtu yoyote president atasimama aongoze nchi yake kihaki, na hiyo sio shida. I don't know where they get these problems. When they get to that chair, they become animals, and when they are talking to you, ni watu wamevaa ngozi la kondoo. And that is what Africans should now rise to see. Africans in general, not even Kenya, Africans in general, to see that these people, why do they become so powerful in some ways, but not so powerful for the people who they say they lead? What's the meaning of being powerful? Why do you want to stand there like somebody who is powerful, but you are powerless? Because those people, why are they suffering? Why are they suffering in their own country? That they cannot have enough basics just because you are there. And you call yourself you are powerful. And you call yourself you are smart. You are nothing. There is no way a country can be called powerful whereby people are sleeping hungry. They cannot afford food. They cannot afford medicine. They cannot afford going even to schools whereby they walk to school. This is something that logically people ought to look at. It's not about president. These majambazi are the one who are selling us to Western countries, whereby we will never rise from the problems we have been going through. And yet now, you see, they are powerful just to organize their own group, those majambazis, to make one of the jambazi of their own, lakini nyinyi marupurupu takataka mnatupanishwa huko. It's time for Africans to rise up and say enough is enough. These guys that are doing the coups, they are enemies of these jambazis in Africa. And in fact, that is why they can organize themselves, regroup, to put themselves somewhere so that they can put their own to cater for the problems that may come, so that they are not defeated or they are not overcome, or there will be no coup happening in their country where they lead. But what is the use of a president who call him a president, whereby you see those Africans toiling in problems, in a lot of languishing in poverty, and yet they call themselves presidents of Africa? They look incompetent, because I can't believe they are talking with Western countries, where the Western countries are far away from Africa, I mean, on development conscious, and yet they want to show African people that they are powerful because they are talking to white men, while they cannot even help their own. What is the use? So, Romeo, we are not lamenting. We are stuck somewhere that we need to break through and tell people to stand up. You have the power. Raila is one of the people who really could have put us on the lineup. But if he decides what he has decided, we don't have to put our strength down. We need to stand up and say, it happens. Sometimes you step down, you fall, but it doesn't mean you stay there on the ground. You need to stand up and show that you have not fallen for the fatal side of it. I fell accidentally, but I can stand up to do something. So for the coup happening in Africa, it's for a reason, because there are people who have reached a point of seeing we cannot live like this. But for the Jambazis, they want to reorganize, regroup, have a group thinking so that they can defeat these coups not to happen to them, because they want to live there doing all these dubious and bad things to Africans. But Africans should stand up and get over this and kill it. I'll stop there, my fellow people. Let's think seriously about what is happening in our country. Thank you very much. Asante.
Mr. Moderator, can I just add a bit of context?
Yes.
I'm just adding context to what I was saying, because
Okay.
when we think of the nomination that Baba accepted to take, that he's going to take the EU position that is not today, not July, next year. And we said that for him to have made that decision, he had consulted widely, and of course, a lot of people have been campaigning for him. And why is it that in a short notice, just in one day, the Ruto can be endorsed by other presidents to do what in our minds we were thinking, okay, then if Baba goes there, at least now he might start talking about how elections should be done properly, how institutions should be strengthened, so that to reduce corruption and excess powers. And then they give that, but they endorse that Ruto is the one who's going to be leading the whole of Africa in reforming our institutions. When did Ruto campaign? Or when did he go around campaigning for this very powerful position? We have to think ahead. This could be a carrot that has been dangled successfully for Baba to tell him, you can, we're going to give you this job. Because I saw Obasanjo was also in State House, the same guy, this week, I think yesterday. Probably they're just dangling this and not telling him properly that it's a nomination. Who knows? Come next year, we'll be crying that he did not make it to that chairmanship. Our Baba again will be played in this long con that we say it's a long con game. We need to prepare for that. We need to see through it. We need to see things from outside the box, connect the dots. How did Ruto get this job? A very powerful job, endorsed by African presidents, just there in Ethiopia, where Baba went to submit nominations to be probably elected to a commissioner chair position for next year. Then what's going to happen? You're going to hear they've put somebody else, and you hear Mudavadi is one who's been chosen, or somebody else from another, even Seychelles. Who knows? We need to prepare for that. We're always missing that as Azimio. We miss to see. There's no action that doesn't have a bigger discussion behind it. We need to see through this. I think Baba is being played, and we're gonna be disappointed again. We're just gonna be here again discussing that. Oh yeah, they got a stronger person, and Baba missed the chairmanship by 2 votes because so and so did not. We'll be rationalizing about it. We have to realize he has not been given the job. We're talking like he has the job. He hasn't been given the job. It's a nomination. But Ruto has been endorsed to operate as from tomorrow. He can decide to dilute institutions. They all agree as presidents we need to dilute and make them one source. And that is where things are. We have a one pay bill number now going to State House, one platform. He's going to support that for other countries. Serious situations are going to happen. We need to think about that, people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alexia, if I may just respond to what?
Yes.
Please. Unless Julia has something really burning she wants to go.
Julia, you have something? Julia, are you there? I think she's not there.
Okay, so if I just may respond to Mandamano Kamili, I wish she was there, but it looks like she dropped off.
She's listening.
Okay.
It dropped off like me.
Mandamano Kamili, I want to let you know that I appreciate the acknowledgement of the pain you've gone through. Before I get back to Mandamano Kamili, Comfort just said something. And I'm like, Comfort, we don't need to jinx Raila's situation. Let's just wait and see what happens. We know he doesn't have the votes. Maybe he doesn't have the votes. We know he hasn't been elected, or, we know it's just a nomination, but we don't have to jinx it that he's going to lose it. We can just wait and see. And
sorry, I'm not jinxing. I'm sorry about that. I was just saying, think about it. It could be yes or no.
I know. Very true.
He's had 5 jinxes up to now. Just saying.
Comfort, please. Let's find our better angels here. Raila has not been jinxed 4 times or 5 times. Raila has been rigged out. I think he only lost 1 election, and that's when he first ran. So
in 1997.
Correct.
Yeah, that's what he lost.
Look, I understand that he could lose, Comfort. I get that, and I'm sure even he himself has done the math and has realized, hey, I could lose this. Okay, and then if he loses it, you're gonna come back here and tell us how he's a serial loser. That's just sad. But I hope it doesn't happen. I want to wish him well. That's where I'm coming from. So I'm not gonna say he's gonna be rigged up. It could be rigged. It could be, and he could lose it. That's very true too. But for now, I'm just gonna stand on the side of I wish you well, sir, in your endeavors. I wish you well. There's Mandamano Kamili. So back to Mandamano Kamili. First, let me say this. If there's a man without a bone, a drop of blood of tribalism in his life, it's me. I do not. But I have seen how our politics work. I'll give you a little bit history of my history so you see where I'm coming from, and also why for me I might be seeing things you don't see. Please just allow me to explain. I am a child of two tribes in Kenya. My mother and father are not from the same tribe. I went to school in an institution of my mother's side. This was in high school. I decided to be part of student leadership in school. I put in my name. Normally the way it works is people put in their name and then students debate who is better to be a student leader. And I believe I had very good chances of being that. But the day after I submitted my resume, so to speak, three of my very close friends who happen to be, because of where the institution is, most of the people there are from the same tribe. So for me, I'm half-half, because that area is where my mom comes from. Three of my close friends come to me in my dorm room and tells me, you should withdraw your name. And I asked them, why? I thought you guys like me and I'm qualified and all that. They said, oh no, it's not about how good you are or well-spoken you are, or well-articulate you are, or we think this position is really good for you. No, they told me it's because you're not a pure tribesman from their tribe. The following morning, really, really heartbroken, I woke up and I went to the principal and withdrew my name. That is my history. So when you talk about tribe, I have an idea of how people think. And I can see tribalism from very, very, very far because I've been a victim since I was a kid because of my last name. I can see it from very far. Even sometimes I remember I grew up in Nakuru. Because Nakuru is predominantly at that time was Kikuyu people, I would try not to say my last name because of how victimized I was of my last name. So I can see tribalism just like a black man can see racism from a mile away. It's something that I've lived with. So when I come here and I try to call out people that have done this country wrong, and they happen to come from a tribe that you come from, it's not because I hate the tribe. No. Why? Because I believe that for us to function, you and I need to work well, no matter what tribe we come from. And so what I'm trying to say here, when I call out Uhuru and Kibaki, and I try to tell Kenyans, and I'll repeat it again and again. That's why one time my name was a bird that kept singing. Ruto is a product of Uhuru and Kibaki. Period. Now, kama someone has any other argument, please be logical and bring it on. Don't tell me I'm tribal because I'm not. Just bring your logical argument. My logical argument is this. When we got rid of Moi and Raila said Kibaki tosha, if every election after Kibaki would have been done right, Ruto would not exist. Anybody that doubt me, please argue logically. Not tribal, logically. It's impossible. It's because Kibaki, the second time, after he went against what he had brought into power, Raila campaigned against him, ran against him, he stole. Then from there, remember, Ruto at that time is with Raila. All along, Ruto is with Raila. But Ruto is learning one thing about Raila. Raila is not vengeful. Right? Raila is offered election through the back door and he says no. That is what Ruto learned that Raila has a weakness of. But then he learned that some people can steal and become president for the next millennia of Kenya. And it's possible. What Ruto did, Ruto learned the method of doing it and said, look, Mr. Raila, I'm going to dump you because for you, you don't see how this thing works. This thing, you don't win it at the ballot. You steal it. And then to come here, honestly, I don't want to believe this, that Ruto, as the deputy president of Kenya, is able to outwit Uhuru with all the machinery. That's just let's not try to Cinderella-ize Uhuru. Uhuru fucked up from the beginning by stealing election. So to come and say that, oh, it was Ruto that was controlling things while Uhuru was in power. Honestly, Kenyans, tribal aside, tuache kudanganyana, tafadhali. Tuache kudanganyana. There's nothing Ruto was controlling. Uhuru was in power. Some people will say Uhuru was drunk most of the time and Ruto was running the country. Let's be honest. Uhuru's kitchen cabinet would have never allowed Ruto near to controlling the government. Impossible. So I feel like, I'm not saying Ruto is better, no. But we should not try to just blame this on one man who has learnt it from us. We have given him the reason to exist in our country because we allowed Uhuru to exist, because we allowed Kibaki to exist in a rigged election, because all this, nothing to be tribal again. Even if Kibaki was a Luo and Uhuru was Luo, I would be saying the same thing. I will be saying the same thing. Even there are people that would say Hitler was a better president in Germany. Even to this day, there are people that say that. So just because he accomplished certain things does not mean, it does not go wrong, it starts wrong. When Uhuru took power the way he took power, that's when things started going wrong. So even if make Kenya to be a second, or let's say a first world country like Singapore, like everybody says here, Kenya should be like Singapore. It does not take away what he did. And that's what I'm trying to pinpoint. Because tomorrow, let's say my tribesman, a Luo person will do exactly what Uhuru did. If I don't call them out, that's the principles I'm talking about. I should be principled enough to call everybody and not have a soft spot for people because they're your tribesmen. And that's what I'm noticing. There's a soft spot for Uhuru because he's your tribesman or Kibaki, and you try to find different things that, alitengeneza mabarabara. No, it started wrong. That's what I'm trying to pinpoint. And as long as we keep allowing this, and this is what I'm saying, at some point Ruto Pia, it will be like Uhuru. We'll be like, oh, but he has done this, he has done this, he has done this. We will forget how he took power. Nile tu yani yeye ametake power na vitu zikamwendea mrama na ni mjambazi. Now we can call him all names. But if he turns things around, let's say for some reason Ruto turns things around. And Luos are thriving with money. Luyas are thriving with money. Kambas are thriving with money. Masai, Turukana, everything that is going wrong is going well. Tutasahau how he took power. Tutasema, man, Ruto took us from nothing to amazingness. And we will forget.
Okay, thank you, Romeo. As we wind up, Julia, are you there?
Yes. Ni kama Romeo ametutoa kwa topic, but you have helped me understand why. I'm sorry, Romeo, if I put it harshly. I think you really say you don't speak tribe, but you spew tribalism all the time. Anything that you have said to me comes out with a lot of spite. But you talked about your childhood, and probably that is where you are coming from. So anybody may be like that if they were mistreated in school because of their tribe. Yeah, that may happen to anybody. So You say that you're not tribal, but you spew tribe and spite for those individuals you have mentioned, and you've only grouped them. You are even trying to blame Uhuru for Ruto's behavior now. You are trying to say that Uhuru brought up Ruto. You cannot bring up a grown man. Everybody needs to be independent. So if Ruto is a better man, he should not behave bad because he was brought up by Uhuru. So every time you come here, you really blow spite against the Uhurus, the Kibakis, and even when the topic right now is not about Uhuru and Kibaki, you still bring them in because I think you want to bring that spite once again. So I'm sorry I have to say it what maybe somebody may not have wanted to say, because that is what I've noticed. So now, if Ruto is misbehaving now, what does Uhuru have to do with the things Ruto is doing against the people of Kenya? Ruto has independence now to be the president and make independent decisions. Uhuru is not in government. So Uhuru stole election. Is not clean. He was not team that stole election. So are you also blaming Uhuru for Ruto stealing the elections? And you are saying that here that Ruto that you don't buy it, that Ruto was able to control the electoral commission and all that and see the election. Whether he was able or he was not able, that does not justify a stolen election. Everybody should do the right thing. Whether Uhuru was a lame duck president or not, that one will not justify the next president in stealing the election. So if Ruto is the innocent boy that you want to put him here, he should not have stolen the election. And Kenya should not go through what they are going through. So you are saying you are not blowing tribal, but you are blowing spite on tribal reasons against one tribe. I'm sorry, and that is what we are trying to run away from this debate. Since when it started, it was so bad. We are trying to keep off that, but you are still blowing spite against one tribe. So I read it from very far and I can get it. So I need to say it so that when you come again, you know that we can read it from very far. And the topic today is not even about Uhuru and Kibaki. I think the main thing we were discussing today, we were trying to brainstorm what is the fate. I mean, Baba's going to AU, what we feel about it, how does it affect us? And then you again said again that people who are complaining about Baba here, it is not because they love him. It is because they hate the current government. It's not a matter of principle. It's because they hate the current government. Now, if they hate the current government, it is because they hate what the current government is doing, and they feel that Baba is their deliverer. That is why they are frustrated. So there's nothing wrong. And you're also trying to bring up a picture that other tribes cannot love Baba. Baba is a national leader. Come on. And I think other tribes have the right to love him, genuinely. And I think someone trying to explain to you how they suffered losses like you several times when Baba's election was stolen. And to you will not believe that because you do not think another tribe can genuinely support Baba. So I think, Romeo, you are the one who is blowing tribe. You are spewing tribal here. You are the one who is spewing tribal here. And I think now we should change that kind of discussion and look at why is UDA celebrating Raila AU chair candidacy? We were trying to ask ourselves those questions, and we were asking ourselves who is gaining here. And my take, they are celebrating because they are to gain. Because as far as I'm concerned, Baba is the only person that I know, maybe other people have other ideas, is the only person that personally I know that can stand to Ruto and that would oppose him successfully. That is the only person that I know. And I believe that he's still the only person. So I'm also asking myself questions now. With the exit of Baba, what happens to a movement like Azimio Coalition now? And I was asking questions here. Do you think the people that Baba has left behind can take the mantle? And when the discussion was going on, I liked the way it came out before you brought back the tribal thing, Romeo. I liked the way that Njiru and Comfort took it, that maybe now we will have people who will come out on ideologies and will not be looking at personalities. And what I wanted to say about that, Alexio and Stone and Kenyan Mandamano participation in Romeo, is that if a person comes on ideology, maybe for once now we not have these people who don't vote for Baba because of something we call Raila phobia, and they have no good explanation about it. Because maybe a group of people in Kenya don't vote for Baba for no very good reason, just what they call Raila phobia. Maybe we'll have a person stand, maybe we'll have people, all persons with ideologies that will sell to the masses. Maybe, and to conclude, our main problem is that within Kenya, we need Kenya delivered from the kind of governance we see now. That is Ruto's governance. This is the worst governance that we have seen in the history of Kenya. So what we urgently need is somebody who can, who looks like can deliver Kenya. And so we are sad because Baba is exiting, and we thought he was our deliverer. So if we see another person with that ideology and who is strong enough, who is brave enough, maybe we may buy that person irrespective of which tribe he comes from. So I pray that we deviate from that tribal connotation. Asante, Alexio.
Well said, well said. As we close public participation, 2 minutes.
Thank you. Yeah, so today tribalism has really hijacked the topic, but I think tribalism in Kenya is just, you know, one of those things, you know, we want to be in denial about it, and we want to say, you know, people are being tribal and all this, but Kenya ile tribalism iko Kenya, my friend. Do you know that there was a time I was looking for an attachment, some place I was working for a certain orphan. So a friend had asked me to help him to get an attachment. So I went to my boss, and the first thing my boss asked me is, I can see he's not from your tribe, so why why are you asking for attachment? Who is this person? And I can see it's not from it. So I was like, yani hata attachment, somebody has to be from my tribe. Like, hey, I'm telling you, the kind of tribalism which is in this country is crazy. You wouldn't believe it. It's just so crazy. You know, Wacha venye Romeo is talking about high school or whatever it was, campus. I'm telling you now, go into the you know, government and what unaona venye they were saying KRA and other places, majority of the employees are coming from particular tribes, maybe two, which is Kikuyu and Kalenjin. Majority of the people who are recruited are from. That's how it is, by the way. It's so bad. It is so bad. So you can imagine now, if at that level you're dealing with professionals, you're dealing with people who have PhDs, you're dealing with even doctors, and it's like the only thing they're like, you know, and sometimes that thing, even if you yourself you don't have it in you, it gets to a point whereby like you start thinking like, how many people in this place I work in are from my tribe? And it may be that you don't even koroga your mother tongue when you meet, but there's that thing of like, it's how many of us are in this place, like we are so few, you know, we need to stick together, you know, we need to help each other out. But it just seeps into you pole pole without you even realizing it, you know. And it's just crazy. Me, I don't know what I can say about tribalism in Kenya. Those people who, Akinanjiro, who are getting annoyed and they're like, we can't talk about, my friend, tribalism is like the alpha and the omega in this country. It's too bad and too much. I don't know if we'll ever be able to overcome it. But it's been one, and by the way, you know, this thing of tribalism, it started with the white, the colonialists and the rest, because what they were doing, like what happened in Rwanda, they pit people against one another. So like in Rwanda, Tutsis and Hutus have different physical features. So since Tutsis were the fewer ones, they are like, and they want to use the Tutsis to rule over the majority Hutus. So they are like, you know, your features are more close to Mzungu features. So now you're better than them, you can rule over them, and those kind of things. So this thing, it comes from far, and the colonialists, let me not say the white people, but the colonialists, they know, and even neo-colonialists, they know very well how to deal with Africans. Because even Chinese, two things: corruption, you can buy them, and you can divide and rule them. Those two things. Because even when the colonialists came to Africa, the thing that they were doing is that they would go to the paramount chief and give him gin. Sometimes, like for example, Rhodes Island, which I think is Zimbabwe, there's a guy there who was called Lobengula. He actually signed or gave over the whole country after being given a bottle of gin. Maybe he was drunk when he was doing that, but you can just see that these are things which we've had from Kitambo, whereby you're ready to even sell, even slavery. We cannot blame Jungu for slavery. Hakuna mzungu alikuwa anaingia inside because people were not living near the water. People are living huko ndani. The slaves who are being brought, they were being brought by their fellow people. They were being brought by their fellow Africans. So unashika watu huko, unawaleta kwa Waarabu wanauzia wazungu like that. But we don't want to face the reality that these people, they saw our weakness, and that's what they exploit. They exploit tribalism, and they exploit that we are easily corruptible. Otherwise, if Baba wins is able to get the seat, I wish him well. He's a wonderful person. He's a principled person. He's a magnanimous person who does not hold grudges. He's one of the most prolific African leaders of our times. Thank you.
Thank you, Public Suspension, for that great closing submission. Stone PK, your closing submission.
Thank you, Alexo. I came last. Have the others done it? Wametoa.
Kenya maandamano.
Sitaki kuruka mtu. Thanks.
Thank you. Nimesikiza public participation. She got my words about how Africans are overtaken with so many things that they cannot untangle themselves with the jambazis that we have from the colonialists. It's true. Even slavery was not the white men that came and snatched people. It's them Africans were pushing each other. Others to be taken as slaves. And that is how it was. Now, when I look how our country, Kenya, is right now, is that, let's put it this way. Kura yako ni siri. Nobody knows who voted for this jambazi or for our beloved Baba. Hakuna mtu anajua. Na mpaka wa leo, hatujui kulienda aje, kwa sababu ile nyungu ambayo ingefunguliwa tujue ile mambo vile ilienda, haikufunguliwa. Why am I saying this is that kuna wakati watu huwa wana blame each other. Nyinyi mlifanya, nyinyi ndio mlifanya. In fact, that one even should not be the point at this time, because we don't know even how those things were done. We don't know how much is for this, how much is for this. We don't know. Kwa sababu hakuna conclusion ya election ambayo ilifanyika Kenya. Na kwa hivyo, we should not be blaming that these people did not vote for this, these people did not vote for this. We were doomed when these jambazi took over and things changed all of a sudden. And that is the sadness of our country right now. Kwa sababu hatujui, hata wale walipiga kura, hawajui kura zao zilienda wapi. Zilienda kwa nani. That's the problem we have. So we will never know the answer, because now it looks like that is the end of the story. And so Kenyans should not blame each other, kwa sababu hakuna vile unaweza kuja kuniambia ati mimi kukuambia ati mimi nilipatia fulani vote yangu. Hata wengine wanaweza sema hivyo kwa sababu they want to be accepted on the other side. Now we are all confused. Nobody knows the correct answer to give. And so what we have now is to organize ourselves, put ourselves that we are orphans. We want to fight so that we get away from this hyena and we win the war because we want to live. We don't want to die. And we want to live as a human being, not like animals. That's the point we should have now. About blaming each other, it is gone. It is time to think, why did it happen? And should we continue like this? We shouldn't. We want to fight to stay in the right way in our country. That's the only point we should be discussing. Habari ya kuwa ati hakukufanyika hivyo, no, let's forget about that. And about saying such people did not do the right thing, such people, we don't know. We are totally don't know what happened. And that is the point that we should be fighting for. What happened? Who won? And if we are not going to get to that point, then why should we live like this? Because if there was the right person who should lead us, why should we be suffering? We stand up and fight for our country. Tunajua sisi ni nyasi ya kukanyangwa na ndovu wakipigana. And remember, the people who are on top, watatusakanya sisi kututafuna kwa sababu hatuko pale. Wao watanegotiate watakuwa wanacheka. Nyinyi mnalia. And you have seen this. This picture has happened in Kenya. That people are crying here. And these jambazis are buying V8. They are going on with their life. So what do we do? That is the point we should be discussing. Let's not lament that these people did not do this, that. No. It's time to think better and to think big. How can we correct this? We Kenyans, we wananchi, Mkenya mzalendo ambaye anajisikia akona uchungu kwa ile mambo inaendelea Kenya. Sitasema mengi, hiyo tu ndio nitaachia Wakenya. Wafikirie, wajue ati hatukujua jawabu ya ile kazi yote watu walifanya hiyo asubuhi waliamka. Hatujapata, hatujajua. Na hiyo ndio ile shida tuko nayo. Hata baba hajapata kwa sababu ile nyungu ilipika hii mambo yote haikufunguliwa. Hatukuona ilipika nini. So that is the point. About blames, let's put it aside and fight for our country. Sisi ndio wengi. We have the power. Asante, Alexio. Thank you.
Thank you, Kenyan Maandamano Kamili. I think we shall go to Rome, a closing statement. 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you. So I've been called all names here, but every time what I've tried to do is shine the light to where the Kenyan problem starts and begins and probably ends. I would say I'm not a tribalist. What I try to do is point where the problem is. And unless we address our problem, which like public participation has been very clear. I know public participation, my case of my student leadership position and all that is not comparable to some of the things that I've had other Kenyans go through just because of the tribe they're in and when looking for work and other things in Kenya. I think I will end with this. Kenya is in my heart. Just like when Maandamano Kamili speaks, you can hear you can hear she carries Kenya in her heart every day. Some of us, maybe we are not able to show that through our voices, but we also do. We come here because we think we try to kind of like give a resolution or find the problem and address it, and not hide behind it. For me, I believe that Kenya is now open and ready for new leadership, and Raila has taken it thus far. So he's like a Moses. Maybe he's not going to get to the promised land. Moses did not, if I remember my Bible correctly. Joshua made it, and maybe now we should look for a Joshua, and a Joshua could be a woman as well, to help us cross that bridge. But what I know is this. I've seen this again and again in Kenya. When it's your tribesman in power, no matter what they do, you have a soft spot for them. No matter what they do, you have a soft spot for them. That's human nature. I accept it. I believe if any of my two tribes person was in power, I would have a soft spot for them as well. However, for us to come together as a nation, one people under a constitution, we need to debate and open our minds to other ways of thinking. That when someone is trying to show you your weakness, before you try to take a position of defensive position, just hear them out and understand. Just hear them out and understand. It doesn't mean that I'm right. Right and wrong, that's a very ambiguous thing nowadays, because everything nowadays is subjective. For me, what I see in Kenya, number one problem in Kenya is tribalism. In fact, we kill that tribalism, we can have 20 Kalenjin presidents from now until wherever, and we won't even notice. I'm just saying, because we're so tribal, it's easy to see. It's easy to argue against the other person. I've seen on the comment section, some people have called me I'm a KK sympathizer. No, I'm not. Ruto has never been my man. Ruto even doesn't have the principles I share. Doesn't. Like, zero. Okay? But I'm trying to see, like many of you use this cliche saying, where did the rain start beating us? And you guys start to say, oh, is Huyu Jambazi? Yes, Ruto ni Jambazi, but that's not where the rain started beating us. Let's be honest with ourselves. The rain started beating us when Baba said Kibaki Tosha. I thought we were starting a new dispensation, which is a dispensation of somewhat of some true democracy. But Kibaki failed us. I will say it again. I know people here that have soft spot don't want to agree. When Kibaki failed us, Uhuru had the guts to do it. And twice. And Ruto looked around and did the same thing. And that's where, to me, we need to go back there and say, because of that, we are here. Now then, going forward, I'm not saying, I think Julia says something like, oh, I'm trying to say that Ruto's sins now, I'm blaming Ruto's sins on Uhuru. No, I'm just saying Ruto does not exist in a vacuum. Ruto did not come upon us out of a vacuum or the blues. Ruto is not a surprise. Some of you think Ruto surprised Raila. Ruto did not surprise Raila. In fact, Raila is aware that Ruto is doing what Uhuru did and Kibaki did. He's very aware. So there was no surprises there. His leadership has just been horrible. Horrible. And that's why I said afterwards, if his leadership changes and things starts changing for Kenyans, we're going to forget about how he took power. It's almost like we're desensitized. And it has happened before. I see it happening again, and I hope it doesn't. I hope we get rid of Ruto now, yesterday. That's my hope. Because Ruto has just messed everything. To conclusion, I believe that we need to address the elephant in the room in Kenya. And it's not Ruto, my friends. Hata muimbe hapa mara 200. Ruto, 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 this, Ruto, that. And you guys are really good at it. No. Ruto is not the cause, the root cause of our problem. Ruto is someone that has taken advantage of the root cause of our problem as a country. And he has messed us up. I will stop there, Alexio. Asante sana for the opportunity.
Thank you for that closing remark. And okay, let's hear from Stony.
Thank you, Alexo, and the panelists. I see we have really gone beyond the 5 hours Bernard talks about, so I'll be very, very brief. Let me talk about what was the main topic today, the issue of Baba. Now, for me, I'm looking at Kenya undergoing up to 3 to 4 very, very, very rigorous stages, painful stages. When I say 3 to 4, stage 1 is now Baba exit. I'm calling it stage 1. Baba's exit will cause exactly what we are going through right now in a smaller perspective, but at a bigger perspective, it will really dismantle or disorganize or disorient Azimio. Azimio might not disintegrate, but they will be so disoriented. They might hold as a party, because we pray they hold as a force, but they might only be there like flower girls chasing after a ball that is on the other side with Ruto and running helter-skelter. People standing to talk, to articulate things without really being able to score a goal. That is stage 1. There will be a lot of confusion. Watu watazungumza, people will compete kwa mdomo. I'm better, it's my time, blah, blah, blah. I'm the anointed one and all that. People will even try to claim Baba has done this, Baba has done that. And that confusion will be to their detriment and to the jubilation of Ruto. Ruto atafurahi sana. And of course that we'll see Ruto coming in 2027 without any competition. Now, stage 3 is where now wananchi, after they will see what will happen in 2027 and with the build-up of what is happening. Politicians will be doing their things, but wananchi will be painfully suffering, wakisiaga meno, and they will detach themselves, whether wapende kama wasipende, watajidetach from politicians. And they will rebel in some way, not immediately now, but after they suffer enough. 5 years will emancipate them, watakuwa wameanza kukulana wenyewe kwa wenyewe. They will be so bitter, and then they will rebel. Now that will bring us to stage 3. Okay, I mean stage 4, which will be sasa kitaumana, wananchi watarebel. Ruto second term itakuwa horrible. Ataanza kupigana na watu, when you start fighting raia, ataanza kupigana na raia, and that is when there will be Kenya disintegrating into sections.
sections ambazo sasa ni hii majimbo, watu watarudi sasa ile tribal. Sasa hii mnaongelea sasa, watu watajitenga kikabila, okay? Because we've been pretending, tumekuwa tukifunikia hii, tumeshindwa kuiaddress. And once you don't address a problem, it's not us wale walianza, tumeshindwa kuiaddress, it is ni rot, it's rotting. Sasa italipuka, and when italipuka kila kabila watajitenga, and people will say we wish. Now it will be another phase of trying to kabila hii tuungane tujenge Kenya, tuungane tujenge Kenya kama zamani. And it is a bad one. It is a bad one, and I've seen that is the path we are taking. Tribalism huwezi kuimaliza. What you do ni kuitengeneza isiwe issue. Isiwe issue. You cannot stop me from being from the tribe I come from.
Alex, can you maybe end the show and start another one before you for us? Because
Yeah, I think I'll end this one. If you can start a new show, me, I'll be off.
Because if Bena needs to correct anything after the 6th hour, he cannot correct. I don't know. And he normally says that if we get close to 6, to end we're in a 6. Stone PK unaona aje? Stone PK to Amaoni, you want us to start a brief show, or what do you want? Stone, you are muted. Sorry, Stone, I interrupted you. You are muted.
Itakuwa na kazi mingi. Yeah, let's end it and you start another one.
Yes, just end it immediately. You have 3 minutes to do so.
Okay, guys. Stone, you can end in the 30 seconds.
Hapana, nimeend hapo. Wacha tuende hapo. Hiyo ingine nitaiweka kwa hiyo.
Okay, thank you guys for being with us until now. Let's meet in another section. Thank you for the likes. Thank you for the comments. See you again, and God wishes. Bye. See you again.
Afadhali mzee ambaye ni mtulivu, ambaye hana haja ya kujaza mifuko yake, ambaye atachunga masilahi ya watu yake, badala ya mdomo tamtamu, lakini akiingia ni wale wa kufanya moja yako, nusu ya mwananchi, 2 yako na 5 yangu. Na mnawajua nyinyi
kutafuta uongozi kwa kutumia dini au kutumia kabila, unagawa watu. Kazi ya uongozi ni kujenga watu wawe kitu kimoja.
The 2.2 billion has been spent in the office of the president and State House between July and September. If you do that calculation, it means that we spend in that office 23 million per day and 1 million per hour. That cannot be sustainable.